The king of the Ice Queen Wannabes, yet crazy pursued by four goddesses. Chu Feng is the devoted simp of the icy school beauty Shen Chenxi. His love is humble to the bone, yet Shen Chenxi never gives him a glance. At experimental high school, everyone calls Chu Feng the king of simps. But what they don't know is that Chu Feng is also a simp to a chuunibyou girl, a cold and beautiful CEO, a yandere female neighbor, and a gentle, wealthy, and brilliant female scholar. He has one rule for himself: talk money, not feelings. When Chu Feng stops simping and starts a new life in university, those spoiled women finally realize they can't live without him. And thus, a fierce drama of chasing the man officially begins. Chapter 1, You Have a System. Brother Go, do you mean that your daily simping over Shen Chenxi is actually a task? And you get rewards after completing the tasks? His close friend Li Fei looked at Chu Feng. Brother Go, you don't actually have a system, do you? Like in the novels, where the system assigns tasks to make you simp for the school beauty Shen Chenxi, and after finishing tasks, you get mysterious big rewards. Li Fei carried a thermos cup, eagerly following behind. Chu Feng glanced at the time: 6:38 a.m. 2 minutes left, he had to speed up. Old Li, let others call me Brother Go all they want, but where did you get this from? Believe it or not, once I get the system reward, you'll be the first one I kick away. Li Fei grinned, his chubby cheeks squashing his eyes. Who told you to simp for Shen Chenxi every day? Everyone calls you the king of simps. Brother Go is already a nice nickname. No, Brother Chu, do you really have a system? The two jogged quickly and soon arrived at the school gate. At that moment, a silver Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up. The driver opened the door, and an incredibly dazzling girl stepped out. She wore a simple white dress, her pure eyes shimmering with spirit like a dream. She stole countless hearts. As everyone was mesmerized by the girl's beauty, Chu Feng snatched the thermos cup from his friend. He adjusted his mood, then smiled charmingly and approached. 11:11, it's so hot today, I brewed some sour plum juice for you. This recipe is from a traditional medicine shop, I made it myself. Just try a little sip, okay Tilda? Chu Feng was all eager and attentive, but the girl didn't react at all. When she walked away, murmurs inevitably rose around them. Look, Chu Feng the simp is simping for Shen Chenxi again. From first to third year, Chu Feng has been simping for 3 years. Shen Chenxi is about to be a big star, and he still looks like a toad trying to eat a swan. No wonder he is called the king of simps. Even cured, he is still drooling. Watching the dreamlike girl stroll away, Chu Feng tossed the thermos cup to his friend. This is for you. Li Fei's face lit up. Chu bro's the best. They walked back to class the way they came. Li Fei opened the thermos and took a big gulp, showing off. Not gonna lie, Chu bro, you really suit being a simp. The sour plum juice is sweet and sour, tastes pretty good. Like it? Chu Feng pointed to the corner store. $20 a pack, makes 5 cups. This big bottle here cost me about $4. Li Fei suddenly thought it wasn't so sweet anymore, but a moment later, he remembered something. Chu bro, listen to my theory, okay? In first year, you sat next to Shen Chenxi, right? That's when you got the system. The system gave you the task to train Shen Chenxi to become a big star. Then she got scouted quickly by the entertainment company as a trainee, everything went smoothly. Now she even won the voice championship. Li Fei grew more excited as he spoke. No one knows your real contribution, they just think you're a simp. But actually, Shen Chenxi's success is all thanks to you secretly supporting her. Chu bro, tell me, am I right? You've been reading too many female-oriented novels lately. Li Fei proudly said. Of course. I just finished Overbearing CEO Chasing His Wife, 3 Girlfriends Love Triangle, and Evil King's Little Wife. Those don't have systems. And there are plenty with systems too, I'll tell you. You're quite the weirdo. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up. As they kept walking, Li Fei suddenly remembered the important question. Chu bro, don't change the subject. What about the rewards? Shen Chenxi is already the voice champion, a real star now. What rewards did the system give you? 500,000. Does that count? Chu Feng took out his phone, opened a message, showing a transfer record for 500,000. What the? What kind of system is this? After simping for 3 years, you get 500,000. That's a joke. Then Li Fei quickly smiled flatteringly. But honestly, 500,000 isn't too small. Chu bro, how much will you share with me? Chu Feng kicked him away. Li Fei wasn't too angry, dusted himself off, and cheerfully followed again. Chu Feng put his arm around his friend's shoulder. This is a deal I made with the company behind Shen Chenxi. 3 years ago, Tianhua Entertainment picked Shen Chenxi as a trainee, but she was too cold and rejected many confessions. Rumors spread around school. Tianhua was worried it'd hurt her career, so they hired me to protect her secretly. My task from them for 3 years was to simp for Shen Chenxi. Of course, I'm not working for free, I get 10,000 a month. Li Fei asked curiously, Chu bro, why didn't you tell me this before, but now you do? You know, Shen Chenxi won The Voice last night. She's a big star now, with many companies wanting to sign her for endorsements. It wouldn't be right for me to keep simping. Yesterday Tianhua ended our cooperation. Today is my last day simping for her. After I deliver this cup of plum juice, I'm free. Suddenly, a clear, bell-like laugh came from behind. Chu Feng, you can be my simp from now on. Chu Feng turned around. A slender girl stood there, Zhao Xuanxuan, a tough and rebellious girl with some fighting skills. Her most glorious achievement: at the start of first year, some boys tried to tease her because she was pretty, but she beat them all up. One even broke his arm. Since then, no one dared to mess with her. In terms of looks, Zhao Xuanxuan could even rival school beauty Shen Chenxi. But with her fierce reputation, just a look scared Li Fei so much he dropped the thermos and ran away. Chu bro, I forgot my bag at home, gotta go get it. Left alone, Chu Feng silently cursed his ungrateful friend. The tough girl looked up at Chu Feng. Before, all his attention was on Shen Chenxi. This was the first time he was this close to Zhao Xuanxuan. She had long, flowing hair like a hibiscus flower, a fox-like face, peach blossom eyes, and a slender neck. She held a lollipop in her mouth, tilted her head and looked at Chu Feng with a threatening gaze. College entrance exams are 1 month away. For this month, you're my simp. If not, you'll face the consequences. Chu Feng just finished simping for Shen Chenxi. As a time management master, he was thinking about a new target to fill his Monday to Friday free time. Zhao Xuanxuan showed up and he smiled brightly. Sure, but you gotta pay more. Zhao Xuanxuan was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Feng to agree so easily. From first to third year, Chu Feng had simped shamelessly for Shen Chenxi, only looking at her, never glancing at other girls. Now, just because the cooperation ended, Chu Feng switched targets so effortlessly the contrast was huge. Zhao Xuanxuan asked in disbelief. Chu Feng, did you ever like Shen Chenxi? You confessed to her every day, was it all about the money? Chu Feng walked toward the teaching building and said sincerely. Simping is my profession. As long as it makes money, I'll genuinely like anyone. Oh, and if you really want to hire me, since we're classmates, I'll give you a discount. 1 month, 10,000 bucks. Zhao Xuanxuan froze in place. At that moment, she remembered the cold ridicule Chu Feng had faced for 3 years now, from the whole school. In everyone's eyes, Chu Feng was just Shen Chenxi's simp, shameless and without self-respect. But Shen Chenxi never paid him any mind. Everyone treated him like a clown. Only after knowing the truth did Zhao Xuanxuan realize that in Chu Feng's heart, they were the real clowns. Everyone else is drunk, but I'm the only one awake. Interesting. A fox-like smile curled at her lips as she stepped forward. Chu Feng, I hereby declare that from today on, you are my exclusive simp. Not today. I have to finish my last shift first. If you want to experience being simped on, it starts next Monday, but you have to pay a deposit first. After a day's classes, Chu Feng watched Shen Chenxi leave in the Rolls Royce. He took out his notebook. On the first page, densely written, were the names of 13 simping targets. He crossed out Shen Chenxi's name, meaning his service to her ended. Losing one client didn't bother Chu Feng much. Because he always remembered one thing. You can regret losing a client, but you can't let losing one ruin you. More clients mean constant income. More plans mean you're prepared. Chu Feng had more customers than just Shen Chenxi. The next client must be getting impatient. He hailed a taxi, gave the address, then closed his eyes in the back seat. Service to Shen Chenxi is done, and Zhao Xuanxuan's fish is hooked. Gotta lock her down next week. Monday to Friday, his task was to accompany Shen Chenxi. Friday night to Saturday, he was with another customer. I wonder what new tricks that chuunibyou girl will come up with next time. Last time she played a magical girl, and I had to act as a tentacle monster. This time, no way was he letting her ride him again. Chapter 2, Today, I am Her Majesty the Queen. Come on, I must win today, no matter what, Chu Feng murmured to himself. Soon, the taxi arrived in front of a villa. The driver, Xie Darhai, looked at him with a complicated expression and, before leaving, gave him some heartfelt advice. Little brother, though living off others might be comfortable for your body, your spirit will collapse. Watching the taxi quickly drive away, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. His body didn't feel comfortable at all. Last week, after fighting with a magical girl, his back and waist ached terribly, and it took him an entire week to recover. At this moment, the villa's main door slowly opened. Chu Feng looked up. The woman on the balcony was wearing a sexy pleated skirt, her satin-like long hair cascading down her shoulders. She had a dreamy face, a tall figure, and her legs were straight and strong. The black pleated skirt barely covered half of her thighs, revealing legs that were slender, perfectly shaped, and looked like they could break a neck with ease. The sun's rays made her legs glisten, almost glowing under the fading light. A light breeze blew, causing the skirt to flutter. For a moment, Chu Feng seemed to see. On the balcony, Song Yusin's gaze was fixed on him, her lips curled into a slight expression of impatience. Chu Feng locked eyes with her for a moment before quickly lowering his head. This woman was undeniably beautiful, but she was also wildly unpredictable. Just moments ago, he sensed a dangerous aura in her eyes and realized today was probably not going to be an easy day. But since Song Yusin was his VIP client, he had to endure. Every Saturday, he accompanied her for the day and earned 10,000 yuan, enough to make him abandon any sense of personal dignity. As he limped into the villa, he recalled the events of the previous night, the Voice of the Year competition. Chu Feng had accompanied his first priority target, Shen Chenxi, to the competition. On the way, they got stuck in traffic and were about to be late. In the final stretch, Chu Feng had decided to pull Shen Chenxi out of the car and run to the venue. Shen Chenxi tripped and fell, but Chu Feng, without hesitation, carried her the rest of the way. Despite Shen Chenxi's light weight and flexibility, the 2-kilometer run nearly cost Chu Feng his life. By the time he helped Shen Chenxi onto the stage, his legs were completely numb. The injury on his right leg was a reminder of the previous night's ordeal. Song Yusin, watching Chu Feng limp, narrowed her eyes imperceptibly. Without saying a word, she turned and walked away. The villa was grand, and the courtyard was filled with blooming flowers. As a wealthy young lady, the reason Song Yusin hired Chu Feng was simple: he looked like a man from her past. To clarify, this man wasn't Song Yusin's first love or fiancé, but rather the toy boy her mother had found for herself. Song Yusin had never met her father and grew up only with her mother. Until she turned 19, her mother was her whole world. But on her 19th birthday, her mother introduced a young, handsome man as her true love and expected Song Yusin to call him Dad. From that moment, Song Yusin lost everything. Her mother became obsessed with the man, and Song Yusin grew to despise him. It was during this time, at a comic exhibition, that she met Chu Feng. For a brief moment, she even thought he was the man her mother had brought into their lives. It was then that a vengeful desire grew within her. The good news was that Chu Feng was a professional puppy dog. The better news was that Song Yusin had plenty of money. So, every Saturday, she hired him to come to her house. Song Yusin, a middle school girl with a love for anime, transformed into a righteous hero each week, vowing to defeat the evil toy boy. It was her way of venting her frustrations and complaining about fate. And in this process, Chu Feng, as her puppy dog, had to endure some physical and emotional suffering. Did he mind? Not at all. As long as the money kept coming, let the storm rage on. As Chu Feng walked through the lush garden and entered the villa's grand hall, Song Yusin was just coming down the spiral staircase. "I see you're limping. Did a car hit you when you went out?" she said mockingly. "Oh, right, a little money grubber like you wouldn't stop earning even if you were crawling, would you?" "Sorry, if I'm limping, it's not considered work-related injury," she added with a smile. Chu Feng, ever the professional puppy dog, could only smile and apologize. "I'm sorry, Miss Yusin. I was too eager to see you and accidentally twisted my foot. Please don't worry about me." Song Yusin paused for a moment, clearly caught off guard by his sincerity. But before Chu Feng could revel in his success, she coldly remarked, "My shoes are dirty." As a trained puppy dog, Chu Feng knew what he had to do. He immediately took out a handkerchief and bent down to clean her shoes. But before he could touch them, Song Yusin's little leather shoes vanished. The next moment, a black lace-edged shoe appeared right above his head. "No need. I'll do it myself," she said, placing her foot on his head and taking the handkerchief from his hand. With a smirk, she slowly began wiping her shoe, saying, "Do you know your place now? You're just a professional puppy dog, your only purpose is to let me vent. You're even lower than our dog, Wang Cai." Song Yusin didn't rush to take her foot off Chu Feng's head. Instead, she seemed to take satisfaction in seeing the look of humiliation on his face. But Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. In fact, he wasn't bothered at all. He was used to this kind of treatment. With the handkerchief, he polished the shoes carefully, even wiping the lace edges gently, making sure every corner was spotless. "Enough, that's disgusting," Song Yusin said, suddenly pulling her foot away as a hint of pink flushed across her flawless face. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So, the proud girl had a shy side after all. After a moment, Song Yusin cleared her throat and, in a cold yet arrogant voice, said, "Today, we're going to play a new game. I'm going to play the queen." Chu Feng's heart sank, but he still smiled. "As your majesty the queen, I suppose I'll play the eunuch." Crash. This middle school girl was always coming up with new twists. Chapter 3: Beautiful girls imported glutinous rice balls. Chu Feng originally thought that as a royal eunuch serving the empress, Song Yusin should prepare a python robe for him. But in fact, what he held in his hand was a bunny girl costume. Why are there a pair of rabbit ears? This. Chu Feng prepared himself mentally for half a day, repeating to himself 100 times, "The customer is God, the customer is God," before he made up his mind to play the role of a eunuch. But when the time came, she was defeated by a bunny girl costume. This is worse than a eunuch. Song Yusin came out of the bedroom with endless indifference in her eyes. "How dare you disobey me?" She had already taken off her pleated skirt. Chu Feng looked up and his eyes widened instantly. At this time, Song Yusin had her hair in a bun, a gilded headdress, and a red and black stand-up collar phoenix robe. She was wearing black boots with green soles. Her beautiful face, calm and steady aura, and elegant eyes all showed her noble status. At this moment, Song Yusin was graceful and elegant, she was extremely beautiful and breathtaking. Chu Feng cursed her 100 times in his heart, but he was very respectful in his words. "I don't dare. Why don't you change it quickly?" Seeing Chu Feng lowering his head, Song Yusin's beautiful dark eyes were full of waves, so charming that even a stubborn stone would be moved. If it were any other time, even if he was asked to play the tentacle monster last week, Chu Feng would have done it without hesitation. After all, that's the money he earns. A salary of 10,000 yuan a day is enough for Chu Feng to put his bottom line in the dust. But this does not mean that he has no bottom line. Bunny girls and the like are even worse than wearing skirts. And those furry rabbit ears made Chu Feng feel a little nauseous. Song Yusin's eyes flashed with a dangerous signal. When she narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint light immediately flashed, and she was intimidating without being angry, emitting a soul-stirring light. Even Chu Feng was frightened by the sharp look. "I customized this especially for you. I believe you will like it." Chu Feng, who was fearless and had even slept under a bridge and fought for food with stray dogs without backing down, actually had a hint of evasion in his eyes at this moment. However, this slight retreat was immediately caught by Song Yusin. At this moment Song Yusin was extremely happy. For 2 whole years, she hired Chu Feng to come to her home countless times. However, no matter how she tortured and humiliated him, Chu Feng always had a smiling face, which made Song Yusin feel very unfulfilled. And now, when she found out that the pretty boy actually backed off because of a bunny girl costume, Song Yusin was finally satisfied. She was going to trample this annoying pretty boy into the ground. Who told him to seduce his own mother? He actually wanted me to call him Dad. Wishful thinking. It suits you very well. Song Yusin took the furry rabbit ears and put them on Chu Feng's head. When seeing Chu Feng's stiff expression, the smile on her face grew even brighter. With a teasing look in her eyes, Song Yusin leaned close to Chu Feng's ear, her voice full of madness. "Remember, you can only wear this from now on. Do you still dare to let me call you dad? Chu Feng could only lower himself from being humble to the dust to a negative altitude again. He knew that the more resistance he showed, the more excited the other party would be. As a professional licker, Chu Feng quickly controlled his emotions and said obediently, Ms. Yushin, I was wrong. I will never let you call me that again. You are not allowed to say those two words. Song Yusin's eyelids twitched. For her, those two words were an absolute taboo. Especially when paired with Chu Feng's face, it is even more lethal to Song Yusin. She was a little annoyed and waved her hands. I'm hungry, go cook. Chu Feng was holding the bunny girl costume in his hand and was feeling lucky that he had escaped danger when Song Yusin's cold voice came. After you finish the meal, don't forget to put on this dress and come see me again. I'm super. You stupid idiot, you think you have me in your hands, right? Let's see who has the last laugh. Chu Feng immediately adjusted his mindset and transformed himself into a professional bootlicker without any emotions. Okay, Miss Yusin, you're having your period these 2 days. Can I prepare some red dates, longans and black glutinous rice porridge for you? Song Yusin raised her eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect Chu Feng to know such a private matter. How do you know this? Because you are the most distinguished VIP customer. Of course Chu Feng would never say that, he was very well behaved. I know everything about you. Song Yusin's face flushed. This kind of secret is usually only known by the closest couples. For a moment, Song Yusin was actually a little touched. However, she hated the feeling of being controlled by others, so she immediately took the initiative. You are not allowed to act on your own without my permission. There are dumplings in the kitchen, and I want to eat them. After she finished speaking, Song Yusin immediately turned around and walked into the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door was tightly closed. Chu Feng sniffed and a faint scent of jasmine lingered on the tip of his nose. As he turned and walked towards the kitchen, Chu Feng said to himself, Tang Yuan is good, and it's not difficult to make. While cooking the dumplings, Chu Feng came to the locker room. After changing into the bunny girl costume, the pair of long legs in the mirror were no worse than Song Yusin's. You know what, I really do have the potential to be a bunny boy. Isn't the Yuzarji from the 12 Wars red-eyed, with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail, and high heels? Maybe it would be even cooler if I had a pair of high heels. As a middle school girl, most of the outfits Song Yusin can think of come from anime. She dressed herself like this on purpose, simply because she wanted to see herself make a fool of herself and satisfy her inner morbid desires. Since customers have demand. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng should just satisfy her. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease with a salary of 10,000 yuan a day. Chu Feng looked at the bunny boy in the mirror and couldn't help nodding. If there are no customers in the future, I can wear this to the bar to attract customers. There came the sound of boiling water in the kitchen. Chu Feng, wearing a bunny boy costume, came to the kitchen, took out the dumplings from the refrigerator and made 2 servings. A few minutes later, Chu Feng brought the piping hot dumplings to the restaurant. Then he knocked gently on the bedroom door. Ms. Yusin, the dumplings are ready. When the door opened, Song Yusin, wearing the Empress's phoenix robe, appeared in front of him. She has beautiful eyes, full of glitter, and they are so fascinating that they seem to be able to speak. Chu Feng just took a look and felt as if he was struck by lightning. What kind of look is that? The light was sparkling and intimidating without even being angry, as if it came from the netherworld, and it could pierce through a person's soul with just one glance. Chu Feng asked subconsciously. Why do you look so much like a real empress? As a middle school girl, Song Yusin can easily handle any role. She is as calm as water. It's very simple. I just need to imagine myself as the only empress who will be remembered for all eternity and has never been surpassed by anyone. As a woman, in an era where men are superior to women, she fought her way out of poverty, rose above the emperor, swallowed up mountains and rivers, and ruled over a vast territory. Everyone within my sight is my people. Throughout the ages, there has only been one person like me. Chu Feng knew that Song Yusin had gotten into character again. As a professional bootlicker, all Chu Feng has to do is to meet all the requirements of the customers. Now he plays the role of the Empress's personal eunuch. So he bowed slightly and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please have your meal. Song Yusin was indeed like an empress, with every move full of majesty. She walked into the restaurant. When she came to the dining chair, she stood quietly for a moment. The next moment, she flicked her sleeves, and the phoenix robe on her body fluttered in the wind. The whole person sat on the dragon throne with a beautiful posture. Chu Feng is quick-eyed and quick-handed. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him, gently scooped up a glutinous rice ball, and then respectfully handed it to Song Yusin's mouth. Song Yusin turned her eyes and lingered on the rabbit ears on Chu Feng's head. Then I saw Chu Feng's handsome face and thin abdominal muscles, and suddenly I wanted to touch them. Why? It was already noon. The holy city is extremely warm in early April. A ray of sunlight passed through the window of the restaurant and shone on Chu Feng. This left half of his body in the sun and half in the shade. His eyes were deep as he fed himself gently. This scene made Song Yusin swallow her saliva subconsciously. So she opened her red lips and accepted food from a boy for the first time in her life. Unfortunately, the throbbing in my heart was instantly destroyed by the hot glutinous rice balls in my mouth. The dumplings just out of the pot are still steaming. Song Yusin spat it out. Her eyes were immediately replaced by a hint of madness, and her voice was as cold as if it came from the netherworld. Pick it up and eat it. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched, and he thought. Should I eat the beautiful girl's imported glutinous rice balls or not? Chapter 4 He Likes Me. Song Yusin sat on the dragon throne with a proud posture. Her cold and beautiful face contained a murderous intent. There was no longer the rage of the past, but there was a heart-pounding light shining in those calm eyes. Chu Feng could feel the vast majesty emanating from her. At this moment, Song Yusin was like the sun and the moon above our heads, high above, shining brightly. She is stunningly beautiful. She is unique. She is indeed a severe middle school girl, the kind that is terminally ill. In the past, Chu Feng had only seen her play various roles of beautiful girls, pure, charming, and coquettish. I really didn't expect that when she played the role of the Empress, she would have an aura that was as bright as the sun and the moon. If this were a movie, it would at least win an Oscar. Chu Feng muttered to himself. But in an instant, I was brought back to reality by a word from chuunibyou. How dare you disobey my orders? Chu Feng quickly picked up the glutinous rice balls that fell on the table and put them into the soup spoon. Just as he was about to open his mouth and swallow it, Song Yusin stopped him immediately. Wait. Song Yusin felt a little conflicted. After all, these were the dumplings he had eaten before. If Chu Feng ate them, would that be considered indirect? What? After hesitating for just a second, Song Yusin immediately waved her hand and knocked the glutinous rice balls out of Chu Feng's spoon. She said coldly as she watched the dumplings bounce and roll to the ground. It's your reward. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched. It's worthy of being called chuunibyou. As long as you are happy. Chu Feng has served many customers. As a professional bootlicker, some customers would make many unreasonable requests. However, the requests of other customers are within controllable range. Only Song Yusin is the real VIP. One day's salary is equivalent to others' monthly salary. So she will enjoy the privileges. Just like now. Without saying a word, Chu Feng immediately bent down to pick up the glutinous rice balls from the ground and swallowed them in one gulp. Song Yusin's villa is very luxurious, and the restaurant in front of her is nearly 100 square meters. The floor was swept smooth and shiny. As long as the glutinous rice balls fall on the ground for no more than 3 seconds, you can pick them up and eat them. As the saying goes, if you eat something unclean, you won't get sick. After eating the dumplings, Chu Feng immediately trotted over to Song Yusin. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks again, scooped up a round glutinous rice ball, and this time he did not rush to feed it, but put it to his mouth and blew gently to cool it down. After a while, he handed the glutinous rice balls to the mouth of the middle school girl. As the girl slightly opened her red lips, she slowly tasted it. Chu Feng suddenly felt that Song Yusin was really pretty when she didn't speak. Song Yusin has lived in a single-parent family since childhood. In order to make up for the lack of fatherly love, her mother spoiled her too much, which caused her character defects. In fact, Song Yusin lacks a sense of security, so she uses the second-year syndrome as a strong shell to protect herself. 2 years ago, her mother, the only person who loved her, found a gigolo, which made Song Yusin feel that the whole world had betrayed her. So she put up a harder shell and wrapped herself up like a hedgehog, and anyone who cared about her would be hurt by her. Chu Feng thinks Song Yusin should actually see a psychiatrist. I am just a bootlicker and can't heal the pain in her heart. Of course, as the daughter of a wealthy man, Song Yusin doesn't need her own sympathy. I grew up without parents, but I'm not as pretentious as her. It took me 20 minutes to eat a bowl of glutinous rice balls. When Chu Feng handed the last glutinous rice ball to Song Yusin's mouth, she put it into her mouth, but did not swallow it. Instead, she spit it into the spoon. Then he stood up and left without looking back. A reward for you. Chu Feng didn't even hesitate for a second and swallowed the beautiful girl's imported glutinous rice balls directly into his mouth. When you chew it gently, the glutinous rice balls are soft and glutinous, and even a little bit greasy. Chu Feng put away the dishes and then went to the kitchen to clean up the battlefield. As a reward for the imported dumplings, Chu Feng specially cooked a bowl of brown sugar water for Song Yusin. Ms. Yusin, drink more hot water. In the bedroom, Song Yusin was taking off the phoenix crown on her head. Although she liked playing the role of empress, the decorations on her body and headband were too complicated and uncomfortable, so she planned to take them off. See the brown sugar water handed to me by Chu Feng. Song Yusin was stunned for a moment. Didn't I tell you not to act on your own? Chu Feng turned and left. It's indeed a chuunibyou. At this moment, Song Yusin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, so she immediately said, "Wait." Chu Feng stopped and looked at Song Yusin's slightly pale face in confusion, and soon understood what was going on. So he brought the brown sugar water back to Song Yusin and spoke gently. Ms. Yusin, you just ate the glutinous rice balls, so you must be thirsty. I'll pour you a glass of water. Song Yusin felt her face was a little hot. She took the cup and took a sip. Strangely enough, the pain in my lower abdomen was relieved immediately, and my pale face also had some redness. When putting down the cup of water, Song Yusin glanced at Chu Feng gently. At this moment, she seemed to have not yet awakened from her identity as the empress, and she still had a bit of majestic temperament. Why do you care about me so much? $10,000 a day. If I don't take it seriously, the money will be too hot to handle. Chu Feng didn't know what was wrong with the middle school girl, so he could only answer perfunctorily. The customer is king. Song Yusin glanced at the furry bunny on Chu Feng's head, and couldn't help but feel the urge to touch it. But as soon as she reached out her hand, she immediately remembered her identity. If I touch him, wouldn't he be confused about his position? The next moment, Chu Feng took the initiative to bring the furry rabbit to her. Song Yusin stroked the rabbit contentedly. Chu Feng couldn't help but applaud himself. Sure enough, I am worthy of being a professional. Even though the middle school girl was such a difficult customer, he was still able to easily handle it. Song Yusin touched the rabbit for a while, and found the furry feeling very gentle. However, she was afraid that Chu Feng would become arrogant due to his favor, so she let it go soon. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng keeps his eyes and ears open. He saw Song Yusin removing her makeup, so in order to finish the roles of the empress and the eunuch rabbit as soon as possible, he took the initiative to help her remove her makeup. Ms. Yusin, let me help you remove your makeup. The headdress was already very complicated and it was troublesome to take it off, so Song Yusin did not refuse this time. Chu Feng came behind Song Yusin and gently helped her take off the phoenix crown. I accidentally saw her delicate collarbone and white chin. I just felt dizzy. Through the mirror in front of her, Song Yusin once again saw the pretty boy who had taken away her mother. I felt a chill in my heart. The next moment, Song Yusin suddenly stood up and pushed Chu Feng down on the bed. She pinched Chu Feng's neck with one hand, and an astonishingly charming light flashed in her eyes. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a little nice to me. Always remember who you are. You're just a professional bootlicker around me. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched. I really can't understand the train of thought of this chuunibyou. Everything was fine just now, but now it's like turning the pages of a book. Although I know that this is my job, as a professional bootlicker I have to accept all kinds of humiliation and torture from my employer anytime and anywhere. But for a moment, Chu Feng also thought about it in his heart. If you have parents too. My family would feel sad to see me being humiliated and tortured like this. Song Yusin, who pushed Chu Feng down, grabbed his neck tightly. There was a madness and arrogance in his eyes. When Song Yusin saw Chu Feng's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, she immediately felt pleasure in her heart. She wanted the feeling of being in control of everything. You are the master of this world, not a poor wretch abandoned by the whole world. Just as the madness in Song Yusin's eyes became more and more morbid, she suddenly saw a flash of sadness in Chu Feng's eyes. My heart suddenly felt a sharp pain for a moment. Song Yusin let go of her hand and yelled, "Go away!" Chu Feng packed up the dishes and left. Song Yusin was the only one left in the bedroom. Her face was sometimes sad, sometimes resentful, and her expression was unpredictable. "It's all that pretty boy's fault. He took away everything from me. Didn't he? I asked Chu Feng to come here just to let him take the punishment on behalf of the pretty boy." This is the meaning of Chu Feng's existence. Just at this moment, a reminder came from the mobile phone. Song Yusin thought it was a message from her mother, and immediately opened her phone with surprise, only to find out it was from the school's comic research club. Doglicker number 9, Yusin, the comic exhibition will start tomorrow. Our entire comic club has been working hard for half a month to prepare for this exhibition. Is your Empress's court dress ready? Do you want my help? Sure enough, my mother only has the pretty boy in her heart. No one in this world really cares about themselves. However, chuunibyou is Song Yusin's last disguise. At the University of Science and Technology, Song Yusin is the president of the animation club. Everyone is looking forward to tomorrow's comic exhibition, so she replied coldly, "No need, I have already asked someone to customize the Empress's court dress and phoenix crown. The plan for tomorrow remains unchanged. Thank you for your hard work at the animation club." Received a reply. The vice president of the animation club, who was a bootlicker of number 9, was immediately ecstatic. The first goddess of the Polytechnic University. The girl who is known as the most beautiful campus belle since the founding of the Polytechnic University actually said that she had worked hard. She really cares about me. I will lick her desperately from now on. Song Yusin threw her cell phone on the bedside, and what came to her mind were the many bootlickers in the school from 001 to 099. There is no doubt that these lickers are only interested in their looks. How many of them really care about themselves? At this moment, the door was pushed open again. Chu Feng came back, holding a large plate of cut fruits in his hand. "Ms. Yusin, I prepared the fruits you like." Song Yusin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly stood up. He stared at Chu Feng in a daze. "I just treated him like this, but he didn't complain at all. They even thoughtfully prepared fruits for me. It turns out that there are people in this world who really care about me." At this moment, Song Yusin bit her red lips, and a blush quickly appeared on her face. Chu Feng felt a chill on his scalp when he saw Song Yusin's crazy eyes. "I'm awesome. I wonder what new ways this chuunibyou is coming up with to torture himself. Her condition is getting worse." Chapter 5: The Taste of Freedom. Chu Feng felt that Song Yusin must be brewing some shocking conspiracy waiting for him. There was something wrong with the way she looked at herself. For example, when Chu Feng prepared dinner for her, this middle school student with a second syndrome actually said it was delicious. You have to know that Song Yusin never smiled before and only tortured herself in various ways. This time he was acting out of character, and definitely had no good intentions. So Chu Feng became more cautious. She served tea, massaged feet and back, fearing that the chuunibyou would find some reason to punish her. Although if she wanted to torture herself, she wouldn't need any reason at all. As Chu Feng was being cautious, the blush on Song Yusin's face became more and more intense. After comparing the bootlickers number 1 to 99 in the school, Song Yusin finally discovered the difference of Chu Feng. The goals of the bootlickers in school are very clear, and the ultimate goal is to get her body. They flatter and fawn, send flowers and water every day, and create various encounters. Some bootlickers even fought with each other just to say a few more words to them. In Song Yusin's eyes, these bootlickers have one thing in common, that is, once they encounter real difficulties, they will immediately disappear without a trace. But Chu Feng is different. No matter how I humiliated him or tortured him, he was always gentle and considerate to me. Song Yusin used to hate Chu Feng just because his face really looked like a gigolo. But now, Song Yusin is gradually separating Chu Feng and the pretty boy. The pretty boy next to my mother has nothing good except his face. I want to call him dad all day long. Wishful thinking. But Chu Feng is different. He will take you to heart, know your taste, understand your preferences, even your private periods, and will try his best to make you happy. Song Yusin didn't know what ordinary employers and servants were like. But there is one thing Song Yusin understands: it is absolutely impossible for any other servant to care so much about their employer. Therefore, Chu Feng was definitely not just good to me because of money. After 2 years of getting along, he should slowly fall in love with me. Song Yusin had no doubt about this. After all, with her looks, if the ranking was allowed, the number of bootlickers in the school would definitely not be just 0 to 99, I'm afraid it would be thousands or even tens of thousands. It is not surprising at all that there is one more Chu Feng. But Chu Feng is the most special one. Chu Feng spent the entire afternoon under Song Yusin's scrutiny. After a day of worry and fear, Chu Feng finally ended his career as a dog licker. On Sunday morning, Chu Feng prepared breakfast for Song Yusin. After serving her the meal, it meant the end of the day's work. Song Yusin looked at the steaming breakfast on the table. She hadn't noticed it before, but today she felt it was particularly delicious. Chu Feng, you must have spent a lot of time practicing to make breakfast for me. Song Yusin knows that for a bootlicker, being able to cook for the goddess he loves is a kind of happiness in itself. When Chu Feng prepared breakfast for himself, his heart must have been as sweet as eating honey. Chu Feng was delighted when he saw the crystal shrimp dumplings and millet porridge on the table. From Monday to Friday, in order to lick the big star Shen Chenxi, Chu Feng would make loving breakfast for her every morning. That was when he honed his skills. Shen Chenxi's dog-licking job ended yesterday, which meant that he no longer had to get up an hour earlier from Monday to Friday to make breakfast for love. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt happy and the smile on his face became even brighter. Ms. Yusin, if you like it, eat more. When Song Yusin saw Chu Feng's sincere smile, she knew that he must have put a lot of effort into making the food taste delicious. So in order to reward him, Song Yusin ate an extra crystal shrimp dumpling. Breakfast did not present any surprises. This actually surprised Chu Feng a little. But now that working hours are over, Chu Feng just wants to escape from here as soon as possible. After changing out of his bunny boy costume, Chu Feng put on his own fitted clothes. When he left the villa, Song Yusin actually sent him to the door. This 10,000 yuan is your daily salary, and the other 20,000 yuan is a reward for your insistence on going to work despite being sick. Song Yusin looked at Chu Feng limping as he walked, and suddenly remembered that she had tortured Chu Feng for countless days and nights over the past 2 years, but he had never complained. She instantly felt a sense of guilt in her heart. In the past, she always saw Chu Feng as the pretty boy who seduced her mother, so she showed no mercy when torturing Chu Feng. And now when she separated Chu Feng and the pretty boy, suddenly she realized that Chu Feng was just a little boy who secretly liked her and should not be treated so badly by her. Chu Feng was very happy when he got the money. A salary of 10,000 yuan plus a bonus of 20,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan is enough to heal all the wounds in my heart. He tried hard not to laugh out loud. At the same time, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Miss Yusin. After getting the money, Chu Feng got in a taxi and left happily. It just so happened that the taxi driver was still Xie Darhai, who had advised him not to be a gigolo yesterday. Through the rearview mirror, Xie Darhai saw the fairy waving goodbye at the door of the villa. Looking at the thick stack of banknotes in Chu Feng's hand, he did not try to persuade him this time. Instead, his face was full of envy. My little brother, you have good teeth. You are really a freeloader. The fairy even waved goodbye to you. Chu Feng originally wanted to brag a little, but when he heard the driver's words, he turned around and saw Song Yusin, who refused to leave the door of the villa. This is a big move waiting for me. If I come again next week, I will definitely die a miserable death. At this moment, Chu Feng had only one thought in his mind. That is to save enough money as soon as possible and then leave Song Yusin, this middle school girl with a second-year syndrome. The taxi stopped in front of the municipal hospital. When Chu Feng got off the car, the driver Xie Darhai looked at Chu Feng with more emotion. He originally thought that Chu Feng was a gigolo, but after seeing Song Yusin's appearance, he thought it would be nice to be able to serve such a fairy. Now seeing Chu Feng coming to the hospital, I thought that Chu Feng might have encountered difficulties and had to do this job. Xie Darhai, who was full of sympathy, did not charge Chu Feng for the fare and just left. There are still many good people. Chu Feng was in a good mood as he saved dozens of dollars in transportation fare. He bought a bouquet of carnations and held his grandmother's hands when he came to the bedside. Grandma, we can finally go home. I haven't eaten the spicy soup you made for a long time. I dream about it. Han Meizhen stroked Chu Feng's head, her eyes full of kindness. Yes, I will make spicy soup for my grandson when I get home. Xiao Feng, you've suffered a lot in the past 3 years. In Chu Feng's memory, Grandma's figure never rested. She was always moving around in the yard, staggering with every step. When I was a child, my grandma taught me to be brave thousands of times. But she never said that accepting that she was old was the hardest thing. Chu Feng once naively thought that his grandma would stay with him forever. But she didn't notice that the snow of time was falling on her hair one by one. The year his grandma was hospitalized, 15-year-old Chu Feng hid in the hospital corridor and cried secretly. He didn't agree with grandma leaving like this. So I worked hard to make money. Now, grandma has finally recovered and he can eat the spicy soup she made again. Sister-in-law, you are so lucky to have a good child like Chu Feng. If my granddaughter wasn't so much older than Chu Feng, I would have wanted to marry my granddaughter to Chu Feng. Grandma Li, who was in the same ward, greeted Han Meizhen. She was genuinely happy that she was able to be discharged from the hospital. Han Meizhen's eyes were filled with heartache. This child is just too sensible. But it just so happens that he is about to take the college entrance examination. Once he enters college, everything will be fine. The sunshine in early April was warm and pleasant. Driver Xie Darhai, who was waiting for passengers at the hospital entrance, met Chu Feng and Han Meizhen, a grandparent and grandchild, again. The old man is frugal. After living in the hospital for 3 years, he has packed several large bags with various bottles and jars. Xie Darhai did not despise, but ran around to help. The taxi was on their way home. Chu Feng held his grandmother's wrinkled hand tightly and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. His nerves, which had been tense for 3 years, finally relaxed. Now, grandma is discharged from the hospital. The college entrance examination is coming soon. By June, when I have saved enough living expenses for 4 years of college and my grandma's nutrition expenses, I can end my career as a professional bootlicker. Be it those big stars, those with chuunibyou, or those yandere presidents. No need to look at their faces anymore. Your life will be free again. Chapter 6 Learning makes me happy. On Monday. When Chu Feng got up in the morning, there was a bowl of millet porridge, a pile of pickles and 2 large steamed buns on the dining table. Before I was 15, this was my daily routine. But from the age of 15 to 18, he never enjoyed this treatment again. Now, after 3 years, when he ate the breakfast prepared by his grandma again, Chu Feng felt that all the 30 trillion cells in his body were groaning with comfort. Finish breakfast. Chu Feng waved goodbye to his grandma. Grandma, I'm going to school. Han Meizhen, standing in front of the door, had a kind look in her eyes. Be careful on the road, don't force anything, and don't get too tired. The old man kept watching Chu Feng's figure disappearing around the corner of the street, and he felt that he couldn't see enough. A week ago, Chu Feng would get up on time at 5:30, and then spend 40 minutes preparing a loving breakfast for Shen Chenxi. In order to ensure that the breakfast is warm when it is delivered to Shen Chenxi, he must rush to the school gate before 6:40, and then wait for Shen Chenxi's special car to arrive and deliver it to her personally. This delivery lasted for 3 years, rain or shine. Since entering high school, Shen Chenxi was selected as a trainee and had to undergo strict training every day, with controlling diet being the top priority. This requires that breakfast must contain less salt and oil. But Shen Chenxi's appetite was very picky, and she didn't even look at breakfast like steamed buns and fried dough sticks. In order to please Shen Chenxi and get the life-saving money from his agent, Chu Feng began to practice cooking skills and forced himself to become a great chef. Crystal shrimp dumplings and century egg and lean meat porridge are easy to get. Chu Feng spent half a year conquering Shen Chenxi's stomach. Later, she would not eat breakfast made by anyone else except Chu Feng. Although Shen Chenxi is aloof, she is not the kind of person who just asks for things. Chu Feng can ask her to reimburse all his cooking expenses at the end of every month. In this way, Chu Feng only needs to cook breakfast for her, and the remaining ingredients for lunch and dinner will be provided. Just this alone really saved Chu Feng a lot of money in the past 3 years. In order to make more money, Chu Feng can be said to not waste a minute or a second. Last Friday, the real reason why Chu Feng revealed his experience in front of his best friends was to take down Zhao Xuanshuang. Chu Feng has been observing Zhao Xuanshuang for more than a day or two. Zhao Xuanshuang's appearance is comparable to Shen Chenxi, but her feat of breaking a boy's arm in the first year of high school ruined her chance of becoming a school beauty. However, she has always been unwilling to accept Shen Chenxi and has been holding a grudge in her heart. Chu Feng took advantage of Zhao Xuanshuang's desire to defeat Shen Chenxi and deliberately acted in front of her. It just so happened that Shen Chenxi's licking job from Monday to Friday was over, and Zhao Xuanxuan took the stage seamlessly. Yesterday was Sunday. I took a day off to pick up my grandma from a hospital. I wonder if President Liu could sleep tilde. From Monday to Friday, Chu Feng licked Shen Chenxi's ass, and as for Saturday, he played role-playing games with the middle school student Song Yusin. Even on Sundays, he would give massage to the beautiful CEO Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue is the president of a cosmetics company. At the age of 25 or 26, he single-handedly created the Renjian April Cosmetics Company with a market value of tens of billions. He is quite capable. Perhaps it is because of too much pressure that this beautiful president has extremely poor sleep quality. Every Sunday, Chu Feng would give her a massage tailored for her. Only at this time can she sleep comfortably. Among the many customers Chu Feng has served, Lu Siyue is the least troublesome. At least she won't torture herself like Song Yusin did. Thinking of the 20,000 yuan tip Song Yusin gave him yesterday, Chu Feng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. But her condition these days is really abnormal. Chu Feng suspected that she had bad intentions, and she would definitely try every means to torture herself next time she went there tilde. Is Song Yusin's chuunibyou getting worse? It's so scary to play the role of a female emperor tilde. Chu Feng thought of Song Yusin pinching his neck crazily and couldn't help but shudder. He shook his head and put his chuunibyou behind him. I arrived at the gate of experimental high school at 6:30 in the morning. This time he did not stop and wait as usual, but walked straight into the campus. Senior year class 14. This is the place that is my nightmare. In the past, in order to save Shen Chenxi, he made all kinds of funny confessions and licked her knees to attract everyone's attention. Gradually everyone's attention shifted from Shen Chenxi to Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng was given the reputation of being the king of dog lickers. As Chu Feng appeared, someone immediately shouted, "Brother Go is here." The next moment, the whole class burst into laughter. This is Chu Feng's real situation in school. Most people would have collapsed long ago. But Chu Feng remained calm. He came to his seat. The back row of the classroom is close to the window. This position is said to be a must-have for male protagonists in anime. You can see the scenery outside the window by turning your head. In order to take care of Shen Chenxi more conveniently, Shang Yuan Entertainment Company used some superpowers and persuaded the class teacher to let the two sit at the same table for 3 years. If it were normal times, Chu Feng would be following Shen Chenxi carefully, providing her with all kinds of thoughtful services anytime and anywhere. And today there is only Chu Feng himself. Shen Xuanlong, who was sitting in the front row, was the first to discover the problem. He was the study committee member and secretly had a crush on Shen Chenxi but didn't dare to confess. I didn't see Shen Chenxi, so I couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Where's the goddess?" Chu Feng took out his textbook and said, "How should I know?" Shen Xuanlong's eyes widened. In his impression, wherever Chu Feng appeared, there must be Shen Chenxi. During the 3 years of high school, Chu Feng would follow Shen Chenxi wherever she went. Can you imagine that even if Shen Chenxi goes to the toilet, he will wait at the door of the women's toilet? No, Chu Feng, have you changed your gender? The college entrance examination is coming soon, and studying is the most important thing. Chu Feng is really busy and basically has no time to rest from Monday to Sunday. While doing his job as a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng also has to take care of his studies, and his grades have always been among the top 50 in the grade. At this moment, Shen Xuanlong suddenly pointed out the window. Goddess tilde. Chu Feng glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. 6:45. Shen Chenxi, who had not eaten breakfast, was walking towards the teaching building. She is so dazzling that even if the crowd is surging, you can lock onto her figure at a glance. Chu Feng just glanced and then looked away. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Shen Xuanlong in the front row. If you like me, you can confess your feelings to me. The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and this is your last chance. Shen Xuanlong is a typical nerd, and all he cares about is studying. In class 14, Chu Feng and Shen Xuanlong competed with each other and took turns to be the first in the class. Likewise, besides his best friend Li Fei, Shen Xuanlong was the only one who called him by his name, instead of calling Chu Feng dog brother like other classmates. Therefore, Chu Feng still recognized this study committee member. Shen Xuanlong shook his dragon head like a rattle. I don't dare. A handsome guy like you who has good grades can only be a bootlicker. I'll turn you into ashes in a second. Besides, Shen Chenxi is already a big star, and is not at the same level as small people like us. If you ask me, Chu Feng, you really should give up. You're right. It's time to give up. Chu Feng nodded. R. Shen Shuanglong was immediately dumbfounded. No. Buddy, you've been here for 3 years. It was more painful to persuade you to give up than to kill you. Are you serious now? While Shen Shuanglong was stunned, Chu Feng had a smile in his eyes. He took out his textbook and said lightly while doing the questions. I've already told you that from now on, I'll focus on studying and stop licking. As a child from a poor family, Chu Feng understands that studying is the only way to change his destiny. So as long as I have free time, I will never waste it. Just when Chu Feng was practicing the questions seriously, suddenly, there was a sound of small leather shoes stepping on the ground at the door of the classroom. The originally noisy class immediately became silent. Shen Shuanglong in the front row poked Chu Feng's arm with a pen and said with great excitement. You didn't wait for the campus beauty of Shen University today, and your goddess seems to be angry. Chapter 7 I'll be responsible for the rest of your life. As a senior high school student with only 2 months left before the college entrance examination, it is not the right time to talk about human rights. Everyone wishes they could spend all 24 hours a day studying. Most of the students in the classroom were unkempt and had dull expressions, and there was no trace of the youthful vitality of 18 or 19 years old. Yet, even amidst this hardship and simplicity, some people still stand out. For example, Shen Chenxi. 3 years ago, Tianhua Entertainment was selecting trainees. The company traveled to dozens of colleges and universities throughout the Holy City, interviewed hundreds or even thousands of students, and finally chose Shen Chenxi from the vast crowd. In other words, Shen Chenxi should be the most beautiful girl in the entire Hsinchu High School. She is tall and well-proportioned, with beautiful features that are so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off her. Especially after 3 years of professional training, she possesses an intellectual and elegant temperament. The boys in class 14 have talked about her temperament countless times. No one knows how to describe it, but they just think she is very beautiful and fashionable. Of course, there are also beauties in class 14. In addition to the pretty flower Zhao Xuanshuan who has not arrived yet, several girls sitting in the back row of the classroom are also very outstanding. Unlike those ordinary students with disheveled and dirty hair, some of these girls are dressed cutely and charmingly, and some even wear heavy makeup. Generally speaking, these girls can still attract a lot of attention. But in front of Shen Chenxi, they are not even supporting roles. At the door of the classroom, Shen Chenxi was wearing an ordinary black vest. This style might look a bit old-fashioned if worn by other girls, but Shen Chenxi wore it in a youthful and beautiful way, even a little sexy. She has a natural sense of confidence that radiates from the inside out. It is hard to ignore her even if she stands aside without saying a word. Shen Chenxi, who was carrying a bag and sunglasses in her hands, did not look charming and graceful, but when she took a step, she naturally became the center of everyone's attention. 3 years. Chu Feng had been kneeling and licking Shen Chenxi for 3 years. From Monday to Friday, even if Shen Chenxi went to the toilet, she would wait at the door of the women's toilet. In the whole school, no one knows her better than Chu Feng. When the transaction with Tianhua Entertainment ended last Friday, the person in charge asked whether he had ever really been attracted to Shen Chenxi since he was with her every day. The person in charge has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and has seen all kinds of shit. The reason why she asked this was definitely not casually, but to remind herself that a transaction is a transaction and personal emotions should not be mixed in it. Naturally, as a professional bootlicker, taking money to do things is his professional code of conduct. Now that the deal is over, it means that from now on, I have to keep my distance from Shen Chenxi. Shen Chenxi, who was standing at the door of the classroom, walked gracefully towards the window. Chu Feng winked at Shen Shuanglong. Old Shen, don't you like Shen Chenxi? I'll give this seat to you, how about we switch seats? Shen Shuanglong's eyes instantly widened larger than copper bells. He couldn't believe that Chu Feng, the king of licking dogs, would take the initiative to stay away from the goddess one day. No, are you serious? Seeing Chu Feng start to pack up his books, Shen Shuanglong immediately admitted defeat. Chu Feng, brother Chu, no, godfather, I am wrong, isn't it okay? Godfather, I really don't dare. That's Shen Chenxi. If I were to sit next to her, I'd be turned into ashes in a matter of minutes. Besides, you are not unaware of the rumors in the class. I am not like you who cannot stand those vicious remarks. While Shen Shuanglong was talking, Shen Chenxi had already arrived beside him. She gently placed her bag on the desk and did not sit down in a hurry, but waited quietly. After a moment, she glanced at Chu Feng, who was unmoved, frowned slightly, then took out a tissue from her bag, carefully wiped the desk and bench, adjusted her skirt, and then sat down gracefully. Shen Shuanglong in the front row suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Chu Feng. In the past, Chu Feng did things like wiping the tables and benches himself. Not only did Chu Feng not go to school with Shen Chenxi today, he didn't even take the initiative to show his affection to her. It seems that my foster father is really planning to turn over a new leaf. Shen Shuanglong just felt that this world was too crazy. In the past, Chu Feng knelt and licked Shen Chenxi without any bottom line. Apart from anything else, even if he was just helping to wipe the benches and tables, Chu Feng would want to lick them with his tongue. Not to mention the class, no one in the whole school doesn't know that Chu Feng is the king of bootlickers. The most important thing is that Shen Chenxi didn't even look at him. So in the eyes of his classmates, Chu Feng is just a clown. Dog Brother's reputation is even more well known. Is this the king of licking dogs? He will stop licking just like that. Shen Shuanglong was sitting in the front row of Chu Feng, and he really wanted to turn around and see what happened to the two people behind him. But he didn't have the courage, so he could only prick up his ears and listen carefully to the movement behind him. The next second, a voice like the sound of nature rang in my ears. Chu Feng, I didn't see you this morning. Shen Shuanglong covered his mouth. He couldn't believe that Shen Chenxi actually said such a thing. The ice and snow goddess actually took the initiative to speak? Only Chu Feng knew that what Shen Chenxi meant was that he did not wait for her in the morning and she was still hungry. Others don't know, but Chu Feng knows it clearly. Shen Chenxi undergoes devilish training every Saturday and Sunday. Special control is required in diet. As usual, Chu Feng would prepare a hearty breakfast for her every Monday, only in this way could she replenish the energy she consumed in the past 2 days. But today Chu Feng didn't wait for her as usual, so Shen Chenxi's stomach was still rumbling. Only. From the moment Tianhua Entertainment announced the end of the transaction, there will be no more love breakfast. Chu Feng pretended not to understand. He concentrated on doing the questions and casually hummed. I came to the classroom first. No flattery. There is no licking. Even a little indifferent. Shen Shuanglong in the front row shuddered violently all over, and even his soul began to tremble. No, the Chu Feng in the past was like a shameless scoundrel who would flatter anyone whenever he got the chance. Today the sun really rose from the west. Shen Chenxi took the initiative to say hello, but Chu Feng was even too lazy to respond. At this moment, there are only 4 words left in Shen Shuanglong's mind. The opposite of Tiangang. At the same time, Shen Chenxi glanced gently at Chu Feng. When I saw his right leg still wrapped in bandages, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. Last week's Voice of China finals were broadcast live, and being late would definitely be a major broadcast accident. When the nanny car was stuck on the road, Shen Chenxi even thought that her star journey, which had not yet begun, would end prematurely. In the end, Chu Feng grabbed his hand and ran for his life. When Chu Feng carried her on his back, it was the first time in Shen Chenxi's life that she had such close contact with a boy. She could smell the strong hormonal scent emanating from Chu Feng. In the end, I arrived at the show on time. However, when Shen Chenxi turned around, she saw Chu Feng limping away. To be honest, he can be considered as his savior. Rarely, Shen Chenxi was not as aloof as usual, but took the initiative to ask. Is your leg serious? Although Shen Chenxi is indifferent, she is definitely not the kind of girl who only knows how to ask for things. Being grateful is her bottom line. For example, Chu Feng prepared loving breakfast for her every day, and she would pay all the expenses in one lump sum at the end of every month. Last week, Chu Feng tried his best to help him, and even injured his leg. Shen Chenxi always kept it in mind. She was worried about the training on both Saturday and Sunday. She originally wanted to thank Chu Feng in the morning, but who would have thought that the figure who always waited for her at the school gate in the past was not there for the first time in 3 years? Shen Chenxi was very worried whether Chu Feng's leg was seriously injured and whether it would affect his walking in the future. It was not until he saw Chu Feng sitting there quietly that he breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feng moved his ankle. In fact, he just had a sprained ankle and it's fine now. So he replied indifferently. No big deal. Shen Chenxi nodded, and a hint of agility flashed in his pure eyes. It's better to go to the hospital and take an X-ray to be at ease. Otherwise, if you have any sequelae, I will be responsible for the rest of your life. The pen in Chu Feng's hand paused for a moment. He turned his head and glanced at Shen Chenxi's enchanting face. For the first time, I said it seriously. Are you really going to be responsible for the rest of my life? Yeah. Shen Chen nodded expressionlessly. In any case, Chu Feng was injured because of me. If he really becomes lame in the future, I will definitely be responsible for the rest of his life. If your suitors heard this, they would rush over to break their legs. Chu Feng burst out laughing. Beside him, Shen Chenxi's eyes were cold. I mean what I say. Chapter 8. I touched Chu Feng's hand. Very strange. In the past, in order to please Shen Chenxi, Chu Feng knelt and licked her every day, with no bottom line and no dignity at all, and was even called the #1 licker in the universe. But Shen Chenxi at that time was like an iceberg. Even if I say 100 words to her, she may not respond to me even once. Although she only said a few short sentences today, it was equivalent to a week's normal communication. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's cooperation with Tianhua Entertainment has ended. Moreover, Shen Chenxi had just won the Voice of China Championship, and now was the time to wait for a good price, so there must be no scandals or negative news. At this time, if Chu Feng still licked his knees like before, and even followed Shen Chenxi to the toilet, it would be inappropriate. That's why he took the initiative to stay away. Shen Chenxi today is different from before. At least she talked a lot more than usual. But everything is meaningless now. The completion of the transaction means that from now on, he and Shen Chenxi will have nothing to do with each other anymore. Chu Feng picked up the pen again and said calmly. There's nothing wrong with my legs. You don't need to support me. Shen Chenxi is still the iceberg goddess. She said no more, but nodded slightly in agreement. The two fell silent. Chu Feng's face was full of emotion. 3 years ago, my grandma was hospitalized, and the sky-high hospital bills were overwhelming. Just when he was about to collapse, Tianhua Entertainment took the initiative to find him. A salary of 10,000 yuan a month is truly life-saving money. So facing Shen Chenxi, Chu Feng's kneeling and licking was not just because of money. At the same time, I also felt grateful that she saved my life and my grandmother's life. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng murmured as if talking to himself. Thank you for the past 3 years. Shen Chenxi turned her head, a hint of doubt flashing in her bright eyes. Unfortunately, Chu Feng did not give her an answer. Chu Feng, holding a test paper in his hand, was checking it on his own. This is last week's math test paper. The last question was a bit difficult, and Chu Feng took some effort to answer it. Unfortunately, 1 point was deducted for the simple question at the beginning due to carelessness, and Chu Feng felt a little regretful for the score of 149. Shen Shuanglong in the front row turned his head, then winked at Chu Feng and gave him a thumbs up. Godfather, you are this. At this moment, the originally chaotic class suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Shen Shuanglong even retracted his head immediately. Without looking up, Chu Feng knew that the real god of class 14 of grade 3 had arrived. I can hear your voices from my office. Are you satisfied with all the test papers? Class teacher Wang Jian arrived at the scene. His loud voice made everyone's scalp tingle. Behind his back, his classmates called him the bitch king. However, Chu Feng knew that in 2 months, after the college entrance examination, everyone would just miss him. That was when. No more cheap. Wang Jian came to the podium and swept his majestic eyes across the class. Everyone was shocked by his powerful pressure and lowered their heads. Last week's test papers have been handed out, right? Are you all satisfied with your performance? No one in the class got a perfect score. If I were you, you wouldn't even have the face to eat. Wang Jian teaches mathematics. Last week's math test was quite difficult, especially the last question, which only Chu Feng answered correctly. Facing his favorite student, Wang Jian, who had originally looked indifferent, suddenly smiled and said, "Take out all the test papers. While there is still time, Chu Feng, come up and explain the solution to the last question." Under the pressure from King Jian, no one in the class dared to raise their head. It was not until Chu Feng stood up that everyone looked at him. Chu Feng, holding the test paper, was about to go on stage. But he was sitting inside, and if he wanted to go out, he had to pass through Shen Chenxi, who was sitting at the same table. At this time, Shen Chenxi stood up and made way for Chu Feng. Taking advantage of this fair and open opportunity, everyone in the class looked towards Shen Chenxi. It's not just boys. As the champion of the Voice of China, Shen Chenxi is now somewhat famous. Especially in experimental high school, she is like a god. That enchanting face. Even girls couldn't help but look away. It is said that among Shen Chenxi's many suitors, 20% are girls. Chu Feng, holding the test paper in his hand, walked sideways from behind Shen Chenxi. Just a careless mistake, his right foot tripped on the bench. Chu Feng staggered and fell forward. There was a faint cry of surprise from the class. Even Chu Feng himself felt that he was going to fail miserably. The next moment, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his wrist. Chu Feng used the strength in the other person's hand to barely maintain parallelism. When I came to my senses, I realized that I was holding Shen Chenxi's wrist. There are 56 students in the class. At least 50 classmates like Shen Chenxi. It's just that most of them, like the nerd Shen Shuanglong, secretly hide their love in their hearts and dare not express it. However, there are also some who are brave enough to speak out. For example, the rich second-generation Wannabes. Wannabes' family runs a chain of supermarkets and has assets worth hundreds of millions. Good family conditions have made him a confident person. He had confessed his love to Shen Chenxi since his freshman year of high school, and by his senior year he had confessed his love to her more times than a pair of hands, but unfortunately he was rejected every time. And this time, he saw that the goddess he had a crush on was actually grabbed by the wrist by Chu Feng, the dog. He immediately slammed the table and stood up. Chu Feng, are you really that bold that you dare to touch Chen Chenxi in front of the class teacher? Chu Feng just accidentally tripped on his right leg. Although the swelling in my ankle has almost healed, it still hurts a bit from the sudden collision. He stood on tiptoe, frowned slightly, and let go of Shen Chenxi's wrist. The rich second-generation Wannabes couldn't stand Chu Feng's monopolization of Shen Chenxi, which prevented him from even having the chance to express his feelings alone. Now that we have seized the opportunity, we will naturally take advantage of the situation. Teacher Wang, Chu Feng has been pestering Chen Chenxi all the time. Chen Chenxi has rejected him many times, but Chu Feng has been pestering her all the time. This time everyone saw that Chu Feng deliberately took advantage of the female classmate. I think Chu Feng should be moved to the back row. Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi have been desk mates since the first year of high school. The other students in the class have changed their seats countless times, but Chu Feng has never changed his seat. The other boys were so envious that their back teeth were broken. When everyone in the class heard Wannabes' words at this time, joy flashed across their faces. Unfortunately, at this moment, before the head teacher could express his opinion, a cold voice instantly shattered everyone's fantasy. You can call Chenxi. Shen Chenxi lowered her head and looked at Chu Feng's right foot, which was standing on tiptoe. She knew clearly that Chu Feng was injured because of her. Just now, Chu Feng deliberately said that nothing was wrong in order not to make him worry. But now, Chu Feng almost fell down in pain just by standing up. Although he didn't say anything, Shen Chenxi still felt a little touched in his heart. Wannabes was broken by Shen Chenxi's words. Seeing that most people in the class were looking at him with mocking eyes, he immediately changed the subject. Chu Feng just took advantage of a female classmate, and we all saw it. Shen Chenxi withdrew her cold eyes from Chu Feng's right leg and glanced at Wannabes for the first time. There wasn't even a trace of emotion in her eyes, as if she was looking at a piece of wood or a stone. I took the initiative to hold his hand. Boom. The whole class fell into chaos in an instant. Everyone gathered together and whispered. Isn't Chu Feng a dog licker? Isn't that what the script says? The campus beauty of Shen University is going to be a top-tier celebrity. When did she start caring about her classmates so much? If I keep licking for 3 years, will I be able to find love? Forget it, someone has been licking Shen Chenxi since junior high school, and Shen Chenxi hasn't looked at him for 6 years. The rich second-generation Wannabes was stunned on the spot. He didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw Shen Chenxi's calm and indifferent eyes, he lowered his head subconsciously. Faced with the trash-like look from the most beautiful girl in experimental high school, not everyone has Chu Feng's courage and face to stare into her eyes for a full minute without losing face. At the same time, Shen Chenxi held Chu Feng's arm with one hand, her eyes clear. Chu Feng, let me help you get on the podium. At this moment, Wannabes collapsed in his seat. Chapter 9, the so-called youth. Let P equals x, y x1, y1, q equals x, y zar plus 2 126. Given a greater than 5, the equation x plus 1 equals 0. In order to answer the question, you must first understand the thinking of the questioner and what the other party wants to test. Chu Feng, who is 1.8 meters tall, stood on the podium and spoke eloquently. He held the test paper in his hand, but did not look at it the whole time. He explained the questions entirely based on his memory and understanding. As a professional bootlicker, if you just keep licking others' boots, no one will buy it. For example, around Shen Chenxi, there were countless people who confessed their love to her every day, but in the end, only Chu Feng could stay with her. This has to do with Chu Feng's shamelessness. Another important reason is that Chu Feng is the best choice in terms of height, figure, study and appearance. If it was an ugly man who followed Shen Chenxi around and licked her all day long, she would have found ways to make him disappear long ago. Therefore, the first step to becoming a bootlicker is to have perfect external conditions. Chu Feng looked focused at this moment. Below the stage, dozens of students all looked up at the podium. Of course, most people were not looking at Chu Feng, but at Shen Chenxi, who was standing next to Chu Feng. When Chu Feng went on stage just now, it was Shen Chenxi who supported him. Shen Chenxi felt that she would have to help Chu Feng back to his seat later and didn't he want to run back and forth, so she stood by the podium and waited. At this moment, the students in the audience suddenly had a strange feeling. Who is Shen Chenxi? The most beautiful girl in experimental high school. Or in other words, the most beautiful goddess in all the colleges and universities in the entire holy city. He was selected to become a trainee at the age of 15. She has practiced hard over the past 3 years and not only has an enchanting face and a perfect figure, but now she has become the champion of the Voice of China. Her future star journey is bright. It is no exaggeration to say that with Shen Chenxi's qualifications, there will definitely be a place for her in the future entertainment industry. Experimental High School is also Shen Chenxi's base camp. Almost everyone in the school, from students to teachers, is her die-hard fan. Faced with such a star student, countless people confessed their love to her, but in the end everyone returned disappointed. Chu Feng is not the only one who is a licker around Shen Chenxi. Among them are some rich second generations, school idols, and even some university seniors. Some of these people send flowers every day, some insist on expressing their love every day, and some even drive sports cars to block the way. But without exception, some of these dogs only persisted for a few weeks, and at most only a few months before giving up. The only one who persisted for 3 years was Chu Feng, the king of bootlickers, who was a little handsome, a little good at studying, but otherwise useless. But he is the number 1 bootlicker in the universe. He actually let Shen Chenxi escort him today. Shen Chenxi is known as the iceberg goddess. When facing someone you are not interested in, no matter how you flatter and express your feelings to her, she won't even look up at you. Even if you cling to her shamelessly, she will just look down on you as if you were trash. And now, Shen Chenxi not only spoke for Chu Feng, but even took the initiative to escort Chu Feng to the podium. I'm afraid no one can enjoy this treatment except Chu Feng. So, Chu Feng on the stage was explaining the topic seriously. A group of students in the audience had already started to gather together and whisper. You stupid licker, he actually succeeded in licking me. No, what does Chu Feng have? He is not as good as Wannabes. After all, Wannabes is also a rich second generation. Wannabes grinned, his eyes were melancholy, but he still muttered stubbornly. I think Shen Chenxi is just concerned about her classmates. After all, Chu Feng and Chenxi are desk mates, and Shen Chenxi is caring. She would care even if she saw cats and dogs injured. Just as Wannabes was deceiving himself, Chu Feng on the podium put down the chalk. The next moment, Shen Chenxi, who never said a word to anyone, took the initiative to step forward. She held Chu Feng's arm and said with concern in her eyes, "Be careful when you go down the stairs." Under the gaze of the whole class, the two returned to their seats. At this moment, the class teacher Wang Jian, who had been paying attention silently, finally spoke. Others continue reading. Shen Chenxi, come with me to the office. The figures of the iceberg goddess Shen Chenxi and the head teacher disappeared. The atmosphere in the whole class suddenly became strange. In the front row, Liu Mingfei turned around and spoke hesitantly. Godfather, I think I understand. Chu Feng had already taken out another test paper and was working on the questions, speaking perfunctorily. What do you know, kid? Liu Mingfei coughed lightly, and everyone in the front and back rows pricked up their ears. They were all very curious about what happened between Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi. How come a dog licks and turns into a wolf warrior? Godfather, you said before that you would not kneel and lick Shen Chenxi anymore. I thought you were hit and gave up. Now it seems that you should have taken down Shen Chenxi. The fact that Shen Chenxi helped you onto the stage just now is evidence. Tell me, Godfather, are you reborn? On the surface, you are still that 18-year-old boy, but in fact your soul came from the future, and then you used foresight to take down Shen Chenxi. Chu Feng, who was doing the test, put down his pen. He really didn't expect that Liu Mingfei, a nerd, actually liked reading novels as much as the poor student Li Fei. 3 years ago, Chu Feng was like Liu Mingfei, with a clear and foolish light flashing in his eyes. After 3 years of hard work, Chu Feng still looks like that harmless high school student. But he was already evil inside. He looked up at Liu Mingfei and asked with a smile. Do you know what youth is? Liu Mingfei was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused. So-called youth means that as long as you have talent in a certain area, whether it's excellent academic performance or being good at sports, or even just having a pretty face, you can give orders to ordinary people, just like asking others for help and they should be grateful to you. This is rotten youth. Chu Feng has gone through 3 years of hard work. He is known as the ultimate bootlicker in school. The middle school girl crushed him into the dirt with her feet, and he was laughed at and tortured. But he never felt inferior. Liu Mingfei was stunned by what he had fooled. It took him only a moment to react. Godfather, I'm not asking about your bullshit youth. I'm asking what happened between you and Shen Chenxi. Shen Chenxi is a big star now, and she will definitely be a top star in the future. Anyone who can marry her will definitely gain both money and fame. All the students around pricked up their ears. Chu Feng, however, focused his attention on the textbook again. Books contain beautiful women and golden houses. Study hard and you will have everything. In the past, from Monday to Friday, Chu Feng spent most of his energy on pleasing Shen Chenxi, and did not have much time to actually study. So he and Liu Mingfei took turns to be the first in the class, and were ranked around 50th in the grade. But now, Chu Feng doesn't need to kneel down and lick Shen Chenxi, he can put more energy into studying. So Chu Feng's goal has become to be in the top 10 in the grade. Just at this moment, I heard a crisp sound of footsteps. Chu Feng said without even raising his head. Shen Chenxi is here. Liu Mingfei was stunned for a moment, and he asked subconsciously. Godfather, how did you know that? Chu Feng. I have been kneeling and licking her for 3 years. Liu Mingfei. Chapter 10, The Showdown Between the Queen of Flowers and the School Beauty. It wasn't just Shen Chenxi who appeared in front of him. Zhao Xuanxuan, the domineering beauty who looked like a white swan, also followed. In the entire experimental high school, Zhao Xuanxuan is the only girl who is not affected by Shen Chenxi's powerful aura, and the only girl who can compete with her. Chu Feng, why didn't you wait for me at the school gate this morning? Where's my loving breakfast? An arrogant voice sounded. The students in the class who were reading with their heads down were immediately shocked. The only person who could make Chu Feng wait at the school gate to deliver a loving breakfast was Shen Chenxi. But Shen Chenxi is known as the iceberg goddess, and she would never say such words. Then who else? When everyone in the class was looking over here, Chu Feng didn't even raise his head, but just made a gesture of counting money. Zhao Xuanxuan choked. She is not Shen Chenxi, and there is no Qianhua Entertainment paying her behind her. In fact, Zhao Xuanxuan has saved 5,000 yuan in pocket money in the past few years. She originally planned to buy herself a new mobile phone after the college entrance examination, but now she has to take it out in advance. This was not enough. Chu Feng asked for 10,000 yuan, so Zhao Xuanxuan took advantage of the weekend to go to her grandfather's house again and coaxed him out of 2,000 yuan in pocket money. Together with the 2,000 yuan in New Year's money from her filial brother, Zhao Xuanxuan had already collected 9,000 yuan. Still 1,000 short. But Zhao Xuanxuan couldn't come up with this 1,000 yuan. If it was in private, Zhao Xuanxuan would definitely use some tricks to get Chu Feng to give her a 10% discount. Unfortunately, now, her mortal enemy Shen Chenxi was right in front of her, and she couldn't say a word to beg for mercy. But Zhao Xuanxuan is a queen of beauty after all, and she has never suffered any loss. With a pair of fox-like eyes turning slightly, Zhao Xuanxuan said charmingly. Chu Feng, I heard that you didn't tea Shen Chenxi a loving breakfast this morning. Are you going to stop licking me from now on? Last Friday, Chu Feng sent sour plum soup to Shen Chenxi, which was still vivid in her mind. It was only 2 days of rest, how could Chu Feng not lick his boots? The other people in the class had question marks in their minds. In the entire school, only his best friend Li Fei, Shen Shuanglong in the front row, and Zhao Shuangshuang in front of him knew that from today on, Chu Feng would no longer be Shen Chenxi's licking dog. Even Shen Chenxi, the person involved, didn't know about this matter. Zhao Shuangshuang raised her head like a general who had won a battle. Since their first year of high school, Zhao Shuangshuang has been suppressed by Shen Chenxi. Whether it was study, popularity, or even the licking dogs around him, Zhao Shuangshuang could not compare to Shen Chenxi. She felt like she had something stuck in her throat, but there was nothing she could do. Today, Zhao Shuangshuang is going to snatch Shen Chenxi's licking dog in front of everyone and turn the tables. Under Zhao Shuangshuang's expectant gaze. This time Chu Feng still didn't speak, but the iceberg goddess Shen Chenxi had already frowned and said, Chu Feng sprained his ankle last week because he carried me on his back to participate in the Voice of China. He didn't wait for me, classmate, please don't disturb us from studying. For a moment, Zhao Shuangshuang stood there in a daze. She had originally been confident of victory and was even ready to laugh at him harshly, but now she was stopped by Shen Chenxi's words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Shuangshuang knew that it was useless to say anything more. Her only hope was that Chu Feng would announce in public that he would no longer be Shen Chenxi's licker from now on. Unfortunately, Chu Feng still didn't speak. When Zhao Shuangshuang looked at Chu Feng, the man was still rubbing his hands and pretending to count money. You miser, wait. After uttering a harsh curse, Zhao Shuangshuang tried to remain proud and turned away. Har har, Xiaoyue, let me see how you can escape from my grasp. Chu Feng looked at Zhao Shuangshuang's back as she left angrily, and he knew that she had taken the bait, and all he had to do next was to slowly reel in the line. In front of me, if you have money, you are a queen, but if you don't have money, you are just a little sheep. Chu Feng only cares about money, not people. For Chu Feng, if you have money, you are the most distinguished guest and you can do whatever he asks you to do. If you don't have money, don't even mention you're a queen of flour. Even if you're a Tyrannosaurus Rex, you'll still be kicked. At this moment, Chu Feng felt an extremely hot gaze staring straight at him. When he looked up, Shen Shuanglong in the front row said excitedly and incoherently, Godfather, from now on you are my godfather. Awesome, it's really awesome. A domineering beauty like Zhao Shuangshuang has been controlled by you, my godfather. This is really the case. Shen Shuanglong, who gave a thumbs up, came to Chu Feng, and said with eagerness on his face, Godfather, teach the child. It was enough to make Shen Chenxi, the iceberg school beauty, personally support him and even take the initiative to explain. It can make the beautiful Zhao Shuangshuang bow her head. How many people in the whole school can do this? Chu Feng glanced at Liu Mingfei, whose eyes were shining in the front row, then patted him lightly on the shoulder and said lightly, Want to learn? Liu Mingfei nodded frantically. Chu Feng was filled with emotion. This kind of thing still requires talent after all. Liu Mingfei did not give up and his face was full of pleading. Godfather Tilder. Chu Feng couldn't bear it. If you want to be like me, the first thing is to learn to be shameless. Liu Mingfei. Shuangshuang, don't you know? Shen Chenxi has become the champion of the voice. She is already a big star. Why are you messing with her? Zhao Shuangshuang returned to the back row of the classroom and sat down. My deskmate and part-time best friend Yi Zhizhi came over immediately. Yi Zhizhi is one of the few girls in the class who wears heavy makeup. She has a good appearance, but she is suppressed by two big monsters, Shen Chenxi and Zhao Shuangshuang, in class 14, so she only puts on makeup every day. Humph, Shen Chenxi's good days are over. Zhao Shuangshuang glanced at the window and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yi Zhizhi understood that her best friend had always been dissatisfied with Shen Chenxi, and couldn't help but persuade her. Shuangshuang, I heard that Renjian April Cosmetics Company recently plans to find Shen Chenxi as its spokesperson. She is no longer the same as before. How can you deal with the team behind Shen Chenxi alone? Who said I was alone? Zhao Shuangshuang showed a smile like a little fox. Yi Zhizhi's eyes widened immediately, because she was too familiar with Zhao Shuangshuang's signature smile. Usually at this time, someone was bound to be in trouble. Sure enough, the next moment Zhao Xuanxuan said lightly. The reason why Shen Chenxi is where she is today is that Chu Feng has definitely paid a lot behind the scenes. Otherwise, the rumors spread by those people in the first grade of high school alone would be enough to make her unable to hold her head up. Then what? If I can make Chu Feng stop kneeling and licking Shen Chenxi, and let Chu Feng be my licking dog before the end of the college entrance examination, what expression do you think Shen Chenxi will have? It seemed as if a foxtail had grown behind Zhao Xuanxuan and was shaking. It's a pity that not only Yi Zhizhi didn't believe her words, but the classmates around her all shook their heads. How is that possible? Everyone in our school knows that Chu Feng is Shen Chenxi's #1 licker. Last week I saw Chu Feng giving Shen Chenxi sour plum soup. If you want Chu Feng to stop licking, you have to nail an iron plate on his knees. That's right, Chu Feng is the #1 bootlicker in the universe. Xuanxuan, I'm not trying to hit you. Although you are no worse than Shen Chenxi in terms of appearance, in Chu Feng's eyes, you are probably just a passerby. Chu Feng only has Shen Chenxi in his eyes, and he doesn't even look at other girls. It's true that Chu Feng is a die-hard licker, but the fact that he is single-minded is still worth commending. I see that no one around me believes in me. Zhao Xuanxuan was not discouraged, but the smile on her face became even brighter. Then you just wait and see. At the latest in 2 days, I will have Chu Feng personally deliver the loving breakfast to me. The people around shook their heads in disbelief. Zhao Xuanxuan did not make any excuses. 1,000 yuan. Still $1,000 short. As long as you collect 10,000, you can make Chu Feng your licking dog. By that time, Zhao Xuanxuan really wanted to know how wonderful the expression on Shen Chenxi's face would be. Chapter 11 I Like You. For the entire morning, Chu Feng had been listening to the growling sounds of Shen Chenxi's stomach. She trained hard on the weekend, originally waiting for the loving breakfast Chu Feng would send her in the morning to sustain her life. Shen Chenxi never doubted that Chu Feng would be gone. After all, she had gotten used to it over the past 3 years. But the reality is that Shen Chenxi went to class hungry for the first time in 3 years. Of course, as an iceberg goddess, Shen Chenxi couldn't possibly blame Chu Feng for such a thing. After all, Chu Feng's leg injury was caused by himself. Shen Xuanlong in the front row hesitated several times, but finally couldn't help but secretly handed Chu Feng a piece of chocolate. Godfather, please help me pass the chocolate to the goddess, please. Chu Feng had just vowed not to kneel and lick Shen Chenxi anymore, so how could he slap himself in the face so quickly? So he smiled and said, "You don't have your own hands." Shen Xuanlong immediately showed a dead mother expression. "I'm not as shameless as you, my godfather. If Shen Chenxi doesn't want it, she will be embarrassed to death." If Shen Xuanlong wasn't the adopted son he had just adopted, Chu Feng would have kicked him away long ago. Seeing the other person looking anxious, Chu Feng snatched the chocolate directly, then tore open the packaging with feces and urine all over the other person's face and stuffed it into his mouth. 3 years. Finally I got to taste chocolate again. Really delicious. Chu Feng had a smile on his face, which made Shen Chenxi, who was sitting at the same table, couldn't help but look at him more. Because Chu Feng had never laughed so happily before. I finally made it to noon. Chu Feng originally planned to go home to eat the spicy soup made by his grandma, but unfortunately, as soon as he walked out of the classroom, he was immediately entangled by Li Fei and Shen Xuanlong. Best friend Li Fei was surprised. "Brother Chu, I really admire you today. Last Friday you said you would not lick Shen Chenxi anymore, and I thought you couldn't do it. I didn't expect you really didn't send Shen Chenxi a loving breakfast today. When have I ever said anything that didn't count?" Chu Feng said lightly. At this time, Shen Xuanlong suddenly said, "Godfather, you are right not to kneel and lick Shen Chenxi anymore. People like Shen Chenxi can only have intersections with us when we are in school. In the future, he will definitely spread his wings and fly high. It is a waste of time to lick him for a long time. In my opinion, in addition to Shen Chenxi, Yi Zhizhi in our class is also good. During class today, I saw Yi Zhizhi kept looking at you." Chu Feng came back to his senses and felt a little strange. Yi Zhizhi. The girl who sits next to the domineering Zhao Xuanxuan. She wears heavy makeup all day long. Forget it. Chu Feng looked down on her, but Li Fei was the first to be unwilling. Yi Zhizhi is actually very beautiful, okay? She sits in the row in front of me. I've seen her without makeup, she's really pure. Besides, don't be so self-indulgent, old Chu. Yi Zhizhi is not looking at you, she is looking at your deskmate Shen Chenxi. The three of them joked with each other along their way and soon arrived at the food street near the school, where there were all kinds of snacks. We went straight to an air-conditioned hot and sour noodle shop. After ordering, Li Fei still couldn't stop thinking about it. Shen Chenxi is like the moon in the sky, high up in the sky, visible but untouchable. Although Zhao Xuangshuang is also a great beauty, she is too fierce and might kill you. In my opinion, Yi Zhizhi is the real white moonlight, charming and touching. The most important thing is that she is right beside us. Shen Shuanglong nodded. Although he liked Shen Chenxi in his heart, he also understood that the gap between the two was like a firefly and a bright moon, so he couldn't help but patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. Godfather, I think you can consider Yi Zhizhi. If you put half of your energy into pursuing Shen Chenxi into pursuing Yi Zhizhi, maybe it would have worked. Chu Feng really looked down on Yi Zhizhi, who wore heavy makeup all day long. He also didn't know why so many boys in the class had a crush on Yi Zhizhi. Was it purely because she knew how to put on makeup? So he shook his head and said, I told you, Yi Zhizhi is too ugly, I don't like her. Li Fei curled his lips, I don't believe you, you idiot. Li Fei has average grades, ordinary looks, and is a little chubby. He knows himself well and has never had any hope for the school or class beauties from the beginning. In his eyes, girls like Yi Zhizhi, who are little pretty but not too conspicuous, are the real goddesses. Since their first year of high school, Chu Feng has been kneeling and licking Shen Chenxi every day, but unfortunately people have always treated him as a clown. Li Fei's grades and looks are not as good as Chu Feng's. He thinks that if he can win Yi Zhizhi, then Chu Feng, the single guy, will definitely admit defeat. From now on, Chu Feng will call me Brother Fei. Just when Li Fei was imagining more and more beautiful things, a sudden voice in his ear brought him back to reality. Oh my god, why is the goddess here? Shen Shuanglong's face was dull, but his finger pointed at the door. Chu Feng, who was also awakened, raised his head, his expression slightly frozen. In the bustling food street, the crowds surged like a tide and the scent of fireworks filled the air. In this lively scene, a fairy came slowly. She was wearing a simple long dress with fluttering sleeves, like a blooming lotus, noble and charming. The girl exudes a unique fragrance, not the aroma of gourmet food, but a kind of intoxicating freshness and elegance. As the other person came closer, he could clearly see the girl's face as bright as the moon, her eyes like stars, her eyebrows and eyes with a bit of smartness and tenderness. Her black hair fell gently on her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, like a lively painting. The surrounding noise seemed to quiet down the moment she appeared, and everyone's eyes in the shop were involuntarily attracted to her. In just such a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped for Shen Chenxi, just to appreciate this dreamlike beauty. In front of her, the so-called Yi Zhizhi was not even worthy of being a maid who carried shoes. Just as more than a dozen customers in the hot and sour noodle shop were swallowing their saliva, Li Fei, who had just imagined taking Chu Feng as his younger brother, suddenly became panicked. What's going on? Why is the goddess coming to us? Chu Feng, didn't you stop kneeling and licking her? The girl who was just described as the moon by several people actually sat in front of them. She looked straight at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I haven't given you the breakfast money for last month yet. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows, I thought you forgot. There was a hint of resentment in Shen Chenxi's beautiful eyes. Is it because I didn't pay the bill in time that I didn't have breakfast this morning? It has nothing to do with that. So, will there be one tomorrow? Chu Feng immediately shook his head, I'm tired, and the college entrance examination is coming soon. I want to spend more time studying and try to get into a better university. Shen Chenxi thought about it seriously. She also knew that there was only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. It was reasonable for Chu Feng to spend more time on studying. She nodded slightly, then I'll wait for you. Others didn't know what this sentence meant, but Chu Feng understood that in the past 3 years, Shen Chenxi only ate the loving breakfast he made for her. Her appetite had long been cultivated by him to be picky, and she would not touch the breakfast made by others. Shen Chenxi meant to wait until her college entrance examination was over and continue to make love breakfast for her. But in the eyes of others, Shen Chenxi's words, I'll wait for you, made everyone think about it. Not only Li Fei and Shen Shuanglong, all the customers in the hot and sour noodle shop looked at Chu Feng. And everyone who looked at Chu Feng revealed disbelief in their eyes. Because in everyone's heart, I wait for you equals I like you. Chapter 12. You look very pretty when you smile. Chu Feng is 1.84 meters tall and has a handsome appearance. No matter how harshly you look at it, he is still a handsome guy. But if compared with Shen Chenxi, she can only be regarded as a fresh flower stuck in a pile of things. It's not that Chu Feng is not good looking, it's just that Shen Chenxi is too evil. Don't say things that can easily be misunderstood in the future. Chu Feng naturally helped Shen Chenxi wash the dishes and served her tea and water. He has been doing this for 3 years, and it has become muscle memory. It has become a completely conditioned reflex and he does it subconsciously. Shen Chenxi on the opposite side tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her star-like eyes. Chu Feng didn't say much, just gestured to the people around him. After seeing more than a dozen pairs of eyes in the entire store looking at herself and Chu Feng, with a look of deep disbelief in everyone's eyes, Shen Chenxi didn't care, but she didn't say much. At this moment, Shen Shuanglong on the opposite side suddenly stood up, his face flushed as he walked towards the counter and said, "I'll go urge the boss and add another serving of hot and sour noodles." Shen Shuanglong's behavior was a little strange. "The shop in front of me is not big. If you want to order, just shout. There is no need to go to the front desk." The reason why Shen Shuanglong ran to the counter was entirely because he was under too much pressure. Originally, Chu Feng and the other 2 boys were sitting at a table for 4, 2 sitting opposite each other. Chu Feng sat together with his best friend Li Fei. Shen Shuanglong sat alone opposite. And with Shen Chenxi's arrival, she naturally sat opposite Chu Mo. In this way, Shen Shuanglong sat in a row with Shen Chenxi. In class, they are just like desk mates. Although Shen Shuanglong had fantasized about this kind of scene countless times in his heart, as a otaku who would blush when talking to a girl, he suddenly felt his heart was about to jump out when he faced a demon like Shen Chenxi. That's why he took the opportunity of ordering food to escape. Li Fei didn't know what he was thinking. He also stood up and left. "Hey, ask the boss to give me another sausage." At this time, only Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi were left at the table. Shen Chenxi was silent for a moment, then sighed imperceptibly. "Chu Feng, tell me, apart from you, why do other boys hate me so much?" Chu Feng was stunned. He really didn't know why Shen Chenxi came to such a conclusion. How could that be? Everyone likes you so much that it's hard to believe. Really? Zhao Xuanxuan hates me. I can feel that the look in her eyes when she looks at me is full of disgust. Also, Shen Shuanglong hates me too. He doesn't even want to sit with me, and Li Fei is the same. Zhao Xuanxuan doesn't he hate you, she is jealous of you, Shen Shuanglong it's simply too stressful to sit with you, and as for Li Fei, he has someone he likes in his heart. Oh tilde, Shen Chenxi had no doubt about Chu Feng's words. She picked up the tea in front of her and was about to drink a sip of water to fill her stomach when Chu Feng suddenly stopped her. "Wait, it's hot tilde." Shen Chenxi naturally handed the cup in his hand to Chu Feng. Relying on muscle memory, Chu Feng naturally took the cup. He blew on it against his lips, then suddenly realized something and his movements stiffened slightly. In the past, as Shen Chenxi's ultimate licker, Chu Feng was really meticulous. He personally makes sure the tea is warm. Shen Chenxi was already used to it, and she didn't feel anything. But now, with Chu Feng's pores, coupled with the incredible looks around him, Shen Chenxi suddenly realized that the atmosphere between the two was really unusual. Even a little tilde ambiguous. Only true lovers would do this for each other. Couple? Thinking of this word, Shen Chenxi's heart, which had been calm and composed, suddenly jumped like a deer. She tilted her head slightly and said, "Chu Feng, why are you so nice to me?" "Nonsense, of course it's because Tianhua Entertainment pays me 10,000 yuan per month for my hard work." Of course, Chu Feng would not say that. He remained calm and said, "Because I like, well, because we are classmates, and classmates should love each other." Since he received the assignment from Tianhua Entertainment in his first year of high school, Chu Feng has confessed his love to Shen Chenxi more than 100 times. Chu Feng has also said, "I like you" hundreds of times. But at that time Chu Feng's confession was just a performance and he never meant it. It's like saying, "Good morning," it has absolutely no substantive meaning. And now, the deal is done. Chu Feng no longer had any reason to say, "I like you." Shen Chenxi's eyes widened. This was the only time in the past 3 years that Chu Feng didn't say he liked me. In the past, facing Chu Feng's various confessions, Shen Chenxi had always rejected them without any words. But now, Chu Feng no longer confessed his feelings, and Shen Chenxi suddenly felt empty in her heart. Shen Chenxi didn't understand what was wrong with her. It was as if something very important was disappearing deep in my heart. Is it love? How is that possible? For Shen Chenxi, she is a gifted girl from heaven. She receives countless love letters every day, and countless people confess their love to her every day. Shen Chenxi knew clearly that those people only cared about her good looks. If one day she was no longer good looking, those people would definitely be the first to abandon her. So love is poison to Shen Chenxi. She always kept her distance. As it is now, it's actually quite good that Chu Feng no longer confesses his feelings to me. How much was the breakfast money last month? I'll transfer it to you. Shen Chenxi doesn't like to owe favors to others. Chu Feng made loving breakfast for her every day. She would keep a record of all the expenses and settle them at the end of every month. Taking out his mobile phone, Shen Chenxi directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Chu Feng. Don't take so much, tilde. Although Chu Feng likes money, he also has principles. He made loving breakfast for Shen Chenxi, and the monthly expenditure was about 5,000 yuan. 20,000 transferred in all at once this time is indeed too much. Just when Chu Feng was about to return it, Shen Chenxi suddenly grabbed Chu Feng's hand and said very seriously, "You don't have to pay it back. Just consider it as a thank you for taking such good care of me over the past 3 years. Since you said so, I want to be polite." Chu Feng happily accepted the 20,000 yuan tip, and then said calmly, "Well, from now on, we are even and no one owes anyone anything." Chu Feng took a deep breath and completely ended his relationship with Shen Chenxi, which meant that he was one step closer to a free and easy life. Everything will be fine after the college entrance examination is over. Chu Feng talked to himself, imagining a bright future in his heart, and a bright smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the opposite side, Shen Chenxi looked at Chu Feng and smiled again. This was the second time today that she saw Chu Feng smile from the bottom of his heart. Although Chu Feng used to be around him all day long, he seemed to have something on his mind and his brows were always furrowed. And now, looking at Chu Feng's happy look, for some reason, Shen Chenxi suddenly felt that her mood became a lot more relaxed. So she said seriously, "Chu Feng, has anyone ever told you that you look good when you smile?" Li Fei and Shen Shuanglong each held 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles in their hands. They looked at the backs of Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi and suddenly stopped. Li Fei opened his mouth wide. "No, am I hallucinating? The iceberg goddess actually praised Chu Feng for his beautiful smile. My smile is also very bright, right? Why don't you praise me?" The top student Shen Shuanglong grinned. He showed what he thought was the brightest smile, and then walked towards the other side with confidence. Just tilde. Shen Chenxi didn't even lift his eyelids. The hit Shen Shuanglong looked at Chu Feng, and at this moment his heart was full of complexities. Why does it feel like Shen Chenxi has become Chu Feng's female liquor? Chapter 13, Rumors spreading across campus. Shen Shuanglong grinned for the whole afternoon, and the corners of his mouth were stiff, but Shen Chenxi never looked at him more. He finally understood one thing. That is, Shen Chenxi doesn't like boys who love to laugh. She just couldn't resist Chu Feng's smile. During the break, the rich second-generation Wannabes confessed to Shen Chenxi as usual. Everyone was already accustomed to this kind of thing and didn't take it seriously at first. If it follows the previous script, at this time, as Shen Chenxi's most loyal lackey, Chu Feng, known as the king of licking dogs, would definitely take the initiative to stand up to rescue Shen Chenxi and ruin Wannabes' confession. But what's strange is that this time, facing the confession of his love rival, Chu Feng, who is known as the #1 bootlicker in the universe, did not take any action. Before Wannabes had time to be happy, he was hit by Shen Chenxi's critical hit. As the champion of the Voice of China and a future superstar in the entertainment industry, Shen Chenxi, who had undergone 3 years of rigorous training, just glanced at him casually, and Wannabes felt that his soul was imprisoned. The confession he had practiced dozens of times in private was interrupted by a look from Shen Chenxi, and he finally fled in embarrassment, leaving behind a bouquet of flowers. Shen Chenxi handed the flowers on the table to Chu Feng casually. Her original intention was to ask Chu Feng to help her deal with them. But in the eyes of the whole class, everything has changed. Shen Chenxi actually took the initiative to send flowers to Chu Feng. No, Shen Chenxi helped Chu Feng in the morning, but now he is here again. You don't know, at noon I saw Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi eating hot and sour noodles together. The two of them sat together and laughed happily tilde. The rumors in the class quickly spread throughout the school. Who is Shen Chenxi? The star student of experimental high school. Not only students, but even many teachers are her fans. Originally, Shen Chenxi was very low-key, living a routine life every day, and everyone couldn't eat melons even if they wanted to. And now, a ready-made big melon is served in front of us. In just one afternoon, rumors about Shen Chenxi exploded throughout the entire experimental high school. Originally, the version circulated by Class 14 of Senior 3 was this: Shen Chenxi helped Chu Feng, who had sprained his foot, to go on stage to give a lecture, and she also gave the flowers that others had given her to Chu Feng. But in the ears of others, it turned into Shen Chenxi taking the initiative to hug Chu Feng's arm, and even selling flowers to him personally. Until the end, the version had become that Shen Chenxi took the initiative to pursue Chu Feng and knelt down in public to propose marriage. The rumors became more and more outrageous, but in the end, Chu Feng, the stubborn licker, finally got the girl. Cow, which second-rate writer spread the rumor. If I find out, I will definitely not let him go. As a participant in the whole incident, the rich second-generation Wannabes can be said to have the most say. Several younger brothers gathered around him to help him analyze the situation. Brother Guang, if you hadn't said that Chu Feng took advantage of Shen Chenxi this morning, given Shen Chenxi's aloofness, she probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to help Chu Feng onto the stage. The corner of Wannabes' mouth twitched. Another younger brother added fuel to the fire. Brother Guang, if you hadn't confessed to Shen Chenxi in the afternoon, Shen Chenxi wouldn't have given your flowers to Chu Feng. In the end, all the rumors in school were caused by me. Wannabes felt numb all over. The afternoon classes are over. Chu Feng had just finished the test paper in his hand. Life without being a bootlicker is really wonderful. When he was a licking dog before, Chu Feng had to always pay attention to Shen Chenxi's every move. For example, he had to try every possible way to dispel the rumors in school. He was overwhelmed every day and had little time to study. Now, no matter how chaotic the situation is outside, Chu Feng just needs to study with peace of mind, and his efficiency will naturally improve a lot. As a big star, Shen Chenxi has someone to pick her up. As soon as the school bell rang, she immediately packed her bag and left in a hurry. Chu Feng packed his textbooks slowly. Shen Shuanglong in the front row has turned his head and started gossiping mode. Godfather, you used to escort Shen Chenxi to and from school every day, and you never had such a leisurely time. Hearing this, Chu Feng was also moved. The hard times are over, and good times will come. After packing their school bags, Chu Feng and Shen Shuanglong left the classroom together. They had only taken a few steps when a figure in front of them blocked their way. Shen Shuanglong shrank his neck, and he whispered to Chu Feng, "Godfather, it seems that your hard days have just begun." As soon as the words fell, under the fierce gaze of the overlord flower, Shen Shuanglong immediately ran away. The evening breeze blew through Zhao Xuanxuan's hair, and the girl's long, shiny black hair fluttered in the wind. Zhao Xuanxuan, who looked like a fairy, attracted countless gazes from all around. Unfortunately, the name of the Queen of Flowers was too famous, and no one dared to approach her. Chu Feng stepped forward and said calmly, "Is the money ready?" A hint of stiffness immediately appeared on Zhao Xuanxuan's delicate face. "If I could collect enough money, would I still be standing here like an idiot? I will definitely carry you, a dead licker, out of the school gate." Seeing Chu Feng passing by him without even stopping, Zhao Xuanxuan's heart was beating wildly. She tried to calm herself down, then turned around and followed. "Chu Feng, why are you so obsessed with money? Is it because you don't have enough money that you can't even be classmates?" Chu Feng quickened his pace. He was tall and strong, and one of his steps was equivalent to 2 steps of Zhao Xuanxuan. Zhao Xuanxuan had no choice but to jog to barely keep up with him. Although she is called the Queen of Flower, Zhao Xuanxuan really has a devilish figure. Following her footsteps, the beautiful scenery between the mountains and forests rises and falls, which is really breathtaking. Chu Feng remained calm. "Have you saved enough money?" Zhao Xuanxuan tried hard to calm the anger in her heart. After a moment, she raised her lips to a brilliant smile, intending to completely conquer Chu Feng with her charm. Zhao Xuanxuan casually lifted a strand of hair on her forehead and said in a charming voice, "Chu Feng, who is prettier, me or Shen Chenxi?" Chu Feng raised his wrist and looked at the time. He was too lazy to even look at the other person. "Give me money, and you'll be a fairy." Zhao Xuanxuan frowned subconsciously. She was sure that Chu Feng didn't even look at her just now. She must be afraid of being deceived by her own beauty. So she adjusted her mood again and showed her most charming smile. Chu Feng, just look at me, just one look. Chu Feng didn't understand what was wrong with this woman. He turned his head and glanced at her quickly, then said in a calm tone. I've seen it, and then what? Then? Then shouldn't you fall in love with me completely? Zhao Xuanxuan stopped and looked at Chu Feng, who walked away without mercy. She felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. Not only that, Chu Feng did not slow down because of him, and did not even look back at him. He just completely disappeared from his sight. Zhao Xuanxuan, who was left there, clenched her fists, took out her cell phone, and called a young lady. Sister Chen, do you have $1,000? I want to buy a life. Chapter 14 Tears of Regret. Chu Feng walked out of the campus. The milk tea shop opposite is as busy as ever. Next to the milk tea shop, Renjian April Cosmetics Company is holding a summer promotion, and groups of young couples keep visiting. When Chu Feng arrived at the store door, the shop assistants greeted him one after another. This cosmetics company is the 10th branch opened by Lu Siyue. 3 years ago, Chu Feng worked here, handing out flyers while wearing a thick doll costume. At that time, Chu Feng was very short of money and worked extremely hard. The weather was hot, and Chu Feng was not one to be lazy, so he fainted from heat stroke. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital. Chu Feng was surprised that there was a mature and sexy beauty by his side. At that time, Chu Feng didn't know the other person's identity, he just felt very touched. He saw dark circles under the woman's eyes and thought that she was tired from taking care of him. Chu Feng was so moved that he gave up his bed to her. The woman was probably really too tired, and without thinking too much, she just lay down on the hospital bed and fell into a deep sleep. After returning, Chu Feng found out that the other party was President Lu Siyue, who came to inspect the branch. Because of the excessive work pressure, Lu Siyue often suffers from insomnia. The night she spent with Chu Feng in the hospital was the most sound sleep she had had in the past few years. Later, Lu Siyue transferred Chu Feng's job. He no longer had to wear a thick doll costume and hand out flyers on the street. Every Sunday, Chu Feng only needs to accompany Lu Siyue and let her sleep well. Chu Feng, why didn't you come yesterday? Mr. Lu didn't sleep well last night. The president's assistant Ling Yu came out of the cosmetics store. She casually pressed the car key, and a red Maserati on the opposite side of the road immediately responded. Chu Feng responded, something happened yesterday, so Mr. Lu and I asked for leave. Both of them got in the car. Chu Feng sat in the back row. He took out the hand cream and wiped his hands. He would use these hands to massage Lu Siyue later to ensure that she had a good sleep. In the driving seat, Ling Yu started the car, still expressing dissatisfaction. Boss Lu hasn't had a good rest for a week, and you stood him up again last night, Tilder. Lu Siyue's insomnia is getting worse. From Monday to Saturday, she worked day and night, and only on Sundays when Chu Feng was by her side could she take a short break. But Chu Feng took a leave yesterday to pick up his grandma from the hospital, so Lu Siyue couldn't rest last night. As the president's assistant, Ling Yu's biggest task is to share Lu Siyue's worries. She tried every way to help Lu Siyue sleep, and even learned Chu Feng's massage techniques to help Lu Siyue, but the effect was minimal. It's not that I didn't advise Lu Siyue to go to the hospital, but I prescribed a lot of different medicines, but with little effect. Looking at Chu Feng's white and tender hands through the rearview mirror, Ling Yu couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Why? Why can Mr. Lu fall asleep next to Chu Feng? Why is it that all my efforts to massage Mr. Lu are completely useless? Pretty boy. Ling Yu cursed inwardly, but there was nothing she could do because Chu Feng was the only one who could cure Lu Siyue's insomnia. Chu Feng, I heard that you and Shen Chenxi are classmates. Chu Feng nodded. Although the customer's information must be kept confidential, Shen Chenxi is a big star and her information has long been published on the internet. Shen Chenxi is in experimental high school, and Chu Feng is also in experimental high school. There was no way to hide their relationship. He added. Just an ordinary classmate. Ling Yue's pink lips slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Our Renjian April company has recently developed a new skin care product called Fairy Water, which can beautify the skin and resist skin aging. President Lu has high hopes for this product and plans to invite Shen Chenxi to be the spokesperson. However, Shen Chenxi has just become the champion of the voice of China and has become famous. Many companies have recently sought to sign contracts with her, and our company does not have any obvious advantages, so. Chu Feng looked up. From this position, he could see Ling Yu's fluffy short hair, which was slightly curled like black satin. He curled the corners of his mouth. What does it have to do with me? The green light at the intersection ahead was about to turn red. In the last few seconds, Ling Yu suddenly stepped on the accelerator and the Maserati passed at the last second. The car stabilized again. Ling Yu gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with Chu Feng. In the back row, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number directly. A young girl's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Feng said calmly. Chenxi, I heard that you haven't accepted any endorsements yet. Renjian April has a new product called Fairy Water, which is very good for girls' skin and is more in line with your image. It's nothing, I just said it casually. You should discuss the specifics with your agent good night. Ling Yu kept listening with her ears perked up. She looked at Chu Feng strangely. Why are you helping me? Chu Feng put his phone in his pocket and said lazily with his head tilted back. Aren't you worried about this? Ling Yu was stunned for a moment. She used to look down on Chu Feng, always feeling that Chu Feng had snatched away President Lu's attention from her. I feel that Chu Feng has bad intentions. I feel that Chu Feng, a grown man, is not doing his job properly by giving massages to others. Anyway, he always likes to go against Chu Feng no matter what. But now, Chu Feng took the initiative to call and help him solve the most difficult problem. If Shen Chenxi really chooses to cooperate with Renjian Cue, Ling Yu's contribution can be said to be the greatest, and there will be many benefits. She couldn't help but remind him. You don't know, Mr. Lu turned down a very important meeting yesterday just to get a good night's sleep. As a result, you didn't come. Mr. Lu seemed very unhappy. You'd better be careful when you go there today. The car drove smoothly on the busy street. Chu sighed softly. I didn't take leave on purpose yesterday. My grandma was discharged from the hospital yesterday and I went to pick her up. She had been in the hospital for 3 years. She was very frugal and didn't want to throw away any bottles and jars. I took a lot of effort to pack them all into several large bags before I could take them all home. Ling Yu in the front row was stunned for a moment. Chu Feng continued. My parents died when I was young, and my grandma brought me up. So no matter how hard it was, I wanted my grandma to live. You think I'm right to be greedy? I earn money in any way I can. In 38-degree weather, no one else was working, but I was the only one handing out flyers on the street in a thick doll costume. I ended up passing out from heat stroke. But the 100 yuan salary could keep my grandma in the hospital for half a day longer, so it was worth it. Ling Yu's hands holding the steering wheel trembled. The Maserati shook slightly, but soon returned to normal. Ling Yu's face turned slightly pale as she tightly gripped the steering wheel with both hands. So, the reason why Chu Feng did this job was because he was an orphan and had no father or mother since childhood. It was because his only relative was hospitalized, and the sky-high medical bills for 3 years were all borne by a teenage boy. What exactly did Chu Feng go through? Chapter 15 Peach blossoms in April, clear waters in May. Ling Yu thought of herself. Every time I mocked Chu Feng in the past 3 years, he must have felt so sad and upset. Thinking of this, Ling Yu was overwhelmed by guilt and regret. There was a mist in her eyes. The voice already had a strong nasal tone. I didn't know you were. I'm sorry Tilder, but don't worry, if Shen Chenxi cooperates with our company this time, I will give you all the credit. Chu Feng nodded slightly, his eyes hesitant. From childhood to adulthood, I have only had my grandma to accompany me. In fact, I really longed for family affection. I don't know why, but when I first saw you, I felt that you were very much like my sister. Although I don't have a sister, every time you joke with me, I always feel a warm feeling in my heart. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng is absolutely a master at controlling his emotions. He remained calm, but just a few words from him were enough to make Ling Yu in the front row completely unable to bear it. The Maserati suddenly stopped by the side of the road. Ling Yu's eyes were blurred by tears. She took out tissues and kept wiping it, but it just wouldn't get clean. In the past, I always targeted Chu Feng. Always making trouble for Chu Feng. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely complain to President Liu. But Chu Feng never blamed himself. He even regarded my provocations against him as a joke between siblings. How much Chu Feng longs for the warmth of his family. At this moment Ling Yu lay on the steering wheel and cried bitterly. She swore that she would compensate her brother from now on. 10 minutes later, Ling Yu, whose eyes were swollen from crying, finally recovered. She remembered that the president was still waiting for her, so she started the car again. 20 minutes later, the Maserati drove into a high-end residential area. After entering the underground garage, two people got out of the car. Take the elevator to the large flat. The 600 square meter luxurious space is filled with a warm atmosphere. When Chu Feng walked into the living room, Liu Xiyue was cooking in the kitchen. Today, the beautiful CEO is wearing a slim white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her slender collarbone, making her look capable and sexy. She wore a black hip-hugging miniskirt with a regular cut at the hem, showing her fashion taste. A thin red belt tied around her waist was like the finishing touch, perfectly outlining her slender waist. She was wearing a pair of black high heels with several sparkling rhinestones inlaid on the uppers. Liu Xiyue's face was fair and delicate, and her eyes were deep and bright. The only thing that ruined her beauty was that she had not had a good rest for a week and her dark circles were quite serious. Ling Yu was a little surprised. There were actually nannies and servants at home, so there was no need for the president Liu Xiyue to cook in person. Now that Liu Xiyue appeared in the kitchen, it was obvious how much she was looking forward to seeing Chu Feng. "Boss Liu, Mr. Chu is here." Liu Xiyue was processing the ingredients. She rinsed her hands and then smiled gently. "Xiao Feng, wait in the living room for a moment. Dinner will be served soon." A trace of throbbing flashed through Chu Feng's heart. Since Grandma was hospitalized, Chu Feng has served a total of 13 customers. From deskmate Shen Chenxi to middle school student Song Yusin, from female academic bully to female neighbor. While serving these people, Chu Feng had to constantly switch between various identities. He was regarded as a bootlicker by their whole school, was trampled under the feet of Song Yusin, the female academic bully often insulted his IQ, and the beautiful neighbor would also pick up a small whip. Only Liu Xiyue did not have the weird requests like other customers, nor did she make things difficult for Chu Feng. The only task is to coax her to sleep. The monthly salary of 30,000 yuan solved Chu Feng's worries. If it was an ordinary customer, Chu Feng would definitely not bother to ask more questions. However, when facing Liu Xiyue, he still took the initiative to help. "Let me do it, you go change your clothes." Liu Xiyue must have just got off work and entered the kitchen without even changing out of her high heels. Seeing Chu Feng's figure, she immediately waved her hand. "No, I can do it myself." As Liu Xiyue shook her head, the earrings on her ears swayed gently. The earrings had small star patterns and sparkled with charming light. Chu Feng did not leave obediently. Liu Xiyue just washed the dishes by herself. Looking at Chu Feng's white shirt, she was afraid that his clothes would be soiled by the oil stains in the kitchen, so she immediately waved her hand to refuse. One of them insisted on helping pick vegetables, while the other didn't want to help. As they pulled each other, water splashed in the pool. Chu Feng's white shirt was slightly wet. But he was lucky, Liu Xiyue's silk white shirt was almost completely wet. In an instant, the graceful figure was fully revealed. As the beautiful president of Renjian April Cosmetics Company. As a powerful woman worth billions, Liu Xiyue appears to be iron-blooded and strong in front of outsiders. But at this moment, when her clothes were wet, the thin silk stuck to her body completely. For the first time, Liu Xiyue's fair face revealed the demeanor of a little girl. A mature woman of 31 is at the age when she is as gentle as a pearl. The Liu Xiyue in front of us knows how to enjoy the tranquility that many 20-year-old women cannot have. She exudes delicacy and refinement. Lost in a corner of this world. Similarly, 31-year-old Liu Xiyue turns beauty into confidence. Turn age into tolerance. Condense time into tenderness. She is gentle, elegant and refined. Emitting a faint light. Chu Feng swallowed subconsciously and couldn't help looking up and down. If it was any other girl in front of him, Chu Feng estimated that he would inevitably get slapped. But Liu Xiyue is different. After years of baptism, she has shed her youthfulness and moved from being young to mature. She has become elegant and intellectual. Even though she was soaked, and even though Chu Feng's gaze was a little rude, Lu Siyue still did not show any panic expression. She simply rinsed her hands lightly, wiped them calmly, and then said this lightly. Now you have what you want. The kitchen is up to you. I will go change my clothes. Not until the other person's figure completely disappeared did Chu Feng come back to his senses from the ripples. It's really magnificent. Calming his mind, Chu Feng began to cook. After 3 years of training in the kitchen, Chu Feng's cooking skills have not reached the pinnacle, but they are at the level of a master chef. He washed the ingredients in the sink and then cut the vegetables with swift hands and feet. The superb knife skills immediately attracted Ling Yu's attention. Chu Feng, you used to cook often, right? Looking at Chu Feng's superb swordsmanship, if it were in the past, Ling Yu might have made a few sarcastic remarks. But now, she just felt heartache. Chu Feng didn't look back, but just said lightly. I'm used to it. Ling Yu's heart trembled. How much suffering do we have to endure to get used to it? At this moment Ling Yu felt even more guilty. Lu Siyue had already prepared the ingredients, and Chu Feng only had to cook them. So it didn't take long before dishes and a soup were served on the table. When Chu Feng walked out of the kitchen, Lu Siyue had just come out of the bathroom. Her white shirt got wet and her body was also stained with water, so she went to the bathroom to wash it. Lu Siyue, who had just come out of the bathroom, was wiping her wet long hair. When she saw Chu Feng's direct gaze, a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. At this moment, Lu Siyue's eyes were intoxicating. Just like the spring willows in March, the peach blossoms in April, the clear water in May, and the lotus pond in June. So beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. Chapter 16 The Heartbeat of the Beautiful CEO. Lu Siyue just came out of the bathroom. Her black hair was still stained with water. The clothes she was wearing were wet, so Lu Siyue changed into a light blue off-shoulder dress. She is tall and has a proud figure, and exudes maturity and elegance. Chu Feng has met many girls, and the more elegant Shen Chenxi is one of them. Shen Chenxi was named an elf girl. 3 years of hard training gave her a unique temperament that did not belong to her age. But if compared with Lu Siyue, Shen Chenxi seemed dull. As a self-made beauty CEO who is now worth billions, Lu Siyue has to manage hundreds of employees. Over a long period of time, she has gradually developed a noble temperament of a superior. It was a temperament in which every look and every movement was extremely elegant, and one was extremely confident whether standing or turning. And even beneath this elegance, Lu Siyue's clothes are extremely sexy. The short skirt she wore cleverly highlighted her waist and beautiful legs, and the one-shoulder design showed off her charming collarbone and shoulder line. The Lu Siyue in front of us can be said to be a fusion of nobility and sexiness, which really makes people fall in love with her at first sight. Gulp. This is the sound of Ling Yu swallowing her saliva. Lu Siyue's charm not only attracts boys, even her personal secretary Ling Yu is irresistible. Chu Feng woke up immediately. He brought for dishes and a soup prepared in the kitchen to the table. After everything was tidied, Lu Siyue just dried her hair. The three of them sat down. Chu Feng's craftsmanship is naturally impeccable. Even Lu Siyue, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, praised the dish highly. As a personal assistant, Ling Yu's task is to provide the most meticulous service to President Lu Siyue. At the dining table, she transformed herself into a maid, constantly picking up food for Lu Siyue. Place the peeled lobster in front of Lu Siyue. After a moment, as if she had thought of something, Ling Yu put another peeled lobster next to Chu Feng's mouth. This time, even Lu Siyue gave him a strange look. Chu Feng was not polite. He swallowed the lobster that was delivered to his mouth in one gulp. The beautiful girl feeds the food herself and it is really delicious. Chu Feng suddenly thought of the middle school girl Shen Chenxi. If it were her, she would definitely throw the lobster on the ground and let him eat it while lying on his stomach. Just thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help but shudder all over. As a bootlicker, doing things for money is his job. But deep down, he still hopes to be respected. After such a comparison, Chu Feng found that this side was indeed better. Being with Lu Siyue, Chu Feng felt relaxed as if he were back home. The meal was so delicious that my mouth was drooling. Naturally, the task of cleaning up was left to Ling Yu. Chu Feng went to the bathroom to wash his hands. He came to the living room and sat lazily on the sofa, not wanting to move anymore. At this moment, Lu Siyue took the initiative to come to Chu Feng. She said in a gentle voice, Ling Yu said your family member is in the hospital. Do you want me to help you contact a better hospital? Obviously, while Chu Feng was cooking in the kitchen, Ling Yu had already told Lu Siyue about her situation. Chu Feng felt warm in his heart and shook his head. It's okay, Grandma has been discharged from the hospital, the doctor said there's no big problem. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Siyue, who was sitting next to him, suddenly turned sideways. She rested her head on Chu Feng's thigh, with a relaxed look on her face. That's good. While speaking softly, Lu Siyue had already closed her eyes. Lu Siyue, who suffers from severe insomnia, has not had a good rest for more than a week. I have tried various massage therapy techniques and taken many medications before, but the results have not been good. It's strange that as long as Chu Feng is around, Lu Siyue can quickly fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Lu Siyue was no longer conscious, and she said in a daze, "My neck has been a little sore lately, can you help me press it down?" The sound became weaker and weaker, and finally it was just a light snoring sound. Chu Feng looked at the beautiful face so close to him, thinking that this must be the legendary knee pillow, and his heart began to beat slowly unconsciously. But he did not forget his duties. Breathing gently, Chu Feng then stretched out his hands, smoothed the hair on Lu Siyue's cheeks behind her ears, and then gently massaged her. Lu Siyue has very fair skin. It seems to emit a bright luster under the light. Especially at this moment, because she was lying on her thighs on her side, with the neckline of her one-shoulder-long dress open, the beautiful scenery of the layers of mountains was looming. Chu Feng just felt dry mouth. He tried hard to calm his mind, but he still felt hot inside. At this time, Ling Yu cleaned the entire kitchen spotlessly. She washed her hands and then took off her apron. As soon as I walked out of the kitchen, I saw the ambiguous scene in the living room. Subconsciously, Ling Yu wanted to speak up to stop him. Just a moment later, Ling Yu suddenly remembered something and stopped moving. As Lu Siyue's personal secretary. The reason why Ling Yu appeared here was that her biggest task was to monitor Chu Feng. After all, when Chu Feng was around, Lu Siyue usually fell into a deep sleep. If Chu Feng had any ill thoughts, Lu Siyue would be in great danger, so Ling Yu would stay by her side. At this time, Lu Siyue was lying on Chu Feng's legs. Her clothes were full of wrinkles. From Chu Feng's angle, he could definitely see some scenery that he shouldn't see. If it were normal times, Ling Yu would definitely go up to stop it. She would wake up Lu Siyue and ask her to go into the room to rest. At the very least, he would find a quilt to cover Lu Siyue to block the leaked scenery. Only now. Ling Yu suddenly remembered Chu Feng's life experience. Chu Feng has no father or mother and grew up with his grandmother. What he desires most is family affection. Even though I was against him all day long, Chu Feng still treated me like a sister. As for Mr. Lu Tilder, maybe in Chu Feng's heart, he would regard President Lu's care as motherly love. At this moment, Ling Yu suddenly saw Chu Feng stretching out his hands, constantly hovering over Lu Siyue. The hands moved gently, caressing almost all of Lu Siyue's body. Ling Yu's blood boiled and she subconsciously took a step forward, but suddenly she discovered that there was no fire of desire in Chu Feng's eyes. There was only a glimmer of warmth and happiness in Chu Feng's eyes. It's like the happy smile that I only show when I am with my mother. The enthusiasm in my heart was immediately extinguished. At this moment, Ling Yu fell into deep self-blame again. Lu Siyue slept very soundly that night. She had a dream, in which she seemed to return to her father's warm embrace. When I woke up, it was already 5 in the morning. Lu Siyue remembered that she should be in the living room, but she didn't know why she was in the bedroom now. It was Chu Feng who brought me here. She shook her head slightly. She was in such a deep sleep that she had no memory of anything. It would be nice if I could always sleep this soundly. Lu Siyue walked out of the bedroom, muttering to herself. She was just about to go to the bathroom to wash up when she suddenly noticed a figure swaying in the kitchen. When I got closer, I found that it was Chu Feng's tall figure. He's preparing breakfast for me tilder. Thinking of this, Lu Siyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly beat. Plop. Plop. At this moment, Lu Siyue stood there in a daze. Chapter 17 Where is my loving breakfast? Early in the morning, Chu Feng received a text message and a transfer. The text message was sent by the domineering Zhao Xuanshuan, ordering me to prepare a loving breakfast for her. Special notes, must be the same as Shen Chenxi. As for the transfer of 10,000 yuan, it is naturally the salary. Chu Feng, who was blinded by money, naturally accepted it without hesitation. As for breakfast, he didn't prepare any ingredients last night and could only use the ingredients from Lu Siyue's house. Originally, he planned to sneakily make breakfast and leave. Who knew that he would be caught red-handed by Lu Siyue, who got up early? With no other choice, Chu Feng could only make one more for Lu Siyue. As a result, she ate it all up. 6:30 in the morning. Chu Feng arrived at the gate of experimental high school on time. He held a thermos in his hand and waited quietly at the school gate, just like he had been doing for the past 3 years. There was a surge of people at the school gate. Originally, everyone was already familiar with Chu Feng's figure. Maybe it was because Chu Feng was not there yesterday, and his reappearance today made some people curious, so all kinds of discussions were heard. I said that Chu Feng would never give up so easily. Look, the dog-licking king is standing there again. As expected, he is the #1 bootlicker in the universe. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng has long been immune to such discussions. 3 years ago, when Grandma was lying in the hospital with no money to pay the bills and was about to stop taking her medication, Chu Feng knelt in front of the doctor and begged him. At that time, his face had already been ripped off. Facing all kinds of mocking and contentious looks from all around, Chu Feng remained calm. At this moment, Li Fei and Wang Guangzhu walked towards this side together. When Wang Guangzhu saw Chu Feng, he immediately laughed. 10 cups of milk tea, keep your word. Li Fei's face was covered in feces and urine, and in the end he could only nod with gritted teeth. Under Chu Feng's curious gaze, Wang Guangzhu held his head high like a general who had won a battle. At this time, Li Fei came in front of Chu Feng, looking very disappointed with him. Brother Go, you're killing me. We've already agreed not to lick you anymore, so why are you licking you again? Chu Feng didn't understand, he asked curiously. What's going on? It's all because of you. I just met Wang Guangzhu at the intersection. That guy insisted that you must be waiting for Shen Chenxi at the school gate today like before. I didn't believe it, so we made a bet. Whoever loses will buy the other 10 cups of milk tea tilder. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Then you win. Li Fei lowered his head and pointed at the thermos cup in Chu Feng's hand. The evidence is all here. I'm not as shameless as you. If I lose, I will definitely admit it. Chu Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Who said I was delivering breakfast to Shen Chenxi? Li Fei, isn't he it? Chu Feng sneered. Is there only one Shen Chenxi in our school? Before he finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce was already driving slowly towards them from the opposite side. Chu Feng raised his wrist and looked at the time. 6:35. Shen Chenxi arrived 5 minutes earlier than usual. Many people around have already voluntarily given up their seats. There were also many people who stopped to watch. Li Fei had already held his breath, he said through clenched teeth. Brother Chu, I'm trusting you for the last time tilder. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the school gate. The driver got out of the car and quickly opened the back door. The next moment, a young and beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Today, Shen Chenxi wore a simple white dress, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind, like a blooming lily. A light blue ribbon tied around the waist adds a touch of freshness and elegance. At this time, the morning sun shines through the mottled leaves, casting golden spots of light at the entrance of the campus. Shen Chenxi walked towards this side with light and cheerful steps, like a dancing fairy. The rich second-generation Wang Guangzhu held a bunch of roses in his hand. He first stood in front of Shen Chenxi, and said affectionately at the same time. Chenxi, I hope you will always be as dazzling as a rose. Facing Wang Guangzhu's confession, a trace of disgust flashed across Shen Chenxi's cold face. She was too lazy to even say a word, and simply brushed past him and walked straight towards Chu Feng. There was a whisper all around immediately. Doglicker #2 is still as miserable as ever. If you ask me, that rich second generation is not as good as Chu Feng. At least the loving breakfast Chu Feng sends every day can fill my stomach. What's the use of roses? It seems that the dog-licking king won today. When facing Chu Feng, Wang Guangzhu's face was full of pride. He was confident that he could trample Chu Feng under his feet. But the reality is that Shen Chenxi's cold eyes shattered all his pride. At this moment, Wang Guangzhu turned around stiffly. He saw the #1 goddess of experimental high school, the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the school, standing gently in front of Chu Feng. Different from her indifference towards herself, in front of Chu Feng, the iceberg goddess Shen Chenxi actually showed a faint smile. Chu Feng, didn't you say you wanted to study hard and not make a loving breakfast anymore? There was a hint of doubt in Shen Chenxi's cold voice. However, there was a hint of happiness in her pure eyes. Chu Feng looked calm. Beside him, Li Fei sighed heavily. He knew that his best friend might fall again today. Li Fei asked himself, facing a demon girl like Shen Chenxi, let alone Chu Feng, the ultimate licker, even he himself would not be able to refuse. Just when Li Fei closed his eyes and admitted defeat, he suddenly heard a crisp sound of footsteps. Looking up, I saw a beautiful girl walking towards me from the opposite side of the road, holding a few books in her hands. The face of the Queen of Flowers Zhao Xuanxuan was filled with a sweet smile. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, delicate and moving. At the school gate, many people stopped because of Shen Chenxi's appearance. At this time, with the arrival of Zhao Xuanxuan, many people also swallowed their saliva subconsciously. The golden morning sun shone on the girl. Zhao Xuanxuan's long black hair was like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a fresh fragrance. Many boys can't help but feel a little regretful. If Zhao Xuanxuan wasn't so violent, based on her looks alone, she actually had the potential to be the school belle. At this moment, Wang Guangzhu's mind suddenly became active. Since Shen Chenxi couldn't catch up, why should he hang himself on a tree? He adjusted his mood, then straightened his collar and took the initiative to approach Zhao Xuanxuan and spoke. Xuanxuan, actually I feel towards you, hey. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Guangzhu was pushed by Zhao Xuanxuan and fell to the ground in a mess. Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road. She is indeed worthy of being called the Queen of Flowers. Although she is very beautiful, it is better to stay away from her. Just as many boys around shrank their necks. Zhao Xuanxuan also came to Chu Feng. She ignored Shen Chenxi beside her and looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, where is my love breakfast? Bang tilde. Wang Guangzhu, who had just stood up, fell down again. Chapter 18 The Shura Field of Two Goddesses. Chu Feng, is this the loving breakfast you made for me? It looks delicious. Zhao Xuanxuan wore a white shirt with a blue skirt, looking fresh and refined. Her enchanting face was brimming with youth and vitality, especially her bright eyes, which sparkled with confidence like stars. As soon as she finished speaking, there was an incredible cry of surprise all around. His best friend Li Fei took a step back, subconsciously staying away from the Shura-like conflict. At this moment, Li Fei's brain short-circuited. What's going on? Chu Feng, known as the king of bootlickers, was guarding the school gate with a thermos cup in his hand as usual. The loving breakfast he prepared was not for Shen Chenxi? Could it be that? Just as low-pitched discussions were heard all around. Shen Chenxi, however, reached out and took the thermos cup from Chu Feng. After opening it, a smile slowly appeared on her cold face. It's my favorite crystal porridge and shrimp dumplings. As soon as Shen Chenxi finished speaking, Zhao Xuanxuan snatched the thermos cup from her hand. She looked at the icy school beauty with a provocative look on her face, breathing out through her nostrils. What's yours? This is the loving breakfast Chu Feng prepared for me. There were immediate exclamations from all around. At this moment, Zhao Xuanxuan raised her head like a proud penguin, her face full of pride. 3 years. Throughout the 3 years of high school, no matter what happened, no matter how hard Zhao Xuanxuan tried to prove herself, she was always suppressed by Shen Chenxi's brilliance. As a trainee selected by Tianhua Entertainment, Shen Chenxi has become a star student since her freshman year of high school, and her every move has attracted the attention of teachers and students throughout the school. You have to know that when Shen Chenxi was not around, Zhao Xuanxuan had always been the focus of everyone from kindergarten to junior high school. Only after entering high school, Zhao Xuanxuan seemed to have suddenly turned from a white swan into an ugly duckling, and Shen Chenxi took away all the attention and glory that originally belonged to her. This was the first time that Zhao Xuanxuan faced Shen Chenxi without being at a disadvantage. She felt that the sky was so blue. Even the air is filled with a sweet scent. Unfortunately, Zhao Xuanxuan's superiority did not last long and was interrupted again. At this time, Shen Chenxi had no expression on his face, and said it lightly as if he was giving alms to a beggar. I've already had breakfast. Since you're so hungry, I'll give it to you. After their words fell, Shen Chenxi turned directly towards the school gate. Zhao Xuanxuan, who was holding a thermos cup in her hand, hadn't reacted yet, but she found that everyone's eyes were once again focused on Shen Chenxi. What's going on? This breakfast was originally prepared by Chu Feng for me. Why do you have to give it to me? Zhao Xuanxuan finally found an opportunity to suppress Shen Chenxi, but it was easily resolved by the other party. When she was sulking, the rich second-generation Wannabes adjusted his mood and came forward to confess his love again. Xuanxuan, don't you like roses? How about this? I will go to a star hotel every morning to buy you a loving breakfast, and I guarantee it will be better than Shen Chenxi's. Eat, 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 eat your big-headed ghost Tilder. The Amazon once again showed her tough side. She threw the thermos in her hand directly into Wannabes' arms, then strode away without looking back. Brother Chu, who exactly did you prepare this loving breakfast for? Li Fei, who witnessed everything, was full of excitement. He stepped forward and hugged Chu Feng's shoulders, the fat on his face trembling constantly. Chu Feng ignored his best friend. He casually pointed at the thermos cup in Wannabes' arms and said lightly, "It doesn't matter who I prepared it for. Anyway, I'm giving it to you now." Hearing this, Li Fei immediately snatched the thermos from Wannabes' arms without saying a word. After opening it, just reach out and pick up a shrimp dumpling and put it in your mouth to taste. It smells good, it really smells good, worthy of being the loving breakfast that two school beauties are fighting over. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's lips, and he nodded at Wannabes opposite him. I remember you two made a bet. The loser had to buy 10 cups of milk tea. Monitor, you won't deny it given your status, right? Being reminded by Chu Feng, Li Fei immediately remembered something and said with a sly look. Who is the squad leader? He has to go to a star-rated hotel for breakfast every day. How could he possibly rely on us for a few cups of milk tea? Don't you think so, squad leader? Everyone watching the show turned their eyes to Wannabes. As Shen Chenxi's number 2 licker, today he took the initiative to kneel and lick Zhao Xuang in front of Shen Chenxi, but was humiliated by the overlord flower. I believe that after today, there will be several versions of the story circulating in the school about how Wannabes failed to express his love and was rejected in turn by two school beauties. A storm is over. When Chu Feng returned to the classroom, he found that everyone in the class looked at him with strange eyes. Apparently, the news of the two beauties competing for the loving breakfast at the school gate had spread. Godfather, please tell me what happened. Chu Feng had just sat down when the gossip fire was already burning in the eyes of Shen Xuanlong in the front row. Shen Xuanlong is a good student with excellent character and academic performance. He is the first one to arrive in the classroom to read every day, so he missed the big show at the school gate. Why did I hear that the two school beauties, Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan, fought over you? No, you just said yesterday that you would not at Shen Chenxi. Why are the two school beauties kneeling down to lick you today? Godfather, please teach the child quickly. Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at his empty deskmate, wondering. Where is Shen Chenxi? The goddess was called by the class teacher as soon as she entered the classroom. It seemed that the school leaders wanted to talk to her. Shen Xuanlong's curiosity was completely aroused, and he pleaded with a face. Godfather, I just heard someone in the corridor say that the tyrant flower beat up Shen Chenxi for you. And they also said that from now on you belong to Zhao Xuanxuan. Chu Feng widened his eyes. No, are the rumors so outrageous? What's the big deal? I heard someone say that Wannabes wanted to duel with you for two school beauties, but the domineering beauties was so eager to protect their husband that she kicked Wannabes more than 10 meters away. Chu Feng was no longer in the mood to argue. Let it be. Let it be. As a professional bootlicker, as long as you have money, all rumors are just passing clouds. Not worth mentioning. Godfather, I noticed that you have become a different person since you left Shen Chenxi yesterday. Two goddesses are chasing after you. Godfather, please start the class when you have time. I will kneel down and listen. Chu Feng was very happy to accept this adopted son, and said with a look of satisfaction on his face. You can attend the class if you want, but you have to pay the tuition fee first. Before Liu Mingfei could speak, a boy in the front row couldn't stand it anymore. Some people, they really say he's fat and he's out of breath. This boy was Wannabes' younger brother. Naturally, he was not convinced when he heard that his boss was being fooled. But the boy chose to shut up before he could finish his words because he saw the female beauty walking towards him. In Liu Fei's shocked eyes. Zhao Xuanxuan stood in front of Chu Feng and said seriously. Chu Feng, starting tomorrow, I want you to deliver the loving breakfast to my seat. At the classroom door, the dejected Wannabes just stepped into the classroom and immediately took in the scene in front of him. He just felt dizzy. His foot slipped and he fell to the ground instantly. Chapter 19. I'm going to your house for tutoring. The clown-like Wannabes did not attract anyone's attention. Because at this moment, everyone in the class's eyes were focused on the window. Not only the classmates felt strange, even Chu Feng himself found it a little unbelievable. 2 days ago, Chu Feng was still Shen Chenxi's full-time licker. His daily task is to kneel down and lick Shen Chenxi to ensure Shen Chenxi's absolute safety during his time at school. And now, with the end of the cooperation with Tianhua Entertainment, he just stopped licking Shen Chenxi, and his life in school has completely changed. Shen Chenxi, who had always been silent to him in the past, smiled at him for the first time and even began to care about him. Even Zhao Xuanxuan became his new object of licking. The most important thing is that in the eyes of all the students in the school, Chu Feng was just a bootlicker who was despised by everyone and was called dog brother by everyone. But now, with the approach of Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan, Chu Feng went from being the king of licking dogs in everyone's eyes to a winner in life with women hugging him left and right. The contrast was so shocking that no one could react. At this moment, the whole class stared with wide eyes. Zhao Xuanxuan sat next to Chu Feng without any concern. You know, this is Shen Chenxi's location. As the #1 school beauty in experimental high school, who doesn't know Shen Chenxi's reputation? The iceberg goddess can make anyone retreat with just one look. This was the first time that Shen Chenxi's seat was occupied by someone. Before everyone recovered from their shock, they saw Zhao Xuanxuan taking the initiative to move closer to Chu Feng. The two of them whispered to each other, as if they were sharing some little secret, and they were extremely intimate. It's a done deal. This is really confirmed. Zhao Xuanxuan, the second most beautiful girl in experimental high school, is actually pursuing Chu Feng. If I had known earlier, I would have sent Zhao Xuanxuan a loving breakfast every day. Squad leader Wannabes sighed to the sky. At this moment, looking at Zhao Xuanxuan sitting next to him, Chu Feng was a little dazed. The girl was wearing a long blue skirt, the hem of which gently fell on the edge of the chair, like a blooming lily. To be honest, Zhao Xuanxuan was actually very beautiful. There was a spirit flowing in her pure eyes, her red lips were rosy and plump, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. At this moment, the morning sun was shining through the window onto her head, and the whole girl seemed to have blended into the morning sun, like a dream. Of course, others were looking at Zhao Xuanxuan's stunning appearance, but what Chu Feng cared about were the Cartier earrings that Zhao Xuanxuan was wearing. Chu Feng had seen this earring on the ears of the middle school girl Song Yusin, and it seemed to cost tens of thousands of yuan. The fact that Zhao Xuanxuan wears such expensive earrings shows that she comes from a well-off family. I only charge her 10,000 yuan a month. Isn't he that too cheap? Looking at Chu Feng's dazed eyes, Zhao Xuanxuan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She knew that her profile was her best feature, so she tilted her face slightly. One side of her cheek was glowing in the sunlight, a faint, warm glow. Many people around were swallowing subconsciously. After a moment, Zhao Xuanxuan finally remembered the important matter, and she said with a smile on her face. Chu Feng, I order you, starting from tomorrow, you have to deliver the loving breakfast to my seat, so that the stinky girl Shen Chenxi can't say it's for her. Chu Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Shen Chenxi's earrings. Earrings worth tens of thousands of dollars should be worth a lot of money if they are sold at a recycling store. He wiped his saliva and nodded without hesitation. No problem, but it will cost extra. What? Zhao Xuanxuan slammed the table and stood up, but soon she noticed the surprised looks from all around her, so she suppressed her anger and spoke in a low voice. Didn't I just transfer 10,000 yuan to you this morning? Chu Feng stared at her Cartier earrings. That 10,000 yuan is my salary as a bootlicker. You can ask me to confess my love to you every day, or to be your shield. If you are unhappy, I will make you happy. Anyway, you can order me to do a lot of things. But the breakfast for love, not counting my hard work of getting up an hour earlier every day, the ingredients alone cost 200 yuan. You mean Shen Chenxi will pay you extra breakfast money every day? Zhao Xuanxuan covered her mouth. Chu Feng nodded. Shen Chenxi will pay me 5,000 yuan for breakfast at the end of every month. Otherwise, how could Chu Feng stand at the school gate like a fool waiting for her every day? Zhao Xuanshuan, who knew everything, was angry. She tried her best to collect 10,000 yuan, and she wanted Chu Feng to send her a loving breakfast every day, so that she could get back at Shen Chenxi. Now that 10,000 yuan has been paid, I told her that she wanted a loving breakfast and she has to pay for it separately. Just when Zhao Xuanshuan was silent, an extremely cold voice suddenly came to her ears. Classmate, this is my seat. Zhao Xuanshuan looked up and saw Shen Chenxi's cold eyes at a glance. In fact, Shen Chenxi has misophobia. Every time before she sits down, she wipes the tables, chairs and benches with a tissue. Even though Zhao Xuanshuan is a girl, Shen Chenxi still hates others sitting in her seat. All eyes in the class turned towards this side. Just now at the school gate, many people in the class did not see the fight between the two goddesses with their own eyes, most of them just heard it from others. And now, they were watching the two school beauties fighting with their eyes wide open. Zhao Xuanshuan, who always bows her head in front of Shen Chenxi, really wants to regain her face. But the problem is that this is indeed Shen Chenxi's seat. Zhao Xuanshuan was not in the right, and Shen Chenxi's cold eyes really made people feel uneasy, so she could only snort coldly and move aside. Shen Chenxi did not sit down immediately. She took out a tissue and wiped the seat very carefully. This action seemed as if she disliked Zhao Xuanshuan very much. If it were usual, Zhao Xuanshuan, who was at a disadvantage, would definitely leave in disgrace. But today, her pair of bright eyes suddenly turned to Chu Feng beside her, and a fox-like smile appeared in her eyes. The next moment, Zhao Xuanshuan spoke directly to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, the college entrance examination is coming soon. You have such good grades, how about helping me with my lessons in the evening? Upon hearing this, there was a sound of people sucking in their breath in the classroom. At this moment, a picture appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. A talented man and a beautiful woman tilde. Lonely man and widow. Dark lights tilde. If it was 2 days ago, as Shen Chenxi's loyal licker, Chu Feng would definitely reject any other girl's favor without a word. But now, Chu Feng hesitated for only a second, and then he nodded and agreed very readily. Okay, let's go to the library tilde. No, I want to go to your house and ask you to help me with my studies tilde, Zhao Xuanshuan said as soon as she finished speaking. Shen Chenxi suddenly threw the textbook on the desk to the ground. Everyone in the class held their breath. No one dared to make the slightest sound. Chapter 20. Do you have hot water at home? The books on the desk fell to the ground. Shen Chenxi glanced at Chu Feng with an expressionless face. If he had faced this kind of scene 2 days ago, Chu Feng would definitely step forward to pick up the book immediately, and would even care whether he had touched it. At this time, Chu Feng was sitting there quietly, with no intention of taking the initiative to help. Shen Chenxi suddenly remembered that in the hot and sour noodle shop yesterday, Chu Feng said that from now on, neither of them owed anyone anything, but Shen Chenxi didn't feel much at that time. Now, she finally fully understood the meaning of that sentence. With no one to help, Shen Chenxi lowered his head and picked up the textbook on the ground himself. At the same time, Zhao Xuanshuan on the side finally showed a hearty smile. 3 years. After being suppressed by Shen Chenxi for 3 years, Zhao Xuanshuan finally stepped on Shen Chenxi one day. Looking at the way Shen Chenxi lowered his head, Zhao Xuanshuan felt that every cell in her body moaned comfortably. This feeling. It feels so good. Zhao Xuanshuan looked towards Chu Feng. Sure enough, Chu Feng was Shen Chenxi's weak spot. As long as he could hold Chu Feng firmly in his hands, he could control Shen Chenxi at any time. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanshuan looked at Chu Feng with eyes that seemed to be pulling. Chu Feng, don't forget to wait for me at night. Leaving this sentence, and taking a last look at Shen Chenxi, whose whole body was stiff, Zhao Xuanshuan held her head high, turned around and left with brisk steps. At this time, Shen Chenxi finally picked up the books scattered on the ground. She sat down quietly, looking at Chu Feng vaguely. At the same time, Chu Feng, who was originally working on a question with his head down, suddenly felt a chill on his back. The atmosphere in the class for the next day was extremely strange. The head teacher Wang Jian also noticed something unusual. During class, many boys in the class always turned their heads to look at Zhao Xuanshuan in the back row. At the same time, some boys looked at Chu Feng with a look of jealousy and resentment instead of the previous condescension. What's going on? Could it be that something happened between Chu Feng and Zhao Xuanshuan? How is it possible? Wang Jian put the strange thoughts in his mind behind him. There is less than a month left until the college entrance examination. It's already the countdown. I think some students still don't know how to concentrate. If they don't try now, it will be too late to regret it later. Their head teacher spoke earnestly on the stage. But below the podium, the students were still a little absent-minded. It's not that students don't know the importance of the college entrance examination, but today's melon is too big. Two beauties from the experimental high school were fighting for the favor of a boy. Who would believe such a thing if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Visible to the naked eye, Shen Chenxi was obviously in a bad mood. She was originally an icy school beauty, and now her face was even colder than a piece of ice. Shen Shuanglong in the front row turned his head several times and wanted to exchange experiences with Chu Feng, but in the end he was discouraged by the terrifying aura of Shen Chenxi. The day's classes are over. When the school bell rings, Zhao Xuanxuan was the first to pack her school bag, but she did not leave as usual. Instead, she stood at the door of the classroom, looking vaguely towards the window. Shen Chenxi, who was already very silent, became even more taciturn today. After the incident in the morning, she didn't say a word for the whole day. As soon as the school bell rang, she packed her bag and left on time. When she passed the classroom door, she paused for a moment. Just when the whole class held their breath, thinking that another exciting story was about to happen, Shen Chenxi walked away directly. Looking at Shen Chenxi's lonely and proud back, Zhao Xuanxuan was in a good mood. As long as she could make Shen Chenxi unhappy, she would feel as sweet as eating honey. Brother Chu, let's go eat hot and sour noodles together tonight. I'll treat you, and Brother Chu can also teach you some tips on picking up girls. My best friend Li Fei came over happily. He exposed Chu Feng's shoulders, looking flattering. If this had happened in the past, when someone treated him to a meal, Chu Feng would have been so happy that he would have been grinning from ear to ear, and would have kept shouting, "Godfather is so generous." But today, before Chu Feng could respond, Zhao Xuanxuan's fierce voice was heard from the podium. Chu Feng has to help me with my lessons today, so he can't go anywhere. The Amazon just glanced at Li Fei coldly, and she immediately let go of the arm that was exposing Chu Feng, and he said with a wry smile on his face, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have said too much. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng's principle is to take money and do things for him." Compared with the whip of Song Yusen, the remedial lessons requested by Zhao Xuanxuan are really too childish. Patting his best friend on the shoulder, Chu Feng walked towards the girl at the podium with firm steps. "Chu Feng, do you have hot water at home? The weather is too hot, I usually take a shower before studying." "There is hot water, but I don't have any clothes for you to change into." The two figures disappeared. At this moment, Li Fei felt as if his soul had suffered a severe blow. Li Fei, his head buzzing, muttered to himself, "I must be sick, otherwise why would I be hallucinating tilde?" This was the first time Zhao Xuanxuan came to her male classmate's house. To be honest, at first she was just angry with Shen Chenxi. In order to stimulate Shen Chenxi and suppress her, she deliberately proposed to take extra lessons at Chu Feng's house. However, Zhao Xuanxuan, who realized what was happening halfway through, already felt a little regretful. They were a single man and a single woman, and she herself was a peerless beauty. What if Chu Feng can't resist his charm? She was struggling all the way. It was not until Chu Feng opened the door and a kind and amiable old lady appeared in front of him with simple dishes on the dining table that Zhao Xuanxuan finally put her heart at ease. "Grandma, this is my classmate. Her grades are not very good. I want to help her with her studies." Han Meizhen liked Zhao Xuanxuan very much the moment she saw her. Han Meizhen, who had been in the hospital for 3 years, felt that she owed Chu Feng too much. She had never participated in Chu Feng's high school career, and had never met Chu Feng's classmates. This was the first time Chu Feng brought a classmate home, and she was such a beautiful girl. Han Meizhen just felt like she couldn't get enough of looking at her. "Girl, treat this place as your home and don't feel restrained. You haven't eaten yet, right? It's a good opportunity to sit down and eat together." Xiao Feng is a very opinionated child. She keeps everything to herself. You are her classmate. Please help me keep an eye on her in school. Don't let others bully her. Zhao Xuanxuan went to her grandparents' house last week and cheated them out of 2,000 yuan. She did not feel the slightest bit disgusted by the old man's nagging. Instead, she felt it was very cordial. Chu Feng, on the other hand, so that his grandmother looked like she was accepting her grandson's wife. He was afraid that Zhao Xuanxuan would be disgusted, so he tried to persuade her. Grandma also knew that she was too nagging. She was afraid of disturbing the young people's interaction, so she took the initiative to stand up and walk towards the neighbor's house. Grandma Wang next door has a new fat grandson. Grandma is going to take a look. She won't be back until very late. You young people can chat among yourselves. After Grandma left, Chu Feng sat at the dining table and greeted her. Eat first so you can study with energy. As an excellent professional licker, Chu Feng must always pay attention to the needs of customers. When he knelt and licked Shen Chenxi before, Chu Feng focused most of his attention on her. Now the only thing left to focus on is Zhao Xuanxuan. Seeing that Zhao Xuanxuan was curious, Chu Feng took her to visit his home. Zhao Xuanxuan was no longer as reserved as she was at the beginning. She looked around the two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment in front of her with curiosity. Although Chu Feng's house is not big, it is well tidy and looks very clean and tidy. When she arrived at Chu Feng's bedroom, Zhao Xuanxuan searched around. Chu Feng asked curiously, "What are you looking for? I'll help you find it." A fox-like smile appeared on Zhao Xuanxuan's lips. "I heard that boys have little secrets hidden under their pillows." Chu Feng stood beside the desk calmly, using his body to block the magazine under the textbook. Fortunately, Zhao Xuanxuan did not delve into it further. She left Chu Feng's bedroom and went straight into the bathroom. "I've said it before, the first thing I do when I get home is take a shower." Chu Feng had a headache. "I've also said that there are no spare clothes for girls in the house." Zhao Xuanxuan closed the bathroom door, and soon, the sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. "Your clothes are fine, too, but they have to be washed and preferably unworn. Also, don't peek, or I'll tell Grandma." Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he said very seriously, "It costs extra money." Chapter 21 Zhao Xuanxuan's Weakness. Zhao Xuanxuan came out of the bathroom. Her pretty face was flushed red by the steam. She held Chu Feng's bath towel in her hand and kept wiping her wet long hair. He was wearing Chu Feng's shirt and shorts. The white shirt was a little big for Zhao Xuanxuan, and it even covered her shorts, revealing her pair of beautiful legs that were whiter than snow. Chu Feng had already anticipated Zhao Xuanxuan's figure, but he still felt a little agitated after seeing the girl's graceful appearance. As the second most beautiful girl in experimental high school, Zhao Xuanxuan has fair and delicate skin and a slender waist. Especially at this moment, she raised her hands to wipe her hair, her white shirt moved up, and the vest line on her lower abdomen was clearly visible. Faced with this kind of extremely beautiful girl who combines purity and sexiness, most boys would probably have their brains frozen. However, Chu Feng's gaze was on Zhao Xuanxuan's crystal clear ears. Chu Feng knew clearly that Zhao Xuanxuan was wearing the Cartier earrings on her ears before she entered the bathroom. But now, the crystal earlobe is empty. That was a luxury item worth tens of thousands of dollars. If it was lost in his home, Chu Feng could not bear the responsibility. In Chu Feng's straight eyes, Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly spoke. "Chu Feng, you won't fall in love with me, right?" Chu Feng calmly retracted his gaze. "You think too much. In my heart, customers are God. I can believe in God, but I will never fall in love with God." Zhao Xuanxuan sneered. Just now, the way Chu Feng looked at her was the same as those boys in school who had a crush on her, full of admiration and strong possessiveness. Zhao Xuanxuan didn't believe that Chu Feng could resist her charm. She thought Chu Feng was just being stubborn. In order to completely undermine Chu Feng's will and at the same time test her own charm, Zhao Xuanxuan walked and sat on the sofa. She wiped the water drops on her calves with a towel and said casually, "Do you have body lotion? I always apply it after taking a shower." Chu Feng shook his head. Zhao Xuanxuan seemed to have expected this. She opened her school bag and took out a box of skin care products. She said calmly, "Help me apply it." Chu Feng had done this kind of thing for several customers before, so he was very familiar with it. He smiled and nodded in agreement. "Go to the kitchen and wash your hands." Coming to the sofa, Chu Feng applied some skin care lotion, rubbed his hands to warm them up, and then began skin care. For Chu Feng, he was just completing a simple task assigned by a customer. But for Zhao Xuanxuan, who had never been approached by a boy, this was her first time to have such close contact with a boy. In order to ease the tension, Zhao Xuanxuan took the initiative to speak. Chu Feng, can I ask you a question? Chu Feng didn't even raise his head. Speak. Zhao Xuanxuan hesitated for a moment, but she still asked the question in her heart. Who is prettier, me or Shen Chenxi? Zhao Xuanxuan had already asked this question after school yesterday, but at that time Chu Feng only wanted to serve the American president Lu Siyue as soon as possible. Not interested in answering at all. Now that she has become Chu Feng's customer, Zhao Xuanxuan feels that she is qualified to ask this question. Zhao Xuanxuan has always regarded Shen Chenxi as her biggest rival. And Chu Feng was the only boy who had ever licked both himself and Shen Chenxi. In other words, Chu Feng is also the person who knows himself and Shen Chenxi best. So Zhao Xuanxuan really cares about who is more important in Chu Feng's heart. Chu Feng raised his head and looked at Zhao Xuanxuan's slightly flushed face. Based on the principle that customers are God, Chu Feng replied very seriously. Of course it's you. Real. Really, more real than real gold. Chu Feng's face was full of sincerity. At this moment, Zhao Xuanxuan felt a little nervous. She originally just wanted to test Chu Feng and wanted to see Chu Feng in a panic. But the reality was that Chu Feng was calm and composed, and he was the first to lose his composure. Does he really not like me? That's why he's so calm. Thinking of this possibility, Zhao Xuanxuan felt relieved. The original purpose of the deal was for her and Chu Feng to have a deal. Zhao Xuanxuan just wanted to use Chu Feng to regain her lost face and self-esteem from her mortal enemy Shen Chenxi. If Chu Feng really falls in love with me, it will be difficult to end. Okay, tutor me. Zhao Xuanxuan retracted her little feet. Chu Feng washed his hands, then took out the textbook and began to teach Zhao Xuanxuan seriously. Among the many customers Chu Feng has served, there was also a female academic master. The other party is the top scholar in Holy City, and for some reason she hired Chu Feng as her student. The reason why Chu Feng can devote most of his energy to serving customers and still maintain good grades among the top 50 in the school all year round is largely related to the guidance of this female academic master. Of course, none of Chu Feng's customers are normal people. Although this female academic master has excellent grades, she has some personality problems. Every time a question was asked, if Chu Feng didn't answer it right away, he would be punished by being beaten with a stick. Chu Feng took a look at the delicate and tender Zhao Xuanxuan and could only shake his head and give up the educational method of the female academic bully. Time passes by little by little. Chu Feng finally understood why Zhao Xuanxuan's grades were only average in the class. She can only concentrate for 20 minutes. Once it exceeds 20 minutes, my eyes immediately wander. I am here, but my thoughts are somewhere else. There is only 1 month left until the college entrance examination. With the idea of being responsible to customers, Chu Feng started to take action. From knocking on the table at the beginning, to knocking on the head later, finally, Chu Feng found that these methods were useless, so he set his target on Zhao Xuanxuan's little feet. Just when he was applying moisturizer on Zhao Xuanxuan, he found that Zhao Xuanxuan's little feet were very ticklish. So Chu Feng directly placed Zhao Xuanxuan's little feet on his thighs, and then gently grabbed them. Tilde. What are you doing? Zhao Xuanxuan, who had been nodding continuously, immediately came to her senses. Chu Feng said calmly, of course it's for your own good. Solve this problem within 10 minutes, otherwise. Humph. Faced with Chu Feng's threat, Zhao Xuanxuan didn't take it seriously at first. However, 10 minutes had passed. When Chu Feng's fingertips kept scratching the soles of her feet, Zhao Xuanxuan, who was ticklish, immediately leaned forward and backward. Zhao Xuanxuan was originally wearing Chu Feng's loose clothes. After all this tossing and turning, the loose shirt was lifted up, revealing some scenery that should not be seen. Chu Feng pretended not to see anything. He watched Zhao Xuanxuan's nose and her heart. As long as Zhao Xuanxuan couldn't answer the question, he would take action immediately. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Xuanxuan couldn't bear it anymore. She kept begging for mercy, and only then did she end the day's tutoring. When Chu Feng sent Zhao Xuanxuan home, he thought that after today's inhuman torture, Zhao Xuanxuan would definitely not want to come tomorrow. Who knew that the other party would be so stubborn and say, Chu Feng, continue tomorrow. Chapter 22 The Peak of Life. Wednesday. When Chu Feng arrived at school, he found that many people were looking at him. But this time, Chu Feng did not stand at the school gate waiting, nor did he have a thermos in his hand. My God? Chu Feng has changed his personality again today? He actually didn't wait for the goddess at the school gate. I licked it successfully. If it were you, you wouldn't be standing there like an idiot. Do you think it will be too late if I start licking the goddess from now on? There's nothing warm in the toilet. Amidst the discussions along the way, Chu Feng arrived at the classroom. It was reasonable that Shen Chenxi had not arrived yet, but it was unexpected that Zhao Xuanxuan sat in her seat. Before Chu Feng came, the students in the class were all doing exercises and reading books. When Chu Feng stepped into the classroom, everyone's eyes once again turned to him. Chu Feng walked to the window without changing his expression and said helplessly, "Why are you here? I like this position. It's close to the window, and the air is fresh." Zhao Xuanxuan took it for granted. Chu Feng silently said to himself that the customer is God, so he spoke kindly. "Where do I sit then?" Zhao Xuanxuan didn't say anything, but just casually pointed to the seat next to her. Naturally, this is where Shen Chenxi sits. Chu Feng had served Shen Chenxi for 3 years and knew that she had misophobia. He was about to shake his head, but he saw Zhao Xuanxuan's slightly scrutinizing eyes. It turns out that I was too naive. Originally, Chu Feng thought that Zhao Xuanxuan was relatively gentle. Compared with those chuunibyou and yandere female customers before, he only needed to help her with her studies. He thought Zhao Xuanxuan would be the easiest customer to serve. And now, Chu Feng felt that he was overthinking. In school, Zhao Xuanxuan might be even more naughty than Shen Chenxi. But the salary has already been received. For Chu Feng, there is absolutely no possibility of returning the money he has earned. Faced with the customer's request, Chu Feng could only hold his nose and bear it. He breathed softly, and then sat in Shen Chenxi's seat. "Did you remember the knowledge points I taught you yesterday?" Chu Feng picked up the textbook and wanted to teach Zhao Xuanxuan a lesson under the pretext of tutoring. Who knew that Zhao Xuanxuan wouldn't buy it at all? She sat here just to deliberately go against Shen Chenxi. There are only 27 days left before the college entrance examination. Time is running out. Zhao Xuanxuan must completely regain what she has lost within these 27 days, so she doesn't bother to pay attention to Chu Feng, but looks straight out the window. 6:42. A beautiful figure appeared downstairs of the teaching building on time. Even though it is the peak school season. Even though there was a surge of people downstairs, Zhao Xuanxuan still locked onto Shen Chenxi's position at the first opportunity. Compared with Shen Chenxi, the classmates around him seemed to turn into grass in an instant. And Shen Chenxi's figure was as dazzling as a towering tree. There were crowds of people all around, but everyone within 2 meters of the iceberg school beauty subconsciously stayed away. Front row. Shen Xuanlong also discovered Shen Chenxi's figure. But under the pressure of the Amazon, he didn't dare to speak, and could only look at Chu Feng and wish him well. Chu Feng didn't waste time. He took out his textbook and started doing the exercises. At the same time, Zhao Xuanxuan's excited voice rang in his ears. "Chu Feng, where is my loving breakfast? Give it to me now." Zhao Xuanxuan's purpose was very simple. She just wanted to sit next to Shen Chenxi and eat the loving breakfast made by Chu Feng in front of Shen Chenxi. Yes, she did it on purpose. Only. Chu Feng didn't look up. He said calmly, "If I remember correctly, I told you yesterday that a loving breakfast costs 200. If you want to eat it today, you have to pay for yesterday's breakfast." Zhao Xuanxuan was furious. Unfortunately, before she could lose her temper, the whispers and discussions around her instantly disappeared. Zhao Xuanxuan knew what had happened without asking. When she raised her head, she saw Shen Chenxi standing at the door. At this time, Shen Chenxi also looked over here. The two school beauties looked at each other. There seemed to be flashes of swords in the air. The students in the class were afraid of being accidentally injured by the sword energy, so they didn't dare to breathe. At this time, Shen Chenxi walked towards this side with elegant steps. When Chu Feng saw the real boss coming, he was about to stand up and make way, but unexpectedly, a white and tender hand beside him suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. When Chu Feng turned around, he happened to see Zhao Xuanxuan's cold eyes. "No, you two gods are fighting. A mortal like me cannot suffer tilde." Chu Feng complained inwardly. Then Shen Chenxi was already standing in front of him. "Get out of the way tilde. The most beautiful girl in experimental high school." The voice champion. A girl called a fairy. The iceberg goddess Shen Chenxi stared at Zhao Xuanxuan with cold eyes, and her voice was as cold as if it came from the nine nether hell. Many students around shuddered subconsciously. Shen Shuanglong in the front row even cast a sympathetic look towards Chu Feng. But at this time, Zhao Xuanxuan did not admit defeat like she did yesterday. She did not stand up in disgrace, but looked at Shen Chenxi provocatively. Student Shen, do you have a bad memory? If I remember correctly, the seat I'm sitting in is not yours. This is Chu Feng's seat. As long as Chu Feng agrees, I can sit here forever, right Chu Feng? Chu Feng really wanted to curse. He just endured it out of respect for the customers. Now the cooperation between Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi has ended. Strictly speaking, there is no connection between him and Shen Chenxi anymore. No matter what happens to Shen Chenxi in the future, there is no need for her to stand up for her like she did before. More importantly, Zhao Xuanxuan is now his customer. Between current customers and former customers, Chu Feng obviously favors current customers more. So he nodded very seriously. Zhao Xuanxuan smiled. She looked at Shen Chenxi provocatively as if she had won a battle. After seeing the indifference in Shen Chenxi's eyes, Zhao Xuanxuan was not afraid at all, but became even happier. It turns out that the ice goddess can also get angry. Shen Chenxi didn't say anything, because she suddenly remembered that when she ate spicy hot pot with Chu Feng last time, Chu Feng once said that Zhao Xuanxuan was jealous of him, so she deliberately went against him. Thinking of this, Shen Chenxi didn't look at Zhao Xuanxuan anymore, but focused his attention on Chu Feng. Chu Feng could clearly feel a pair of cold eyes looking at him. In any case, he was sitting in Shen Chenxi's seat. Now that the owner has arrived, I can't stay here any longer even if I have a thick skin. Just when Chu Feng was about to break free from Zhao Xuanxuan's pull and force himself to stand up, Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly smiled like a little fox. She suddenly pulled Chu Feng to her side with force, and the two of them leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder, then cast a provocative look at Shen Chenxi. Is this all right now? The seats in the classroom are 2 people per table. Originally, it would be quite spacious for 2 people to sit together, but if you force one more person to sit between them, it is not impossible, but it will definitely be extremely crowded. At this time, Zhao Xuanxuan gave it her all to regain her lost honor. She pulled Chu Feng tightly to her side, and the two of them occupied 2/3 of the desk. Shen Chenxi looked at the remaining 1/3 of the space. In fact, with her cold personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to sit down. But today, Shen Chenxi really wanted to understand what the relationship between Chu Feng and Zhao Xuanxuan was. Similarly, she also wanted to know why Zhao Xuanxuan hated her. So, after just hesitating for a second, she sat down in her seat. Then, a magical scene appeared in class 14 of grade 12. The 2 most beautiful girls, ranked first and second in experimental high school, sat in the same seat. And between the 2 goddesses, there was a boy sitting. The back row of the classroom. Best friend Li Fei widened his eyes. He stared at the backs of Chu Feng and the 2 goddesses. Suddenly whispered in a low voice. Why do I feel like Chu Feng is suddenly surrounded by people? Chapter 23. What should I do if 2 school beauties chase me at the same time? It was a sunny day in May. Chu Feng was originally sitting in the back row of the classroom, near the window. The gentle spring breeze blows on my cheeks. A strand of black, shiny hair floats across her face. Chu Feng's cheeks were tickled by the long hair, but he didn't dare to move at all. Because on the left and right sides, there were 2 goddesses sitting, Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire class had become extremely weird. The classroom, where you could hear a pin drop, now smells so sour as if it had been soaked in vinegar. What do you think? If Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan pursue me at the same time, who should I choose? If Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan can sit next to me at the same time, I would be willing to do it even if I was given 100 million yuan a day. I must have opened it the wrong way, otherwise why would I be hallucinating? The expression on squad leader Wang Guangzhu's face was as if he was about to urinate or defecate. He gritted his teeth and said, Chu Feng must have something on the 2 goddesses to threaten them, otherwise why wouldn't I be the one sitting next to the 2 goddesses? Some girls' eyes were full of stars. To be honest, Chu Feng has good looks, good grades, and is tall and has a good figure. He used to be too stubborn and only knew how to lick Shen Chenxi. Now he has come to his senses and it is understandable that he is pursued by 2 school beauties. compared to the classmates who were talking around. Shen Shuanglong in the front row tried hard to prick up his ears. He was closest to Chu Feng and the two school beauties, so naturally he had to try hard to listen to what was going on. Just as Shen Shuanglong pricked up his ears, the icy school beauty broke the silence. Chu Feng, you should give me a reasonable explanation. As soon as Shen Chenxi finished speaking, before Chu Feng even answered, Zhao Shuangshuang beside him had already started to fight back. What's there to explain? Chu Feng saw through the nature of some people and didn't want to waste time, so he changed his target. By the way, Chu Feng is now my dog. Shen Shuanglong in the front row shuddered violently. He secretly turned his head and glanced at Chu Feng, who was sitting upright. His admiration for Chu Feng in his heart was like the endless flow of the Yellow River. As expected of you, you are my godfather. I will definitely ask you for advice after school. Just when Shen Shuanglong secretly gave a thumbs up, Zhao Shuangshuang suddenly came up to Chu Feng and said proudly, Chu Feng, can you go to the movies with me this weekend? There's a romantic movie that was released recently, it's really touching tilde. The pride in Zhao Shuangshuang's eyes had not yet bloomed. Shen Chenxi's sneer immediately came to my ears. Don't waste your time. If it's a romance movie, Chu Feng's attention span is only half an hour. Let me give you a suggestion. Chu Feng and I have watched movies together many times, and his favorite is science fiction. Beautiful, the iceberg goddess got a point, and Shen Chenxi is currently in the lead. Shen Shuanglong clenched his fists, secretly proud in his heart. Just then, their head teacher Wang Jian walked into the classroom. Even though she was unwilling, Zhao Shuangshuang had no choice but to call it a day. After Zhao Shuangshuang left, their head teacher Wang Jian rubbed his eyes. He was somewhat doubtful whether he had seen it wrongly. Zhao Shuangshuang actually left Chu Feng's seat. Just now, Shen Chenxi, Zhao Shuangshuang and Chu Feng were sitting together. How is that possible? I must be dazzled. Wang Jian would rather believe that he was dazzled than believe that Shen Chenxi would sit with Zhao Shuangshuang. Take out yesterday's test paper. Let's discuss the test paper today. At the podium, Wang Jian began to lecture. Chu Feng listened carefully at first, but halfway through the class, his attention was attracted by Shen Chenxi. Originally, as an iceberg school beauty, Shen Chenxi was arrogant and indifferent. In the past, she might not say a word in the whole day during class. When Chu Feng was her licker, even if he tried his best to please her, she would not even look at him. But now, since he stopped licking his boots, Chu Feng found that Shen Chenxi had suddenly become a different person. She was holding a ballpoint pen in her hand, and instead of listening to the class attentively as usual, she lowered her head, with her beautiful black hair covering half of her face. Chu Feng saw her shoulders twitching slightly, and when she brushed the hair in front of her forehead to her ears, he even found that Shen Chenxi's eyes were slightly red. The conscience of heaven and earth. Chu Feng didn't say a word from beginning to end. He didn't understand why the cold flower suddenly became so much sentimentality. You know, there was a boy who confessed to Shen Chenxi before, but Shen Chenxi refused. The other party was relentless and even shouted, Shen Chenxi I love you over and over again downstairs with a loudspeaker during class. Even though he was harassed like this, Shen Chenxi was not moved at all. Now, just because of Zhao Shuangshuang's 2 words, she broke down. When did Shen Chenxi become so fragile? Chu Feng originally didn't want to pay attention to it. But Shen Chenxi was his former customer after all. Moreover, when he was in the most difficult time, Shen Chenxi was the first one to hire him. Breathing gently, Chu Feng whispered, Are you okay? Shen Chenxi turned her cheek slightly, and her star-like eyes gently looked at Chu Feng. For some reason, when she saw Chu Feng's familiar face, she suddenly felt a momentary pain in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she said with infinite grievance in her voice, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Chu Feng retracted his gaze and focused on his studies again. In the front row, Shen Shuanglong exerted force suddenly, and the pen in his hand was directly broken in half. At noon, Chu Feng bought 2 bowls of wonton. Give 1 to Zhao Shuangshuang and keep 1 for yourself. Of course, chaos cannot lose a penny. Chu Feng, I find that you are really a money grubber. Why do you want money for everything? Do you know how many boys are lining up to treat me to a meal? Zhao Shuangshuang was really numb. The money she had saved was extorted by Chu Feng, and she even owed her best friend 1,000 yuan. Now Chu Feng didn't even let go of the pocket money in his hand, so he was naturally gritting his teeth in anger. Zhao Shuang mistook the wonton in the bowl for Chu Feng, and took a bite, with the soup splashing everywhere. Chu Feng didn't indulge her and said directly, "In that case, you can ask other boys to treat you. Class monitor Wang Guangzhou is very rich. Isn't he going to treat you to delicious food at a star-rated hotel?" Zhao Shuang raised her head and glanced at Wang Guangzhou in the front row, sneering through her nose. "Just him? What a fool! I will throw up if I eat with him." Wang Guangzhou, who was bragging to a few followers, immediately shuddered. He touched his head and wondered, "Strange, is there anyone missing me?" Chu Feng mourned for Wang Guangzhou for a second, then said with some melancholy, Shuang, to be honest, it's a bit difficult for you to get into a polytechnic university with your grades. Even if you study very hard during this last period of time, your chances are not very high. Why should I apply to a science and technology university?" Zhao Shuang gave him a strange look. Chu Feng was stunned and said, "No, you asked me to tutor you, wasn't it just so that you could get into the polytechnic university with me?" This time Zhao Shuang was completely speechless. "Who wants to apply to a polytechnic university with you? My goal is to go to a music college. I sing very well." Chu Feng nodded. "Do you need to take extra classes at night?" "Certainly. Of course tutoring or of course no tutoring. You guess." "I guess you are leg." Chapter 24 Rounding off, she likes me. Shen Chenxi actually doesn't need to come to class. She had already received the admission notice from the Polytechnic University. The company also hopes that she will not go to school anymore. After all, with Shen Chenxi's current fame and status, she is already well known in the school, and there will be some die-hard fans who will pester her. If any bad rumors come out at this time, it will also affect Shen Chenxi's star career. It's just that Shen Chenxi doesn't want to leave any regrets in his high school career. During her 3 years of high school, except for some very important competitions and activities, Shen Chenxi never asked for leave easily. Even though she was a little famous, she still attended classes on time every day. Now, there is less than a month left before the college entrance examination. According to Shen Chenxi's own idea, she wanted to leave herself with a good memory in the last time. But the reality is although this memory is unforgettable, it is not as beautiful as the image. At lunchtime, most of the students went to the cafeteria. In order to avoid riots, Shen Chenxi usually does not go to the cafeteria. She always has lunch in the classroom. When the driver brought the lunchbox, although Shen Chenxi was as cold as ever, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Because if it were normal times, Chu Feng should have brought lunch to me, and then he would make me happy while taking care of me while I eat. At that time, Shen Chenxi did not cherish it, and even felt that Chu Feng's chattering in her ear was a little annoying, so she never smiled at Chu Feng. And now, lunch still consists of 4 dishes and 1 soup, which is extremely sumptuous. But there is no more laughter around me. Chu Feng, why do I feel like there's more chaos in your bowl than in mine? I paid for it. No way, you just eat faster. You mean I'm fat? I didn't say that. There were sounds of laughter behind me. Shen Chenxi's hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but pause. She warned herself not to look back, but her body couldn't help but turn sideways. When he turned around, he saw Chu Feng and his arch-enemy Zhao Shuang talking and laughing. 2 days ago, Shen Chenxi had never cared about Zhao Shuang, let alone regarded her as his opponent. At that time, Zhao Shuang deliberately walked by her side, and even looked at her provocatively. Shen Chenxi didn't even have the slightest ripple in her heart, and completely treated her like a mosquito or a fly. Now, seeing Zhao Shuang and Chu Feng talking and laughing together, Shen Chenxi subconsciously clenched his fists. Crack! The disposable chopsticks in his hand were broken directly. I just happened to have an extra pair of chopsticks, do you want to use them? The boy in the front row handed over a pair of disposable chopsticks with a cautious look on his face. Shen Chenxi looked at the broken chopsticks in her hand, and after hesitating for a second, she nodded slightly. Thank you, classmate. This classmate Shen Shuanglong showed a look of helplessness and sighing on his face. I sat in the front row next to Shen Chenxi, and I had been sitting there for 3 years. For 3 years, he tried hard to attract her attention every day. Every day he would find opportunities to secretly turn his head just to see her one more time. However, the college entrance examination was approaching and she still didn't know her own name. Shen Chenxi was a little sad. But thinking about it, I feel that this is in line with Shen Chenxi's personality. If she cared about a passerby like herself, she would not be Shen Chenxi. Seeing that Shen Chenxi was actually the same as himself, turning around and looking behind him from time to time, Shen Chenxi felt a little sour in his heart. But after a moment, he muttered, "Godfather, you will thank me later." The next moment, taking a deep breath, Shen Chenxi tried to muster up his courage, and he spoke softly. "That Shen Chenxi, do you care about Chu Feng now?" In front of Shen Chenxi were crystal shrimp dumplings and millet porridge, which were often made by Chu Feng for her in the past, but Shen Chenxi had not eaten them in recent days, so she specially asked her agent to prepare them for her. The crystal shrimp dumplings produced by the star-rated hotel are indeed delicious, but compared with Chu Feng's, they seem to be missing something. What is missing? Shen Chenxi didn't know. She lowered her head and tried to think about it, a little unsure. It seems that Chu Feng is not by my side, and I always feel that something is missing. Shen Chenxi's heart beat to 180 in an instant. Although Shen Chenxi was not thinking about himself, Chu Feng was his adoptive father. Shen Chenxi missed his adoptive father. To round off is to think about yourself. After swallowing hard, Shen Chenxi said eagerly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Chenxi, do you feel empty inside? Chu Feng's figure always appears in your mind. Whether you are in class or reading, you always think of him unconsciously. As long as you see him around, you feel at ease. If you see him with other girls, you will feel a little distressed. How did you know?" Shen Chenxi's eyes widened in surprise. Shen Chenxi, however, looked at the goddess in front of him with great sadness. He said silently in his heart, "Because that's who I am." But he didn't dare to say such words, so he could only say vaguely, "Do you want to know what happened to you? Am I entering a rebellious phase?" Shen Chenxi glanced at Chu Feng in the back row of the classroom with a complicated look. He weighed the matter quickly in his mind. If Shen Chenxi is really with Chu Feng is his adoptive father, so he can see Shen Chenxi again in the future. If Shen Chenxi is pursued by the rich second-generation Wannabes, or other boys, I am afraid I will never see her again from now on. After weighing the options in his heart, Shen Chenxi decided to help Chu Feng. He said very seriously, "Shen Chenxi, you are in love." Chu Feng's phone vibrated. After opening it, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Chuunibyou girl Songyusen, Chu Feng, what are you doing?" Chu Feng scratched his head. Although Songyusen was crazy before, she only vented her anger on Saturdays. Monday to Friday are not working hours, so she never looks for her own. It's only Wednesday and this crazy woman can't wait to torture herself. Thinking of this, Chu Feng shuddered subconsciously, and he could only reply cautiously, "Nothing." I thought the other party would be angry and mad, but unexpectedly his response was so calm. "Oh. Oh? What the hell are you talking about? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart." Chu Feng couldn't figure out what Songyusen was thinking, but in order to suffer less during the weekend, he could only test it cautiously. "What's up? Are you okay? Damn, this woman's illness is getting worse. It was obviously you who looked for me, but you asked me if I was okay." Chu Feng remembered scratching his head and finally replied, "Fine. Polytechnic University. Anime Club." Songyusen was wearing a halter neck-long dress that exuded an aristocratic and cool vibe. This dress perfectly shows off Songyusen's devilish curves, making it both fashionable and sexy. In the anime club, a dozen boys including their vice president were always glancing over here vaguely. Songyusen could clearly feel that these people's eyes were filled with strong possessiveness. She couldn't help but think of Chu Feng. If Chu Feng was around, he would definitely notice that his toes had turned red from wearing high heels, and then he would hold his feet in the palm of his hand. What is Chu Feng doing now? He likes me so much, he must be thinking about me now. I will be able to see Chu Feng in 2 days. I'm so happy. Songyusen looked at the text message sent by Chu Feng. He said it was okay, but he was actually shy, thinking about himself and going crazy. Next time we meet, just give him a small reward. Thinking of this, Songyusen slightly curled the corners of her mouth. The next moment, in the anime club, more than a dozen boys swallowed hard at the same time. Chapter 25. Chu Feng is innocent. I think now that Zhao Xuanxuan has overpowered Shen Chenxi, she has a greater chance of pursuing Brother Chu. The school bell rang. Fatty Li Fei did not leave immediately. He lay on the desk, watching Chu Feng being hurriedly left by Zhao Xuanshuang, and could not help but sigh softly. I don't know when it started, but Shen Shuanglong and Li Fei have become very close. Shen Shuanglong had a different conclusion about Li Fei's idea. He said seriously, I think you're overthinking it. Zhao Xuanshuang is obviously using Brother Chu. She has no feelings for Brother Chu at all. She is just deliberately going against Shen Chenxi. On the contrary, Shen Chenxi likes Brother Chu from the bottom of her heart. How do you know? Li Fei was confused. Shen Shuanglong did not answer, he just smiled meaningfully and said, the secret cannot be revealed. At the school gate, Zhao Xuanshuang held Chu Feng's arm. The two of them were like an intimate couple, with no reservations at all. Facing all the shocked, envious, bitter, and even jealous looks from all around, Chu Feng didn't care at all. But it was Zhao Xuanshuang. Even though she was called the Queen of Flower, she was a girl after all. She couldn't resist and let go first. Chu Feng, remember to prepare a loving breakfast for me tomorrow. Today, Zhao Xuanshuang has completely suppressed Shen Chenxi, which can be said to be the happiest day in the 3 years of high school. But she still felt that something was missing. Originally, she hired Chu Feng just to let Chu Feng give her a loving breakfast in front of Shen Chenxi. This wish has never been fulfilled, so I have always kept it in mind. Chu Feng was not at all embarrassed. He nodded directly. Sure, plus the 200 from last time, a total of 400. Cash or bank transfer? Zhao Xuanshuang was immediately furious. Why? I didn't eat the loving breakfast yesterday, why do you want me to pay for it? Beside him, those who knew the reputation of the Queen of Flowers immediately moved away, and many people cast sympathetic glances at Chu Feng. Let you be greedy, isn't it enough to chase after Shen Chenxi, the school beauty? If you provoke the Queen of Flowers now, you'll have your arms broken. Chu Feng glanced at Zhao Xuanshuang and said calmly. Yesterday you asked me to prepare a loving breakfast. Whether you eat it or not, I made it anyway. Don't the ingredients cost money? Although the ingredients were from the beautiful female CEO Lu Siyue, Chu Feng got up an hour in advance to prepare them. Even if it's just wages, 200 yuan isn't too much. Zhao Xuanshuang has no money. She only had a few $dozen left in her pocket. This is just 1 week's pocket money. 400 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for her in the past, but for Zhao Xuanshuang now, it is really a life-threatening amount. But how could she give up like this? The bright eyes turned slightly, and soon, Zhao Xuanshuang immediately revealed a fox-like smile. Chu Feng, I'll treat you to milk tea, so can you make me a loving breakfast? Just once. People are coming and going on the wide road. The sunset stretched the shadows of the two people very long. If it was something else, Chu Feng would definitely make concessions, but when it comes to money, he has an unusual obsession with it. No money, no talk. Seeing that Chu Feng refused to give in, Zhao Xuanshuang would have walked away long ago with her temper. But now, in order to regain her dignity that she had lost for 3 years in front of Shen Chenxi, she could only keep begging. How about adding 1 serving of spicy hot pot and 1 serving of hot and sour noodles? Hearing this, Chu Feng licked his lips subconsciously. What does malatang taste like? Chu Feng hasn't eaten it for 3 years. Ever since grandma was hospitalized, Chu Feng has been cutting back on his clothes and dieting every day. Even though he later served more customers and earned enough money to pay for his grandmother's hospitalization, Chu Feng, who had experienced having his medication almost stopped due to lack of money, having been issued a critical illness notice by the hospital, and having knelt outside the hospital late at night begging for mercy, really didn't dare to spend a penny. I saw that Chu Feng's eyes had relaxed. Zhao Xuanshuang gritted her teeth and raised the stakes. Add another serving of mutton skewers. Just imagine, mutton skewers with fat and meat, grilled to a sizzling sizzle, and paired with a cup of milk tea. In the constantly tempting voice of Zhao Xuanshuang. Chu Feng hadn't spoken yet, but his stomach couldn't help but start growling. However, he still did not compromise and said calmly. Of course you can, but if you don't pay, it will definitely not be as rich as Shen Chenxi's loving breakfast. Zhao Xuanshuang only wanted this kind of face. She was not interested in crystal porridge, shrimp dumplings or the like. As long as it was sent by Chu Feng, she would be happy even if it was millet porridge with fried dough sticks. So he nodded hurriedly. The two reached a consensus and then headed straight into the snack street. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng had a bunch of things in his hands. He was eating lamb skewers and drinking milk tea, and he almost fainted from happiness. Usually only girls like to eat these snacks. Chu Feng, how can a boy like you? The dozens of pocket money in Zhao Xuanxuan's pocket were completely extorted. She looked at Chu Feng, who was eating voraciously, and couldn't help but pursed her lips in mockery. Chu Feng didn't answer, but just muttered, "Good one." "What are you talking about? Eat what's in your mouth first." Zhao Xuanxuan, who was holding hot and sour noodles in her hand, couldn't help but curl her lips. At this moment, a nanny car slowly stopped on the road in front of the two people. At first, Zhao Xuanxuan was still sighing about how good it was to be rich. However, when the driver got out of the car and opened the back door, Shen Chenxi's graceful figure appeared in front of him. Zhao Xuanxuan immediately entered combat mode. She glanced at the cold Shen Chenxi opposite her, and immediately took Chu Feng's hand with a smile, and said happily at the same time, "Thank you for buying me the kebabs, honey. I want you to feed me." Given Zhao Xuanxuan's bad reputation, even if many boys like her in their hearts, few dare to approach her, let alone confess their love to her. Then Shen Chenxi is the other extreme. As a famous iceberg school beauty in experimental high school, and having just won the Voice of China championship, it can be said that Shen Chenxi is now at the peak of her fame. The food street near the school has the most students from the experimental high school. When they saw Shen Chenxi's figure, they all seemed to be fixed on their feet and surrounded him. Shen Chenxi in front of him was wearing a light blue dress, with her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She is like an exquisite doll, so beautiful that it breaks your heart. At this moment, Shen Chenxi, who had a demonic face, stared straight at Chu Feng, with a complicated look in his eyes. But after a moment, Shen Chenxi turned his gaze to Zhao Xuanxuan beside him. She exuded an icy aura, and her voice was filled with coldness. "Zhao Xuanxuan, stop acting. I know you hate me, and I know you want to retaliate against me, but Chu Feng is innocent. I hope you won't take advantage of Chu Feng's feelings. This is a matter between the two of us, and Chu Feng is innocent." Zhao Xuanxuan smiled. Her smile is so bright. 3 years ago, the school beauty contest ended. Shen Chenxi won the title of school beauty with her unique and outstanding attitude. At that time, Zhao Xuanxuan was not convinced, so she went to find Shen Chenxi to argue. But what he got in return was just Shen Chenxi's look, as if he was looking at Lise. In the past 3 years, Zhao Xuanxuan has tried her best to prove herself, but no matter what she does, no matter how hard she tries, she will be overshadowed by Shen Chenxi's brilliance. It's not that Zhao Xuanxuan is not good enough, but that Shen Chenxi is too dazzling. Now, there are only 27 days left until the college entrance examination. Just when Zhao Xuanxuan had given up, Shen Chenxi took the initiative to come to her. She no longer had the high and mighty attitude she once had. Zhao Xuanxuan even felt that Shen Chenxi in front of her was just like this. So, with a provocative look in her eyes, Zhao Xuanxuan hugged Chu Feng's arm tightly, and she said with a bright smile, "How do you know Chu Feng doesn't want to?" Chapter 26, 100,000 pocket money a month. The temperature in the holy city is suitable in early May. When the school bell rang, Shen Chenxi was the first to leave the classroom, but as soon as she left the classroom, she was called to the office by the head teacher. "This is not the first time that the head teacher has come to talk to me. The college entrance examination is approaching, and now is the time for all the senior high school students in the school to work hard. Neither the class teacher nor the school leaders want anything to go wrong at this time." Shen Chenxi had just won the Voice of China championship, and both her popularity and discussion were at their peak. In addition, the atmosphere in the class has been clearly not right in recent days. So the head teacher found Shen Chenxi and asked her to be more low-key in a subtle way. Shen Chenxi was also helpless. "I am obviously the same as before. I clearly didn't do anything. But recently, all kinds of rumors about me have been circulating in the school." As the head teacher was nagging, Shen Chenxi suddenly remembered something. When Chu Feng was by his side, he would always be the first to step in and resolve any comments about him in school. "Those rumors or gossips about you will never stay overnight. No matter what happens, when you arrive at school the next day, everything will be back to normal." In the past, Shen Chenxi didn't pay attention to these small details, and even deliberately ignored Chu Feng's care and protection for herself. And now, with Chu Feng away, those rumors came back again. It's just like when I was in the first year of high school, I didn't do anything but was still rejected by everyone. It turns out, Chu Feng has done so much for me. After being lectured by the head teacher for 20 minutes, Shen Chenxi left the office with a complicated heart. When she got into the nanny car, her mind was full of Chu Feng's figure. At lunch, the boy in the front row said that he was in love. Shen Chenxi didn't believe it at all. Because she knew that love was poison to her and she would never be able to find love in her life. And now, Shen Chenxi felt that this might be true. Because my mind is full of the image of that boy. Even when sitting in the car and looking out the window, you can see Chu Feng's figure. Wait tilde. Shen Chenxi suddenly realized something and shouted at the driver in the front seat. This might be the first time that Shen Chenxi lost her composure in front of the driver. So much so that the driver in the front seat stepped on the brakes instantly. When the nanny car stopped, Shen Chenxi was about to jump out of the car and rush to Chu Feng, but suddenly she noticed that there was a girl following the boy. At this moment, Shen Chenxi's mood suddenly became mixed. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Anyway, Shen Chenxi didn't want to show any weakness in front of Zhao Xuanshuan. So she told the driver in the front seat, "I want to get off." The driver didn't understand, but he still opened the door obediently. At this moment, Shen Chenxi looked like he was going to the battlefield. She tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and then got out of the car with a cold expression on her face. When he came in front of the two of them, and so that Zhao Xuanshuan actually took the initiative to hold Chu Feng's arm, Shen Chenxi's heart became twisted again. She tried to calm herself down, then said indifferently, "Zhao Xuanshuan, I don't know why you hate me, and I don't know why you want to go against me, but I hope you won't implicate others in what's going on between us. Chu Feng is innocent, and there's no need for you to play with his feelings. The most beautiful girl in experimental high school. A fairy girl known as the Ice Goddess." When she stood in front of him with a cold face, countless boys around her stopped subconsciously. Some people exclaimed, some people watched the show. In a short while, the three of them were surrounded by people. If it was anyone else facing the furious Shen Chenxi, they would definitely be weak and give in, or even lower their heads and dare not look her in the eye. But the one in front of her was Zhao Xuanshuan, known as the Queen of Flower. Zhao Xuanshuan endured for 3 years. She had been dreaming of this opportunity to compete with Shen Chenxi. How could I give up so easily? Facing Shen Chenxi's first move, Zhao Xuanshuan remained calm. She just held Chu Feng's arm with her hand, and at the same time pressed her proud peaks tightly against Chu Feng's arm, and raised her head slightly and said, "Shen Chenxi, are you too self-righteous?" Zhao Xuanshuan had rehearsed this moment countless times in her dreams, so her posture and expression were just right. "Do you think you are money? Why should everyone like you? Yes, Chu Feng did pursue you before, but that was only in the past. The person he likes now is me. Why do you have the right to say anything?" Shen Chenxi is aloof. She never wastes her time on boring people. No matter if it was the person she confessed to or a classmate in the class, as long as they were of no use to her, Shen Chenxi would never waste a single bit of energy on them. In the past, when facing those pursuers and irrelevant people, Shen Chenxi only needed to give a cold look and the other party would give in obediently. And now, she is facing Zhao Xuanshuan, who has accumulated deep resentment. Zhao Xuanshuan would not give in just because of her look, nor would she feel ashamed of her enchanting appearance. Shen Chenxi, who faced this situation for the first time, didn't know how to deal with it. If she followed the company's instructions to keep a low profile, or Shen Chenxi's own cold personality, she would immediately turn around and leave, and would never argue with others in public. But just as she took a step, her eyes fell on Chu Feng opposite her. Originally, Chu Feng should have stood by her side. He would take care of her meticulously and would never let her suffer any injustice, let alone let anyone bully her. But now, he was standing opposite her. Thinking of this, Shen Chenxi felt a pang of pain in his heart. She gritted her teeth and tried to remain indifferent. "Chu Feng, have you been coerced by her? If so, I will definitely do my best to help you." Shen Chenxi's words fell. Zhao Xuanshuan suddenly laughed. She smiled charmingly and unrestrainedly. "Shen Chenxi, did you take the wrong medicine? Chu Feng liked you before, but remember, that was in the past." At this moment, Zhao Xuanshuan raised her head and chest. She pointed her nose at Shen Chenxi and said sarcastically, "Shen University's campus beauty just likes to forget things. I'll help you recall. Last Friday, Chu Feng worked hard to make sour plum soup for you. He personally brought it to you, hoping that you would take a sip, but what did you do? You didn't. You threw Chu Feng behind you in front of everyone. Also, it was your birthday the week before last. Chu Feng prepared a big cake for you, and the whole class celebrated your birthday. Chu Feng sang a birthday song for you himself. What about you? You asked Chu Feng to stop singing. You said his singing sounded like Donald Duck. Also, last semester, a boy kept confessing his love to you downstairs with a loudspeaker, and it even affected the entire school class. Chu Feng rushed over to help you get rid of the boy without saying a word, but when he came back, you said he was violent. Tilder. There are so many things like this that even an outsider like me can't count them all. Shen Chenxi, the school beauty of Shen University, why do you think that you treat Chu Feng so badly that Chu Feng will keep licking you? Chu Feng also has a family, and his grandmother loves him very much. Yesterday, when I went to his house for tutoring, Chu Feng's grandmother held my hand and told me that Chu Feng was an introverted boy who kept everything to himself. Grandma asked me to take good care of Chu Feng at school and not let anyone bully him. If Grandma knew that Chu Feng was teased by your Shen University campus belle, how sad would she be? That's why Chu Feng left you, that's why Chu Feng is with me. Shen University campus beauty, do you understand? Zhao Shuang's words were like knives, stabbing into Shen Chenxi's heart one by one. Shen Chenxi never felt that there was something wrong with him before. In her heart, Chu Feng approached her voluntarily and tried to please her voluntarily. Everything he did was out of his own will, and she never forced him. And now, when Shen Chenxi looked at it from the perspective of a bystander, when she saw her past actions from the perspective of a third person, she suddenly realized that her past self was really too much. Tilder. At this moment, Shen Chenxi lowered his head slightly. She took out her cell phone, and then said to Chu Feng very seriously. Chu Feng, I will pay you back everything I owe you now. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you for pocket money. From now on, I will cover all your living expenses. Shen Chenxi's words fell. The crowd watching the excitement was instantly thrown into an uproar. What, the number one school beauty, Shen Chenxi, said in person that she wanted to protect Chu Feng. 100,000 yuan pocket money a month? At this moment, the entire experimental high school completely exploded. Chapter 27 Chu Feng's Heart Knot. Zhao Shuang smiled. She laughed unrestrainedly, even a little crazy. So, I really hate self-righteous people like you. How can a big star like you who is so high and mighty understand the sufferings of the world? Do you think you can do whatever you want as long as you have money? Do you think that just giving a little can make up for the trauma you feel for Chu Feng? Beside him, Chu Feng nodded frantically. He really wanted to say that as long as money was given, any trauma could be compensated. Unfortunately, Zhao Shuang did not give herself the chance to agree. She stared at Shen Chenxi's enchanting face and said very seriously. When Chu Feng was kneeling and licking you before, you didn't cherish it. Now the person Chu Feng likes is me. Even if you regret it, it's too late. The words fell. Zhao Shuang no longer gave Shen Chenxi any chance to defend herself. She simply took Chu Feng's hand and walked forward with her head held high. The two walked along the busy avenue. Thousands of lights were lit up on both sides of the street. Chu Feng was holding a bunch of delicious food in his hands. He didn't say anything and just let Zhao Shuang drag him around aimlessly. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm too overbearing and feel sorry for your deskmate? Zhao Shuang, who was in a state of agitation, finally calmed down. Seeing that there was a faint smile on Chu Feng's lips, she thought Chu Feng was laughing at her and couldn't help but said angrily. Chu Feng shook his head to deny it. But the smile on his lips became brighter. 3 years. Chu Feng knelt and licked Shen Chenxi for 3 years. He was called the king of bootlickers and was laughed at, insulted, and even abused by his classmates in the entire class and even the entire school. He never defended himself or tried to clarify anything. Because he cooperated with Tianhua Entertainment behind Shen Chenxi, his protection and licking of Shen Chenxi was part of the deal. Since it's work, there is no room for complaint. But it is impossible to say that there is not a trace of depression in my heart. Chu Feng is not a saint. Even though he tells himself every day that being a bootlicker is his job and that the customer is God, he still feels a little dissatisfied deep down in his heart because he is stepped on by others every day. In the past, Chu Feng buried this slight dissatisfaction and resentment deep in his heart. He just wanted to finish his job as a bootlicker as soon as possible and start a new life. Chu Feng never thought about defending himself, nor did he ever think about asking those crazy or immature customers to be a little more understanding of him. But today, Zhao Shuangshuang beside him stood up for him. Even though Zhao Shuangshuang's intentions were not pure, and even though Chu Feng knew that Zhao Shuangshuang was just using herself as an excuse to attack Shen Chenxi, she did speak out about her repression. Now, through Zhao Shuangshuang's mouth, Chu Feng finally expressed the resentment that he had suppressed in his heart for many years. From now on, he and Shen Chenxi will have nothing to do with each other anymore. Chu Feng was in a good mood, and there was a hint of warmth in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Shuangshuang. For tomorrow's loving breakfast, I'll make you shrimp dumplings and crystal porridge. These are my specialties. You've never had them before, so I don't know if they suit your taste. Zhao Shuangshuang was a little dazed. The two of them had just agreed that Zhao Shuangshuang would just buy some buns and soy milk for herself tomorrow. Chu Feng suddenly treated her so well, which made Zhao Shuangshuang a little confused. Why are you so kind all of a sudden? You wouldn't agree no matter how much I begged you just now. The smile on Chu Feng's lips became even brighter. You are my customer. I always meet customers' requests. By the way, do you have any favorite or taboo foods? Zhao Shuangshuang nodded, then shook her head. I like to eat fried dumplings. I don't have any particular taboos. Apart from the fact that she likes to go against Shen Chenxi, Zhao Shuangshuang is actually quite easy to please. Chu Feng nodded to show that he understood. Before they knew it, they came to a quiet flower bed. Seemingly a little tired, Zhao Shuangshuang took the initiative to sit on the recliner. Chu Feng sat aside. Zhao Shuangshuang, who was still thinking about the loving breakfast, looked up at the stars in the sky and said happily. Chu Feng, I remember that you once made energy potatoes for Shen Chenxi. They looked soft and delicious. I was so greedy that I cried. How about you help me make that? Hearing this, Chu Feng began to think. Of course, I can, but it's a bit troublesome. The dish needs to be paired with cherry walnut bread, cherries and jam. If I go to the supermarket now, I may not be able to buy fresh ingredients. But I will get up earlier tomorrow and go to the morning market. Is it so troublesome? Forget it. Zhao Shuangshuang just said it casually, not that she had to eat it. At this time, Zhao Shuangshuang took off her sandals and put her little feet in Chu Feng's palm. The loving breakfast can be simple, but the service can't be reduced. I have to pay you $300 a day. It's not too much to massage my feet, right? I helped Zhao Shuangshuang with her lessons last night. As long as she dared to be distracted, Chu Feng would definitely grab her little feet and tickle them. Zhao Shuangshuang was tickled so hard that she felt very comfortable, but she also found that Chu Feng was very good at massage. Now, if he massages my feet seriously, it's actually very comfortable. Chu Feng, have you ever massaged Shen Chenxi's feet? Chu Feng shook his head. Zhao Shuangshuang refused to give in. You're lying. Your massage skills are so advanced. You must have studied hard. Chu Feng nodded, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. My grandma is old, and I often give her massages. Hearing this, Zhao Shuangshuang immediately became quiet. She met Chu Feng's grandmother last night. She was a kind and amiable old lady. Grandma stayed in the hospital for 3 years and had to lie in bed most of the time. Chu Feng often helped her massage and exercise her body. Of course, Chu Feng had studied massage. It is to help the beautiful President Lu Siyue to have a rest. At the beginning, Chu Feng had to massage Lu Siyue for half an hour before she could fall asleep. Until now, as long as Lu Siyue was by his side, she could fall asleep within 5 minutes after Chu Feng's massage. These are all customer confidentiality, there is no need to tell Zhao Shuangshuang. Just when Chu Feng was daydreaming, Zhao Shuangshuang's weak voice came to his ears. Chu Feng. What's wrong? Just massage the feet, don't go beyond the ankles tilde. Following Zhao Shuangshuang's weak words. When Chu Feng lowered his head, he realized that his hands had touched Zhao Shuangshuang's smooth calves without him noticing. And there is a faint trend of continuing to rise. Zhao Shuangshuang is known as the second most beautiful girl in experimental high school. In terms of appearance and figure, she is not inferior to Shen Chenxi at all. Her beautiful legs were so smooth and delicate that they even glowed in the moonlight. Chu Feng swore that he really didn't mean it. So he said very seriously. I didn't touch you tilde. Zhao Shuangshuang immediately returned to her aggressive personality. You mean, I took your hand and put it on my leg? Chu Feng could only change the subject. How about I add a soft boiled egg to your breakfast tomorrow? It's not impossible, Tilda. Chapter 28. It's not my fault. Thursday. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shine into the bedroom. When Chu Feng got up, he pressed the alarm immediately. He was afraid of disturbing his grandma, so he washed up quietly, then went to the kitchen and started working. At 6:20 in the morning, Chu Feng ate millet porridge with his grandma. Then I left home following my grandma's instructions. Chu Feng, holding a thermos in his hand, did not wait at the school gate. When he walked into the school gate, people around him pointed at him. Faintly, Chu Feng heard a lot of people gathered together and talking. Have you heard? Shen Chenxi wanted to protect Chu Feng, but Zhao Xuangshuang disagreed, and the two school beauties dueled for Chu Feng. Is this true or false? I saw it with my own eyes last night. Look, Chu Feng is holding the thermos cup again. I guess he sent it to Shen Chenxi as a loving breakfast. After all, Shen Chenxi said in person that as long as Chu Feng is obedient, he will be given 100,000 yuan in pocket money a month. Chu Feng has heard too much gossip about himself. However, most of the previous discussions were about how I was a die-hard bootlicker who ended up with nothing. Now, the focus of everyone's discussion has become which of the two school beauties they will choose. Tilda. It's really like that. Chu Feng has become accustomed to all kinds of rumors. He didn't argue, but just quickened his pace and returned to the classroom. From the moment Chu Feng stepped into the classroom door, the atmosphere in the class suddenly became extremely weird. Everyone looked up at him as if they had discussed it beforehand. At the same time, the two school beauties, Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuangshuang, cast expectant glances at him. When Shen Chenxi saw the thermos cup in Chu Feng's hand, he suddenly felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. She is really familiar with this thermos. 3 years. From the first year to the third year of high school, Chu Feng would hold this thermos cup every day for thousands of mornings, and find ways to prepare a variety of delicious breakfasts for himself. At first, Chu Feng just bought soy milk and fried dough sticks for himself at the breakfast shop. However, Shen Chenxi, who had a picky taste, didn't bother to take another look. Then Chu Feng changed the various breakfasts in the breakfast shop, but Shen Chenxi was not interested in either buns or cakes, millet porridge or milk tea. It was not until later that an idea flashed on Chu Feng's mind and he started cooking himself. At the beginning, his craftsmanship was really average. It was not until half a year later, when Chu Feng brought the fragrant shrimp dumplings in front of him, Shen Chenxi took a small bite because of his hard work for half a year Tilda, and then he couldn't stop. From then on, Chu Feng was responsible for all of Shen Chenxi's breakfast. Unconsciously, Shen Chenxi's appetite was cultivated into the shape of Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't prepare loving breakfast these days, and Shen Chenxi basically had no appetite, so she just ate some milk and bread to get by. And now, seeing the familiar thermos bucket again, Shen Chenxi's greed was aroused. She looked at Chu Feng with a pair of cold eyes full of expectation, and almost stood up to ask for it. Only. Chu Feng didn't look in this direction. His eyes were calm, but his steps were extremely firm as he walked towards the back row of the classroom. Under Shen Chenxi's complicated gaze, Chu Feng came in front of Zhao Xuangshuang. Chu Feng opened the thermos barrel very considerately and said with a smile on his face, "The energy potatoes you ordered yesterday were served with cherry bread, cherries and jam Tilda. Today, Zhao Xuangshuang deliberately wore her most beautiful dress. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders, and she looked as bright and charming as a little princess. Didn't you say it was too troublesome and that you were not allowed to do it?" Chu Feng nodded. "It's really troublesome. I got up an hour earlier than usual to make this breakfast. If you think I'm working hard, you can give me a little more tip." Zhao Xuangshuang was stunned. She was originally very moved. Now he was broken by Chu Feng's words. "Go away Tilda, you money-hungry bastard." Chu Feng was speechless. In order to make this young lady happy with her meal, he went to the vegetable market to shop last night and got up an hour earlier in the morning to cook. And in the end, he was just kicked out. But the customer is God. Chu Feng quickly adjusted his mood and raised the corner of his mouth again. "Try it first to see if it suits your taste." Zhao Xuangshuang has waited for this moment for too long. Without looking, she knew that Shen Chenxi, who was sitting by the window opposite, must be staring at her intently. Feeling satisfied, Zhao Xuangshuang looked around. 3 days ago, I told them that Chu Feng would personally deliver a loving breakfast to me, but all I got in return was everyone's ridicule and confusion. But now, when Chu Feng came in front of them with the fragrant breakfast, all these people became silent. Zhao Xuangshuang really enjoyed the envious, jealous, shocked and disbelieving looks from everyone. She picked up a piece of energy potato with chopsticks. It was soft and delicious in her mouth. Zhao Xuangshuang was really about to cry for it. It tastes good. At this moment, Zhao Xuangshuang's attitude was condescending. Chu Feng's face was full of cooperation. If you like it, I'll do it for you later. There was a sound of people gasping for air all around. At the same time, many people's eyes turned to Shen Chenxi. Originally, this delicious breakfast should have belonged to her, but now. When Chu Feng returned to his seat, Shen Shuanglong's face flushed with excitement. Shen Shuanglong was sitting in the front row with Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi. Facing the cold light emanating from Shen Chenxi, he didn't dare to say anything more. But deep down in his heart, his admiration for Chu Feng had reached an indescribable level. Shen Chenxi, the school's #1 goddess, secretly likes Chu Feng in her heart, and Shen Shuanglong knows this. But Chu Feng's strength lies in the fact that he did not give up the entire forest for the sake of Shen Chenxi, a big tree. Faced with the admiration of the #1 school beauty, Chu Feng could actually show affection to the #2 school beauty, Zhao Xuangshuang, in public. My godfather has made a big plan. He endured the first 3 years and remained calm in the face of everyone's ridicule and confusion. After successfully winning the heart of the goddess, he immediately changed his target. This is truly like walking through a sea of flowers without getting hurt. For the next whole day, Shen Shuanglong's admiration seemed to be about to explode. He kept his ears perked up, paying close attention to what was happening between Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi in the back row. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't communicate at all until the school bell rang. After school in the evening, Chu Feng did not wait for anyone this time. He quickly packed his school bag and ran towards the school gate. Sure enough, a Maserati was parked safely in front of the Renjian April Cosmetics store. In the past, Lu Siyue would only send her assistant Ling Yu to pick her up every Sunday. Today was only Thursday, and Lu Siyue had sent him a message in advance, saying that she had something to discuss with him, so Chu Feng rushed over without stopping. When he got in the car, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What's going on today? Why now? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment because there was actually someone sitting in the back seat. Boss Lu. The person in front of him was Lu Siyue. Today she is wearing a hollow dress, which is slimming and thin. The irregular design and hip-hugging style outline her graceful figure, making her look charming. When paired with high heels, Lu Siyue looks both sexy and feminine. Apparently, Lu Siyue, who had just returned from the party, still had a faint smell of alcohol on her body. There was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. She pulled Chu Feng to her side and said in a charming voice, "Why don't you come up quickly?" Chu Feng lost his balance and fell forward. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. This is not my fault. Chapter 29 The Legendary Princess Hug. There was obviously something wrong with Lu Siyue. Her bright eyes glanced at Chu Feng from time to time, as if she had something to say. But he chose to endure. Assistant Ling Yu started the car, and the Porsche drove smoothly towards the residential area. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng would naturally read people's expressions. In the past, Lu Siyue would only send an assistant to pick her up on Sundays, and she always waited at home. This time, he was sitting in the car, which was unusual for him. He was dressed fancy and drunk, which clearly indicated that something special was going on. Chu Feng was the first to break the silence. "Mr. Lu, you just came back from the party. Do you want me to make you some hangover soup when you get home?" Lu Siyue shook her head slightly. With her strong personality, she didn't like being served. But after a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly nodded in agreement. "I heard from Ling Yu that you and Shen Chenxi are classmates and have a very good relationship." Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Lu Siyue was waiting for him at the school gate because she was drunk and wanted him to help her fall asleep quickly. I didn't expect it was for Shen Chenxi. Chu Feng glanced at Ling Yu in the driver's seat calmly. On Monday, Chu Feng called Shen Chenxi in front of Ling Yu and asked her if she could be the spokesperson for Renjian Cu's cosmetics company. Originally, Chu Feng was just trying to make Ling Yu happy, and he didn't take this matter to heart at all, so he didn't mention it when he saw Shen Chenxi later. Unexpectedly, today, the beautiful CEO Lu Siyue came to me in person. Although Lu Siyue was nice to him, Chu Feng also wanted to help her. Pity. In the past 2 days, because of Zhao Xuanxuan, the relationship between Chu Feng and Shen Chenxi has become increasingly distant. It's not even an ordinary classmate relationship. Chu Feng sighed softly. He said calmly, "Boss Lu, I won't hide it from you. Shen Chenxi and I are not only classmates, but we have also been deskmates for 3 years." Lu Siyue did not say anything, but waited quietly for what was to come. Chu Feng continued, "It's just that Shen Chenxi is a rather aloof person. She keeps a certain distance from everyone in school." Before he finished speaking, Lu Siyue already understood something and sighed. "I have seen Shen Chenxi before. Last time I went to Tianhua Entertainment for work, I ran into her by chance. This girl is different from her peers in maturity and scheming, and her personality is indeed quite cold. I guess she doesn't take people of the same age seriously. Originally, I thought that Chu Feng and you could talk to each other. Since you are not familiar with each other, forget it tilde." Lu Siyue didn't have much hope in the first place. After all, Shen Chenxi had just won the Voice of China Championship, and her popularity was unprecedented, so many companies extended olive branches to her. Among the many competitors, Lu Siyue does not have much advantage. Just as the car fell into silence, Ling Yu hesitated in the front driver's seat, and finally she whispered, "Chu Feng, didn't you call Shen Chenxi last time? She seemed quite enthusiastic about you on the phone." That was before Zhao Xuanxuan started to act like a demon tilde. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. He was about to explain, but Lu Siyue beside him said with regret, "Chu Feng, I originally thought that if you can let Shen Chenxi endorse our company's products, all the remaining public relations fees in the company will be given to you." Chu Feng is not interested in anything. But when it comes to money, his eyes light up immediately. So I subconsciously asked, "How many are there?" Lu Siyue extended a hand. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly, 50,000. 500,000. Seeing that Chu Feng did not express his opinion, Lu Siyue continued, "It is a little. So, Chu Feng, if you can really convince Shen Chenxi to endorse our company, the Renjian Cue Cosmetics branch in front of your school will belong to you tilde." Gulp tilde. Chu Feng swallowed hard. 3 years ago, he had distributed flyers in a cosmetics store. Although he did it for a short time, he had a vague idea that the store was conservatively estimated to be worth millions. Just by persuading Shen Chenxi to be the spokesperson for Renjian April, he could not only get 500,000 in cash, but also a store with a valuation of over 1 million. There is really no reason to refuse this deal. In comparison, Zhao Xuanxuan's salary of 10,000 yuan is really child's play. Of course, Chu Feng also kept an eye on it, and he replied, "I will try my best tilde." Lu Siyue didn't seem to have much hope. She leaned back on the chair and said lazily, "I haven't been sleeping well these past 2 days since you were away. Chu Feng, please give me a massage." Hearing this, Chu Feng did not hesitate at all. He measured her body shape, then took out a small bottle of hand cream from his pocket, put some on his hands to warm them up, and then gently massaged Lu Siyue. After 3 years of training, Chu Feng's technique can be said to be very professional. After just a moment, Lu Siyue let out a comfortable hum. Lu Siyue has been a little absent-minded at work these 2 days. From time to time, she thought of the last time in the kitchen, when her whole body was wet with water droplets and Chu Feng was staring at her. Lu Siyue didn't feel anything at that time. But later, she fell asleep with her head resting on Chu Feng's thighs, and then she learned from Ling Yu that it was Chu Feng who carried her into the bedroom like a princess. Her heart could no longer calm down. Lu Siyue is a strong woman. Her mind is completely focused on her career and she has no idea about love. Growing up, Lu Siyue had never been carried like a princess by a boy. But unfortunately, the last time Chu Feng carried her like a princess, she was completely in a dream and didn't feel anything at all. So this time at the party, Lu Siyue, who never drank alcohol in the past, deliberately had a sip. Instead of going home, she asked Ling Yu to pick up Chu Feng. Letting Chu Feng persuade Shen Chenxi was just an excuse for Lu Siyue. Her real purpose was to experience the feeling of being carried like a princess by a boy again. So, Lu Siyue in the back seat of the car closed her eyes, and her eyelids became heavier under Chu Feng's superb massage. But she didn't fall asleep. Instead, she forced herself to sleep and waited quietly. Soon, the car stopped in the underground parking lot. Lucia didn't open her eyes, she just lay quietly in the back seat. Boss Lou is asleep, Boss Lou is exhausted these past 2 days, don't wake her up. When the assistant's voice came, Lucia gave Ling Yu a thumbs up in her heart and secretly decided to give her a raise this month. The next moment, Chu Feng's steady voice came to my ears. I don't know when Mr. Lu will wake up. Let me carry Mr. Lu upstairs. At the same time, Lucia could clearly feel the boy's heavy and steady breath slowly approaching her. Just as Lucia's heartbeat slowly quickened, a hand was placed on his broad shoulder. At the same time, their whole person was picked up by the waist. Lucia's heart was beating like a deer. If you look carefully, you will find that the ears of this strong woman in the workplace are already stained with red. Is this the legendary princess hug? At this moment, Lucia closed her eyes. My heart is beating faster than ever before. Chapter 30. Chu Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Chu Feng's chest is very strong. The arms are also very powerful. This was the most real experience Lucia had after being carried as a princess. Lucia buried her head in Chu Feng's chest and couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting. At that time, my business had just started not long ago. When the company opened its 10th branch, Lucia, as the chairman, went to inspect it. The weather was hot at the time, and just from the short journey from the car to the store, Lucia's forehead was already covered with sweat. Just as she quickened her pace towards the store, the road in front of her was blocked by a figure. It was a furry teddy bear and the other party was holding a flyer in his hand. At that time, Lucia just wanted to get to the air-conditioned room as soon as possible, so she took the flyer. I accidentally discovered that this was actually the opening promotional flyer for my own Renjian April cosmetics store. Only then did Lucia realize that the person in front of her wearing the furry teddy bear costume was actually her own employee. She was touched for a moment, but then became worried. It's such a hot day, most people hide in the air-conditioned room, but the employee in front of me has to wear such thick clothes outside, I guess he must be sweating profusely. Lucia walked into the store. She was about to tell the store manager to let the employees handing out flyers take a break. There was a sound of someone falling to the ground behind him. The ambulance took the person to their hospital, and Lucia followed because he was worried. It turned out to be heat stroke. When she opened the mask and saw the childish face under the thick doll, Lucia felt a little distressed. So she chose to stay. What Lucia didn't expect was that in that ward, she, who often suffered from insomnia, actually had a rare good night's sleep. Later, after returning home, Lucia began to suffer from insomnia again. She went to the hospital again and slept in the same bed, but it was of no use. Finally, thinking of the boy's face, Lucia transferred him from the branch office to her home for some unknown reason. From then on, Lucia could fall asleep quickly as long as the other party gave her a massage. In the past 3 years, Lucia watched Chu Feng grow from a young boy to a sunny and handsome boy. In the past, Lucia always treated Chu Feng as a little puppy. But since the last time they met, when Chu Feng accidentally saw her wet body, and then she was carried in his arms like a princess, and in the morning she tasted the breakfast made by Chu Feng himself, Lucia could never go back to the past. Lucia, who was enjoying the princess hug again, was carefully sent to the bedroom by Chu Feng. Even with her eyes closed, Lucia could still clearly feel Chu Feng's hot breath. He helped himself to fix his hair, covered himself with the summer quilt, and even touched his forehead with his hand. Even without opening her eyes, Lucia could still clearly feel Chu Feng's seriousness and concern. For the first time in 31 years, Lucia's heart was stirred by a boy. All she could think of was Chu Feng's handsome face, strong shoulders, and broad chest. Feeling that the other party was about to leave, Lucia suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. She deliberately kicked off the quilt and pretended to be drowsy as she had just woken up. Boss Lu, are you awake? Sure enough, Chu Feng's caring words came to my ears. Lucia just felt very sweet in her heart. She rubbed her face in a pretentious manner, then sat up. How long have I slept? Chu Feng tried hard not to laugh out loud. You slept for about a few minutes. When Chu Feng just picked up Lucia, he found that her body was a little stiff. Although her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes kept trembling, and she was obviously not asleep. However, out of respect for the customer, Chu Feng did not expose the truth, but played along with the other party. Seeing Lu Siyue sitting up, Chu Feng immediately said, "Boss Lu, let me pour you some water." After saying this, Chu Feng walked towards the kitchen. 2 minutes later, Chu Feng knocked on the door and walked back into their master bedroom, holding a glass of water in his hand. Lu Siyue took the water cup from Chu Feng. She was indeed a little thirsty. After taking a sip, she found that it was actually honey water, which tasted sweet. Chu Feng really cares about himself. He knew he had drunk alcohol, so he prepared honey water for himself to sober up. He is really a caring big boy. Chu Feng, you are so caring, so there must be a lot of girls who like you in school. Chu Feng was immediately shocked. To be honest, according to Chu Feng's original plan, his work as a bootlicker would be completely over after the college entrance examination. Whether it's the middle school girl Song Yusin, the beautiful President Lu Siyue in front of him, or Zhao Xuanshuang who just signed the contract, he only needs to serve them for a month and everything will be over. As for Lu Siyue, Chu Feng has thought about finding a time to confront her recently and let her slowly adapt to life without him. But now, Lu Siyue just promised that as long as she persuaded Shen Chenxi to endorse Renjian Siyue Cosmetics Company, she would get 500,000 in cash and a cosmetic store with a market value of 1 million. This is a total of 1.5 million assets. Chu Feng knelt and licked Shen Chenxi for 3 years, including the compensation of 500,000 and 3 years' salary, which added up to only 1 million. And now, as long as he uses his lips to persuade Shen Chenxi to endorse Renjian Siyue, he can immediately get a benefit fee of 1.5 million. How could Chu Feng give up on such a thing? So, before getting the money, Chu Feng decided to postpone the showdown with Lu Siyue for a while. At the same time, he absolutely did not want any accidents to happen during this period. So he said very seriously, "Mr. Lu, you may have mistaken me. I don't have many friends at school. I basically keep to myself. As for girls, they all avoid me." Chu Feng's eyes were filled with emotion. What he said is true. Except for Zhao Xuanshuang who signed a contract with her, the other girls in the class looked at her with contempt. Chu Feng is known as the king of dog lickers. Most girls really don't dare to approach him. Just when Chu Feng's face was gloomy, Lu Siyue smiled. She was obviously in a good mood, and her voice was rare and gentle. That just proves that the girls in your school have no taste. After she finished speaking, Lu Siyue suddenly felt her eyelids a little heavy. Her eyelids were drooping just now, but she was just holding on in order to experience Chu Feng's princess hug. Now that my mind was relaxed and I was in a good mood, I felt sleepy and couldn't hold on any longer. He handed the cup of water in his hand to Chu Feng, but found that the other party drank the honey water in the cup in one gulp. Indirect kiss. When this word flashed through her mind, Lu Siyue's weak little heart began to beat again. Gently closing her eyes, Lu Siyue said calmly, "Chu Feng, help me press for a while, I want to sleep." Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately came to the bedside. Chu Feng, who has been practicing for 3 years, has more experience than anyone else in how to make Lu Siyue fall asleep as quickly as possible. He placed his hands gently on Lu Siyue's calves and massaged them gently. Following Chu Feng's movements, Lu Siyue's originally frowned brows slowly relaxed. Unconsciously, Lu Siyue slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already bright. Lu Siyue vaguely remembered that she had a very beautiful dream, in which the handsome face of the little puppy seemed to appear. I seem to have had a wonderful experience with him. The clothes on her body were a little wet, so Lu Siyue changed her clothes. There was no sign of Chu Feng around. After leaving the bedroom, Lu Siyue went straight to the living room and saw the breakfast on the dining table at a glance. Assistant Ling Yu was still sleeping soundly in the guest room. Then the only one who prepared breakfast for himself was Chu Feng. After washing up, Lu Siyue sat at the dining table. She gently picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it in her mouth to taste it. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but she thinks today's breakfast is particularly delicious. If it could always be like this, that would be great. She whispered to herself, and at this moment a touching smile appeared on the corner of Lu Siyue's mouth. Chapter 31: The Broken Queen Flower. Friday. Chu Feng was not in a good mood. Because when he thought about being tortured by Song Yusin's middle school syndrome after school in the evening, he felt a stomachache. Especially when thinking of Song Yusin's crazy eyes last week, Chu Feng couldn't help but shudder. Godfather, are you scared facing two school beauties at the same time? Chu Feng came early today. My deskmate Shen Chenxi and Wannabes didn't come. After holding it in for a whole night, Shen Chenxi finally got the chance to be alone with Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't look very good, he couldn't help but tease him. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't speak, Shen Chenxi kept talking. Godfather, which school beauty is today's love breakfast prepared for? There was a thermos cup in front of Chu Feng. If it was before, there was no need to ask, the thermos cup must have contained delicious food prepared for Shen Chenxi. But now? It's hard to say. Facing Shen Chenxi's endless chatter, Chu Feng was somewhat speechless. Are you confident about the upcoming test? I've noticed that you've been so busy eating that you've neglected your studies. Shen Chenxi was stunned for a moment. Because he found that he had been a little slack in his studies in the past week. However, you can study at any time, but you can't eat melon at any time. Brother Chu, are you planning to leave Shen Chenxi aside first and then take down Zhao Xuanxuan? Chu Feng, listen to what you say, are you talking like a human being? I was wrong. Shen Chenxi corrected his mistake as soon as he knew it. Brother Chu, you are playing a big game, and you can't let go of the two school beauties. At this moment, the atmosphere in the class suddenly became quiet. The moment the domineering beauty Zhao Xuanxuan walked into the classroom, her beautiful eyes subconsciously looked towards the window opposite. When she saw Chu Feng, the curve of Zhao Xuanxuan's mouth became brighter. At the same time, Zhao Xuanxuan also saw the thermos cup in front of Chu Feng. She didn't say anything more, but returned to her seat in a happy mood. Xuanxuan, guess what delicious food Chu Feng will prepare for you today? When Yi Zhizhi, her deskmate, saw Zhao Xuanxuan's bright smile, she knew that something good was bound to happen. With the thermos cup placed in front of Chu Feng, she knew what would happen next without having to think about it. Zhao Xuanxuan packed her school bag. She flipped through the textbook absent-mindedly, but she would glance towards the window from time to time out of the corner of her eye. Who knows? But yesterday's energy potatoes were pretty good. Chu Feng might make me crystal porridge today. Anyway, if it doesn't taste good, I won't eat a single bite. As Zhao Xuanxuan spoke indifferently, Chu Feng on the opposite side did not move at all. At this time, Yi Zhizhi couldn't help but said, why hasn't Chu Feng brought the breakfast yet? It will be cold soon. Zhao Xuanxuan only ate a small half of the breakfast Chu Feng sent her yesterday, and the rest went into the mouth of her deskmate and part-time best friend Yi Zhizhi. After tasting Chu Feng's cooking, Yi Zhizhi's appetite was also captured. She came here on an empty stomach this morning, even if she wanted to have a piece of the pie. Hearing this, Zhao Xuanxuan remained calm and said calmly, wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Yi Zhizhi was confused. But a smile appeared on Zhao Xuanxuan's lips. Wait for that iceberg school beauty tilder. It's meaningless for me to eat too much by myself, it's most delicious to let Shen Chenxi watch me eat. Yi Zhizhi reacted immediately and she also laughed out loud. Time passes by every second. Soon the originally empty classroom was slowly filled with students. Just when Zhao Xuanxuan looked up at the classroom door for the 30th time, a beautiful figure finally appeared in front of her. Today, Shen Chenxi wore a simple black slim dress that was knee-length, and the smooth lines perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. As the most beautiful girl in experimental high school, Shen Chenxi's skin was as white as snow, and it glowed with a cool luster under the morning sun. She has a delicate oval face, long and thin eyebrows, and deep eyes like cold stars, revealing an indifference that keeps people away. Even though Zhao Xuanxuan was extremely confident about her appearance, she still felt a little inferior deep down in her heart in front of Shen Chenxi. With Shen Chenxi's arrival, everyone in the class subconsciously shifted their attention to her. The girl's waterfall of black straight hair fell casually on her shoulders, swaying gently with her steps. A pair of small silver earrings on her ears were faintly visible among her hair, flashing a little cold light. Just when everyone was holding their breath, Yi Zhizhi, who kept swallowing his saliva, discovered that Chu Feng, who was sitting by the window, had stood up on his own initiative. Yi Zhizhi gently touched her best friend's shoulder with her elbow, and said with a smile, you guessed it right. Chu Feng is waiting for Shen Chenxi to arrive, and then give you a loving breakfast in front of her. Yi Zhizhi hadn't finished his words yet. As soon as a smile appeared on Zhao Xuanxuan's face, the two men's eyes widened instantly. Because they saw that with the arrival of Shen Chenxi, Chu Feng did stand up. However, he did not come over here, but took out a tissue and began to help Shen Chenxi wipe the tables, chairs and benches as before. Chenxi, I made you crystal porridge and your favorite shrimp dumplings. Here are some tissues. Wipe your hands and I'll open them for you tilde. Chu Feng's attitude instantly made everyone's eyes widen. At the same time, there was another round of exclamations and discussions in the classroom. What's going on? Has the universe's #1 bootlicker returned to his true nature? No, I just placed all my bets on Amazon yesterday, and I'm bankrupt today. To be honest, between Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanxuan, I definitely want both, but if I have to choose one, I will definitely choose Shen Chenxi. No, did Shen Chenxi activate his superpowers? Otherwise, how could Chu Feng become so fast? There were all kinds of discussions in the class, but the person who was hit the hardest was definitely Zhao Xuanxuan. Just now, the classmates around were cheering for Zhao Xuanxuan. In the blink of an eye, with Chu Feng's defection, everyone looked at Zhao Xuanxuan with intriguing eyes again. Yi Zhizhi finally saw through the essence of the matter. She whispered softly. Now I realize that the dispute between Shen Chenxi and Xuanxuan is not won or lost by the two of them, but by Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng favors someone, that person will definitely have the upper hand. No wonder Xuanxuan has never been able to defeat Shen Chenxi in the past 3 years. It turns out that it's because Chu Feng has always been by her side tilde. At this moment, Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. When everyone's eyes turned to herself, Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly remembered one thing, that is, she had not paid Chu Feng yet. According to Chu Feng's regulations, a loving breakfast costs 200 yuan a day. I owed Chu Feng 400 yuan before, and I have never paid for breakfast. And now, it is naturally impossible for Chu Feng to do it for himself for free. In other words, Shen Chenxi spent money to let Chu Feng make a loving breakfast for her. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanxuan thought she had figured out the whole story. She had long known that Chu Feng was a money-hungry person, so it was not appropriate to say anything at this time. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhao Xuanxuan could only sit down again angrily. At the same time, Shen Chenxi was standing next to the desk, and she watched Chu Feng help her wipe the desk and bench. Chu Feng had been doing this kind of thing for himself for 3 years, but Shen Chenxi had never cared about it before. And now, she looked straight at Chu Feng with a pair of cold eyes, and said in a calm voice. Chu Feng, from now on you don't have to do this for me anymore. We are just classmates. Chapter 32 Shen Chenxi's Tears. Remorse. Chu Feng really regretted it. He used to kneel and lick Shen Chenxi. Being ignored, ridiculed, and insulted, although he was paid, he did feel a little dissatisfied in his heart, and just wanted to finish his bootlicking job as soon as possible so that he could be free again. But this time it's different. This time Chu Feng knelt and licked Shen Chenxi, he was free, willing, and even eager. The reason is very simple, as long as Shen Chenxi becomes the spokesperson for Renjian April Cosmetics Company, he can get a one-time reward of 1.5 million. 1.5 million. That's not $150. Starting from 3 years ago. Chu Feng had been licking Shen Chenxi's ass for 3 years, and all his messy income added up to a total salary of 1 million. He knelt down and licked the second-year girl Song Yusin, was humiliated by her every day, and was pressed to the ground and rubbed by her. He earned 10,000 yuan a week and nearly 1 million yuan in salary in 2 years. Giving massages to the beautiful CEO Lu Siyue every week is the easiest job, and I have also earned a lot of money in 3 years. As for tutoring female academic achievers, helping beautiful neighbors with their problems, etc., since the time is short, the income is very little. In short, Chu Feng did make a lot of money in 3 years. Even after deducting his grandmother's hospital expenses, Chu Feng still has 2 million yuan in his bank card. This is the guarantee of his future and that of his grandmother's life. But this money was earned by Chu Feng by selling out his dignity and bottom line and spending countless efforts. In comparison, persuading Shen Chenxi to endorse Renjian Cue and immediately obtaining 1.5 million in funds is simply an efficient, fast, comfortable and heartwarming job. So this time, Chu Feng was completely willing to kneel and lick Shen Chenxi. Not only did he not have any complaints in his heart, but he was eager to do it. Facing Shen Chenxi's stop, Chu Feng not only did not restrain himself at all, but became more attentive. 11. Don't you like shrimp dumplings? The ones bought from the supermarket are not fresh. I made this for you an hour ago. Also, the weather is getting hotter, so I made you some sour plum soup to cool you down. By the way, I noticed that you didn't look very well these days. Are you too tired? Can I give you a shoulder massage to relax you? As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng completely ignored the shocked or contemptuous looks from all the classmates around him. He was extremely attentive, just wanting to gain Shen Chenxi's favor and then coax her into signing the contract. But the more Chu Feng lowered his posture and tried to please him in every way, the gloomier the expression of Shen Chenxi beside him became. At this moment, Shen Chenxi bit her red lips. She did not enjoy Chu Feng's service as contentedly as before, but stood there in a daze. Since being reminded by the domineering flower Zhao Xuangshuang last time, Shen Chenxi thought about what she had done in the past 3 years from the perspective of an observer, and she finally realized her own excesses and selfishness. Shen Chenxi has been silent these days, and she is completely indifferent even in the face of Zhao Xuangshuang's provocation, precisely because she has realized the harm her previous actions have brought to Chu Feng. Shen Chenxi knew that everyone in the school called Chu Feng the king of dog lickers. She had never felt this before. Now, she put herself in Chu Feng's shoes, imagining that everyone in the school was pointing fingers at her, imagining that everyone was mocking her, and even had to face attacks from some people. Don't even mention dealing with it, just thinking about it makes Shen Chenxi feel numb. It was at this moment that Shen Chenxi truly understood what Chu Feng had sacrificed for her over the past 3 years. If Chu Feng hadn't been there to protect him, if Chu Feng hadn't solved all his troubles for him, it is absolutely impossible for me to sit in the classroom and listen to the lectures so peacefully. Similarly, my training and performances will be affected. If that were the case, would I still be able to achieve what I have now? When thinking of this, Shen Chenxi suddenly felt distressed. She felt sorry for Chu Feng's protection of her over the years. I feel heartbroken for the injustice Chu Feng has suffered over the years. I also feel sorry for Chu Feng, who has suffered so much but still tries every means to please me and never complains about any of his efforts in front of me. At this moment, Shen Chenxi bit her originally beautiful red lips until they turned pale. She felt a sharp pain in her heart as she watched Chu Feng preparing breakfast for her, wiping the tables, chairs and benches for her, preparing tissues for her to wipe her hands, and blowing cool food for her. That's enough. Shen Chenxi's voice was full of indifference. She just wanted Chu Feng to love her, cherish her, and live for himself. However, these words sounded different to Chu Feng. As expected, I was too hasty in attacking and cutting in too close. In just a few days, I went from licking Shen Chenxi to drawing a clear line with Shen Chenxi, then signed a contract with Zhao Xuangshuang, and even joined hands with Zhao Xuangshuang to bully Shen Chenxi. Now that I want to take advantage of her, I turn around and lick her. Even though Chu Feng's face was as thick as a city wall, he still felt his face burning when he was scolded in public by Shen Chenxi at this moment. Since you've already lost it, don't force it. Chu Feng understood that he had no chance of getting the 1.5 million reward. He stopped pestering and sat in his seat with a calm expression. The shrimp dumplings in the thermos still exude a charming aroma. The first thought in Chu Feng's mind was to give the shrimp dumplings to Zhao Xuangshuang to see if he could receive 200 yuan as a reward. But when he turned around, he saw Shen Chenxi was already sitting next to him. If he wanted to send it to Zhao Xuangshuang, he would have to let Shen Chenxi stand up. Shen Chenxi already hated him so much, and Chu Feng didn't want to provoke her at this time. So I could only shake my head and give up. Come to think of it, I'd been making breakfast for 3 years, but I've never been willing to eat a single bite. When Chu Feng was talking to himself, he didn't notice that Shen Chenxi beside him trembled violently. The next moment, Chu Feng picked up the chopsticks and gently picked up a shrimp dumpling. But this time he didn't give it to anyone, but put it in his mouth. It really is me. The breakfast is really delicious. Taking into account the ingredients and labor costs, 200 yuan is not too much, right? Chu Feng made 2 breakfasts in the morning and left one for the beautiful President Lu Siyue. After all, you are using the ingredients from other people's refrigerators, so you have to keep some for yourself. He took the other copy to school. It was originally intended for Shen Chenxi. In fact, he is still hungry. After eating a shrimp dumpling, Chu Feng's appetite was completely aroused. While his stomach was growling, he couldn't wait to devour it. Beside him, Shen Chenxi also heard the sound of Chu Feng's stomach growling. She suddenly remembered that Chu Feng used to get up an hour earlier every day in order to make loving breakfast for her. He would feed himself the prepared delicacies, but Shen Chenxi had never seen Chu Feng eat by himself. In other words, in the past 3 years, Chu Feng made loving breakfast for himself every day, got up early every day and sacrificed an hour of sleep, but he himself has never eaten breakfast, right? Thinking of this, Shen Chenxi suddenly felt her nose a little sour and her eyes a little wet. She was afraid of being discovered, so she immediately lowered her head. At this moment, Shen Chenxi secretly turned his cheek. Through her blurry vision, she saw the boy next to her eating shrimp dumplings with a happy look on his face. It seemed that, to him, the shrimp dumplings that he had been tired of eating for 3 years were the most delicious thing in the world. How much did Chu Feng sacrifice for me in the past? He knows everything about me, and even thoughtfully prepares brown sugar water for me during my period, but I don't even know his basic situation. The more he thought about it, the more Shen Chenxi felt his heart ache. She wiped her tears with a tissue. But I found that I couldn't wipe it clean. Chapter 33. I really deserved to die. Chu Feng had a very free day today. After completely severing ties with Shen Chenxi, the two of them were like strangers and no longer had any conversation with each other. Even the domineering Zhao Xuanxuan didn't deliberately make trouble today. Chu Feng enjoyed the rare quietness very much. When Chu Feng thought about how he would have such a leisurely life after the college entrance examination, his heart was filled with longing and hope. School is over in the afternoon. When Chu Feng packed his school bag and was about to leave, Shen Chenxi suddenly stopped in front of him. Chu Feng was a little surprised. Didn't they agree that they would keep out of each other's way from now on? At this moment, Shen Chenxi suddenly lowered his head. She said something weakly, but the class was too noisy after school, and Shen Chenxi's voice was so low that Chu Feng didn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Chu Feng asked curiously. Shen Chenxi just lowered his head slightly, but did not answer. Chu Feng has to go to Song Yusin's place in the evening. There is no way he would give up a salary of 10,000 yuan a day. Seeing Shen Chenxi bowed her head and said nothing, Chu Feng could only say softly, "If you have anything to say, come back next Monday and talk to me. Bye." After he finished speaking, Chu Feng left the classroom in a hurry. Shen Chenxi looked at Chu Feng's back as he left. She pursed her lips and whispered to herself, "I'm just asking if I have time tomorrow. I want to make it up to you." Unfortunately, Shen Chenxi's voice was too quiet, and Chu Feng had long disappeared. On the side, Shen Xuanlong pricked up his ears. He picked up his notebook and wrote down. "The 5th trick of my godfather to pick up girls is to make the girl feel guilty and not let her make amends easily." Great, godfather, this move is really great tilde. After leaving school, Chu Feng took a taxi and headed straight to the villa area in the city center. The driver was still a talkative person. However, Chu Feng did not respond. The other party chatted for a few words and then said no more. When the taxi stopped at the door of the villa and Chu Feng got off, the driver couldn't help but sigh. "You are rich man's son, right? Are you here to experience life? If I were really a rich young man, I would first give you a tip of 100,000 yuan. Chu Feng tried to make the situation more cheerful. The driver waved and left. Looking at the wide gate in front of him, Chu Feng felt a little uneasy. There was something wrong with Song Yusin's eyes last week. Chu Feng knew that the other party must be holding back a big move, and he might be subjected to inhuman torture today. Who cares? As long as the money is in place, I'll let you beat me if I drag my pants. As a professional bootlicker, Chu Feng quickly adjusted his mentality. He pressed the doorbell at the gate of the villa. Soon, after confirming the identity, the door of the villa slowly opened. In the past, every time Chu Feng walked into the villa, he had to do a lot of psychological preparation in his heart. After all, as long as you step into this villa, you will definitely suffer physical pain. Sometimes Song Yusin was in a very bad mood and would even beat her back with a small whip until it was covered in bruises. Of course, although Song Yusin is domineering, she never slaps herself in the face. Chu Feng still had to give the other party a thumbs up for this. After all, Chu Feng makes a living by this face. There are still 3 weeks until the college entrance examination. 1 day a week, 3 days. I only need to endure Song Yusin for 3 more days and then I will be completely free. Chu Feng felt much more relaxed when he thought that his hard days were coming to an end. He walked across the flower bed and soon arrived at the villa hall. Today, Song Yusin is wearing a long dress that looks very royal. This long skirt is simple and elegant in design, showing Song Yusin's elegant temperament. Especially the slim fit and waist-hugging design show off the perfect curves. To be honest, if Song Yusin wasn't so second-rate, not so crazy, and just kept quiet, her looks and temperament would be no less than that of the big star Shen Chenxi. But it doesn't matter anymore. I just need to stay with her for 3 more days, and from now on I will have a bright future. Chu Feng walked into the luxurious hall. He came to Song Yusin and said with a bright smile, "Ms. Song, this dress suits you very well." A bright smile appeared on Song Yusin's face. In order to meet Chu Feng, she went shopping in the mall today. She spent the whole afternoon choosing and finally chose this long dress with a very royal sister style. It is no exaggeration to say that the reason why Song Yusin dressed so gorgeously was just for Chu Feng to see. Now that she received Chu Feng's praise, Song Yusin felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. But she still insisted, "Does it look good?" "I think it's just average." On the opposite side, Chu Feng had no idea what evil this young lady was planning for him, but as a professional bootlicker, he was still keenly aware of the pride in Song Yusin's eyes, so he said seriously, "No, I think Miss Song looks great in this dress. It shows off her figure and she's beautiful." He was complimenting me on my beauty. Sure enough, after just 1 week of not seeing each other, Chu Feng already missed me very much in his heart. He really has a crush on me in his heart. Song Yusin waved towards Chu Feng. She wanted Chu Feng to come closer to her so that he could appreciate her beauty. However, Chu Feng on the other side obviously misunderstood what the other party meant. Seeing the other party crossing her legs, Chu Feng thought that Song Yusin wanted him to polish her shoes again. So without saying anything, Chu Feng stepped forward. He knelt on one knee, took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, lowered his head slightly, and planned to let the other person's feet step on his head. On the sofa, the moment Song Yusin saw Chu Feng kneeling on one knee, her heart started beating wildly. This scene is so familiar. In TV shows and movies, when the male protagonist proposes to the female protagonist, he always kneels on one knee like this. Chu Feng couldn't suppress his true feelings and decided to confess to me today, right? Should I agree to him? But, if it's too easy to get, won't he not cherish it? If I refuse, will Chu Feng, who loves me so much, be sad and desperate? At this moment, Song Yusin's mind was racing. She wanted to ask someone something. What should I do if the professional bootlicker I've had at home for several years suddenly proposes to me? Just when Song Yusin's mind was full of random thoughts, Chu Feng had already put his head under her raised shoes. Song Yusin's brain was overloaded and she didn't react to what was happening for a while. Chu Feng had already handed the handkerchief to the other party. He knew that Song Yusin was holding back a big move today. In order to suffer less physical pain later, Chu Feng could only be cautious, fearing that the other party would seize the opportunity if he was not careful. "What are you doing?" When Song Yusin's voice came to his ears, Chu Feng said very seriously, "Miss Song, aren't your shoes dirty? You are going to step on my head to clean your shoes." When Chu Feng's matter-of-fact voice fell, Song Yusin's face suddenly turned pale. She knew that this was her way of humiliating Chu Feng in the past. "In the past, I liked to step on Chu Feng's head with my shoes. This way I would feel the pleasure of taking revenge on the pretty boy by stepping on him. At that time, I would use all kinds of vicious words to humiliate others." But in the face of his own madness, Chu Feng never had any complaints, nor the slightest dissatisfaction. He always faces himself with a smile. In the past, Song Yusin would find it a pleasure to torture Chu Feng. And now, just thinking about what she had done, Song Yusin suddenly felt a chill from the depths of her heart. The me in the past really deserves to die. Chapter 34. His love for me is engraved in his bones. Song Yusin didn't say anything. But Chu Feng didn't dare to stop. Because he knew clearly the madness of this woman. So he picked up the handkerchief and began to wipe Song Yusin's shoes very carefully and seriously. Song Yusin was wearing a pair of exquisite pink high heels with sparkling rhinestones inlaid on the uppers, which sparkled charmingly under the lights. The heels were slender, about 7 or 8 centimeters high, like a slender paintbrush, outlining her tall and graceful figure. A few shoelaces are wrapped around the perfect jade feet, and the cute little feet can be clearly seen. The color of this pair of high heels matches Song Yusin's outfit perfectly. The cuteness and nobility of pink are integrated at this moment, exuding an irresistible charm. If Song Yusin couldn't speak, it would be great if she could just be a mute bride quietly. Song Yusin is in two completely different states when she speaks and when she doesn't speak. Every time she opened her mouth to speak, she was torturing herself. And when she closed her mouth and sat quietly in front of him, she looked as dazzling as a noble princess. In fact, their high-heeled sandals on Song Yusin's feet only had a few diamond-studded shoelaces, so they didn't need to be wiped at all, but Chu Feng worked very hard. He carefully polished every rhinestone on the shoelaces until they were smooth and shiny, even the round, plump, cute and slender toes were not spared. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was full of concentration. When he raised his head, he smiled and said, "Miss Song, this shoe has been polished. Let's change to the other one." Song Yusin was in a daze. It was not until Chu Feng's words rang in her ears that she suddenly woke up from her daze. Watching Chu Feng kneeling on one knee to wipe his shoes. Looking at Chu Feng's smile from her heart. Song Yusin felt as if a needle had pierced into her heart. She suddenly felt her eyes sore, and she didn't dare to let Chu Feng see it, so Song Yusin got up in a hurry, turned around, and said softly with her back to Chu Feng, "I'm hungry." Chu Feng's gentle words immediately came to my ears. "Miss Song, wait a moment. I'll go cook for you. Miss Song, you must have walked a lot today. I see your feet are all red from being rubbed. I'll give you a foot massage tonight, Tilda." The boy's gentle words echoed in my ears. At this moment, Song Yusin pinched her arm hard. This was the only way she could control herself from crying out loud. The boy behind him walked towards the kitchen. When Song Yusin let go of her hand, she looked at her arm that was pinched red and felt a sharp pain. Suddenly, she thought of Chu Feng. Last week, her mother brought her gigolo to her home for dinner. At the table, the gigolo pretended to care about her. Song Yusin couldn't stand it, so she smashed the plate on the spot and had a big fight with her mother. Song Yusin was in a very bad mood that day, and when Chu Feng came over, she took out all her resentment on Chu Feng. Song Yusin remembered that she whipped Chu Feng's back with a whip that day. Although Song Yusin compensated Chu Feng 20,000 yuan for medical expenses afterwards, now, just thinking about the deep marks on Chu Feng's back, Song Yusin felt her heart bleeding. "I just pinched my arm and it hurt so much, but Chu Feng was whipped so many times by me, he didn't say a word, nor did he complain. He loved me so much in his heart, but I whipped him with a whip. How painful it must have been for Chu Feng to be hurt by the goddess he loved." Thinking of this, Song Yusin couldn't stop crying anymore. No one knows better than her how painful it is to be hurt by someone you trust. The person Song Yusin trusts and relies on the most is her mother. But when her mother brought her pretty boy to her, Song Yusin felt like the sky was falling. He could also vent his anger by torturing Chu Feng. What about Chu Feng? Chu Feng loves me so much in his heart, but I hurt him the most. What kind of despair and brokenness must be in his heart? At this moment, Song Yusin bit her red lips tightly, and she felt that breathing had become extremely difficult. She walked to the kitchen door. At a glance, I saw the busy figures in the kitchen. Despite being tortured by himself, Chu Feng still prepared dinner for himself without complaint. Looking at Chu Feng's tall and resolute back, Song Yusin suddenly felt a little wet at this moment. There is no doubt that Chu Feng, who is 1.84 meters tall, can definitely be considered tall and straight. Their hard life during these years did not defeat him, but instead cultivated his perseverance far beyond his peers. Chu Feng was busy in the kitchen in an orderly manner. Each of his movements seemed to have been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations. Not only was there no messiness at all, but there was a sense of pleasure to the eye. Song Yusin had never paid attention to Chu Feng cooking before. She just enjoyed Chu Feng's services with peace of mind, and sometimes when she was in a bad mood she would torture Chu Feng for fun. And now, looking at Chu Feng's back busying himself for her, Song Yusin's mood, which had just calmed down, became messy again. That pretty boy next to my mother can do nothing except asking me to call him dad. Compared to Chu Feng, he is totally useless, Tilda. At this moment, Song Yusin was quietly leaning against the kitchen door. She was like a wife watching her husband cooking, her face full of pity. Chu Feng is 100 times better than those boys in school who only know how to drool at his face. He would cook for me, make me happy, take care of my daily life, and even prepare brown sugar tea for myself during my period. He would give me a massage, and even if I got angry with him, he would just treat me gently. There won't be another boy like him in the whole world. Besides, he loves me so deeply. The aroma of food slowly wafts to my nose. It is my favorite crayfish. Chu Feng will definitely help me peel the shrimps later, and then feed them to me one by one tilde. But, how did I treat Chu Feng? In the past, I would order Chu Feng to eat the shrimp shells out of my bad taste. Even let him eat food that fell on the ground. Or mock and humiliate him with vicious remarks. Thinking of this, Song Yusin felt a sharp pain in her heart again. She didn't dare stay any longer, so she went back to the living room. Half an hour later, Chu Feng had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Song Yusin came to the restaurant with red eyes. As soon as she sat down, Chu Feng put the first peeled lobster next to her mouth. "Miss Song, this is the crayfish I made especially for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, I'll make it again for you." At this moment Song Yusin widened her eyes. What she saw was a face that was gentle and caring. It turns out that in these 2 years, Chu Feng has always loved me so deeply. Song Yusin knew. Chu Feng worked hard to cook for himself and peel shrimp for himself. In his heart, being able to feed himself must be a very happy and joyful thing. In response to this love, Song Yusin opened her mouth slightly, put the lobster into her mouth, and saw Chu Feng's happy smiling face. He really loves himself to the core. Then, Song Yusin took the initiative to pick up the lobster for the first time and peeled off the shell by hand. She took a deep breath, then handed the peeled lobster to Chu Feng's mouth. "Hey, this is for you." At this moment, Chu Feng was struck by lightning. Their whole person was stunned on the spot. Chapter 35. Anything is okay. "Miss Song, did I do something wrong again?" Chu Feng widened his eyes. He felt like he was not feeling well at all. He tried hard to recall, trying to find when he had offended this young lady again. It is definitely not that easy to get someone to peel shrimps for you on their own initiative. Could it be that this chuunibyou was hinting at me to take off my clothes and then lie down on my own initiative and let her hit me? If I lie down on my own initiative, I wonder if I will give a tip. Just when Chu Feng was daydreaming, Song Yusin finally spoke. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. I just saw that you worked hard to cook, so I peeled a shrimp for you. Is this true or false?" Song Yusin has changed her personality. She actually knows how hard she has worked. No, based on Chu Feng's understanding of this girl with middle school syndrome, every time she planned to torture him, she would be nice to him first, and once he let his guard down, she would immediately attack him. Song Yusin is holding back her ultimate move and waiting for herself. With this in mind, Chu Feng didn't dare to relax at all. He looked at the lobster in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally ate it in one bite under Song Yusin's expectant gaze. "Is it delicious?" Song Yusin asked expectantly. Chu Feng nodded. He said very seriously, "Miss Song, you don't have to be so nice to me, let me feed you." Song Yusin felt bitter inside. I just peeled a shrimp for Chu Feng, and he was deeply moved. If I were nicer to him, would he love me even more and come back to life? Both of them were very careful during this meal. Chu Feng was afraid of getting a case of chuunibyou. Song Yusin was also filled with guilt. Dinner is over. If it were usual, this would be Song Yusin's turn to perform. For example, last week, Song Yusin played the Empress and Chu Feng played the eunuch. Last week, Song Yusin played the magical girl and Chu Feng played the tentacle monster. In short, Song Yusin's after-meal exercise is to play different roles and then take out her anger on Chu Feng. Chu Feng cleaned up the dishes. He knew that he couldn't avoid what was coming. Chu Feng came to Song Yusin slowly and said carefully, "Ms. Song, what are you going to play today? Am I going to play the eunuch again?" Song Yusin, who had calmed down, was defeated again. What emerged in her mind was the various tortures she had inflicted on Chu Feng over the past 2 years. After seeing Chu Feng's cautious look, Song Yusin lowered her head and said, "Chu Feng, will you blame me? I'm super. Is this woman getting into character again? What is playing today?" Chu Feng didn't see it for a moment, but he knew that he had to act along with the other party, otherwise the consequences would be even worse. So Chu Feng also demonstrated his professional qualities as a professional bootlicker. He took a deep breath and completely got into the role. "How could that be? Miss Song, you hired me and gave me the opportunity to work. I can't thank you enough. But I treated you like that before. Not only did I make you kneel down to clean my shoes, I also whipped you." Song Yusin couldn't control her tears. Chu Feng was stunned. Oh my god, this girl with the middle school syndrome is really immersed in the role. Most people would definitely be fooled by her pitiful little eyes. But who is Chu Feng? He is the ultimate bootlicker who has licked 13 clients. How could he be beaten to such an extent? Isn't it just acting? Well, let us see who can outperform whom. Chu Feng adjusted his mood and a most sincere smile appeared on his face. Miss Song, you are wrong. Being able to serve you is actually a very happy and meaningful thing for me. Song Yusin widened her eyes. She could feel Chu Feng's deep affection for her. So he blamed himself even more. Chu Feng, I was wrong before. I always thought of you as a gigolo who cheated on his mother, but you are not him. That gigolo is not even 1%, 1/10,000th as good as you, so from now on I will never hit you again. Also, I have received your feelings for me. But you have to give me a little time. Today's plot is a bit complicated. Chu Feng had long known that Song Yusin regarded herself as a gigolo. Song Yusin said that she would never hit him again from now on, and Chu Feng just thought she was acting. But what about this crazy woman saying that she likes her? This script is a bit off. But it doesn't matter. As long as the money is in place, she can play Ultraman or even a monster herself. So, at this moment Chu Feng's face was full of affection, and he said very seriously. Miss Song, you don't have to rush to give me an answer. I'm happy as long as I can be with you. Song Yusin suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. Their whole person felt like being struck by an electric current. This feeling. Wonderful and sweet. She mustered up her courage and looked at Chu Feng, and said seriously. Don't call me Miss Song anymore. Is that too distant? Hearing this, Chu Feng was in a dilemma. When the transaction just started, Chu Feng tried to call her Yushin, and even called her Xiaoshin, but was beaten up in return. This woman once said that he could only call her Miss Song, and she was not allowed to call her by any other name. So what should I call you? At this moment, Chu Feng was scratching his head. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would suffer physical pain again. He thought hard for a while, and finally a light bulb went off in his head. Chu Feng said carefully. Then, I will call you Xiaoyu from now on. Xiaoyu tilde, Song Yusin murmured softly. No one ever calls themselves that. Perhaps, Xiaoyu can become the exclusive name between Chu Feng and myself. Song Yusin nodded in agreement with joy in her eyes. Then, Xiaoyu, that's all for today. Good night. Until there. Song Yusin, feeling as if she had eaten honey in her heart, returned to her bedroom stupidly. She knew that Chu Feng was sleeping in the guest room next door, waiting for her orders at any time. In the past, Song Yusin would find ways to torture Chu Feng for fun, but now, her mind is full of Chu Feng's call of Xiaoyu. He called me Xiaoyu. This is the first time Chu Feng called me that. He must be too excited to sleep tonight. Thinking of Chu Feng's affectionate eyes, Song Yusin felt as if a wave of electricity was running through her body. She lay on the soft big bed and clamped the pillow involuntarily. What came to my mind was Chu Feng's tall and handsome back in the kitchen. Faintly, the tip of her nose seemed to be able to smell the masculine and handsome scent of Chu Feng. Actually, Chu Feng is also quite handsome. Song Yusin's breathing became more and more rapid. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ms. Song, I prepared some pu'er tea for you. Song Yusin, with a flushed face, sat up hugging the pillow. After Chu Feng entered the bedroom, she suddenly remembered something and immediately asked. What did you just call me? Miss Song. Chu Feng was stunned. Suddenly, after seeing Song Yusin's cold eyes, he suddenly realized something and immediately changed his words. Xiaoyu tilde, do you have any other instructions? As long as it's your request, Xiaoyu, I'm willing to do anything for you. Hearing this, Song Yusin looked down at the pillow in her arms tilde. Really, anything? Chapter 36 What to do if you meet a former customer. Song Yusin slept very soundly that night. Especially when you imagine the pillow as Chu Feng, your whole body will feel wonderful. The only downside was having to change the sheets in the morning. Wash up as usual. When Song Yusin came to the living room, Chu Feng had just prepared breakfast. Ms. Song, breakfast is ready tilde. Chu Feng was not tortured by the second-year syndrome last night. As long as he could hold on until the evening, the mission would be completed, so Chu Feng was in a good mood. Before the smile on his lips could bloom, Song Yusin immediately reminded him. What did you call me? Chu Feng widened his eyes. Could it be that last night's role-playing game isn't over yet? So Chu Feng carefully tested, then, I'll still call you Xiaoyu. Song Yusin's mood immediately turned from gloomy to cheerful and she said with a bright smile. That's more like it. The two came to the restaurant and looked at the usual sumptuous breakfast on the table. In the past, Song Yusin would just take it for granted, but now, she suddenly felt touched. Chu Feng must have worked very hard to make so many breakfasts for himself. But he never had any complaints. How deep is his love for himself? Thinking of this, Song Yusin felt that today's breakfast was particularly delicious. After breakfast, Song Yusin would usually go back to her room to read, or find some reasons to torture Chu Feng for fun. But today, Song Yusin decided to compensate Chu Feng. She said seriously. Chu Feng, I'm going to the comic convention later. Our school's animation club has a group activity today. You can accompany me. Song Yusin was choosing clothes by herself. She has employed Chu Feng for 2 years, but before that she only regarded Chu Feng as a toy for her to vent her anger and had never gone out with Chu Feng. Now, Song Yusin has understood Chu Feng's feelings for her, and also realized how excessive she was in the past. She wanted to make amends and compensate Chu Feng. That's why I thought of dressing up beautifully and taking Chu Feng out. Seeing that Song Yusin didn't seem to be joking, Chu Feng became anxious. No. Did this woman take the wrong medicine? I played some messy role-playing games with her last night, and it hasn't ended yet. Should I continue playing with her? Chu Feng doesn't mind playing any role-playing games. The key is that if the two of them go out together, what should they do if they meet Shen Chenxi, Zhao Xuanshuan, or Lu Siyue? From the first year of high school to now, including those who are currently licking his ass and those who have already finished licking his ass, Chu Feng has served a total of 12 customers. Although these customers have different identities, they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all in the holy city and not far from Chu Feng. For example, Shen Chenxi and Zhao Xuanshuan are classmates, the female academic bully is a neighbor, and Lu Siyue's branch is located at the school gate. In the past, when they served Song Yusin, the two of them had never left the house. Now, if the two of them walked side by side on the street and were seen by other customers, Chu Feng would feel his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Just when Chu Feng was in a dilemma, Song Yusin's light voice came to his ears. Why, you don't want to? How dare I disagree? No one understands Song Yusin's madness better than Chu Feng. Once this middle school student with a second syndrome gets angry, he can whip himself without caring about anything else. Compared to being whipped, encountering other customers on the street seems trivial. Besides, I was accompanying Song Yusin to the comic convention, so the chance of running into other customers was not great. So after hesitating for just 0.01 second, Chu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. Why wouldn't I want to? I'm just too excited. It's my greatest honor to be able to go shopping with Miss Song, no, to be able to go shopping with Xiaoyu. Song Yusin nodded with satisfaction. An hour later, Song Yusin, dressed like a butterfly, stood in front of him. As a professional bootlicker, how could Chu Feng not see Song Yusin's little thoughts? So he praised generously. It looks good. This halter neck vest is European style, classic and fashionable. This was a rare moment of sincerity for Chu Feng. Song Yusin in front of me is indeed very beautiful. She is wearing a V-neck halter top with open back, which shows her sexy collarbone and charming back line, which is pure and seductive. Paired with ultra-short jeans, it is the perfect combination of cool and sexy. It is no exaggeration to say that if Song Yusin dressed like this walks on the street, her rate of people turning back to look at her will definitely be close to 100%. After receiving Chu Feng's praise, Song Yusin's mood became even brighter. She handed the bag in her hand to Chu Feng, then said with a bright smile. Set off. The holy city is sunny in May. The morning sun shines through the car window onto your body, making you feel lazy. Chu Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but look around curiously. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class she was sitting in was already the most low-key car in Song Yusin's garage. Originally, Song Yusin planned to drive the Apollo supercar. Chu Feng was afraid that a supercar worth tens of millions would be too ostentatious, so he persuaded Song Yusin to choose a Mercedes-Benz. In the driving seat, Song Yusin, holding the steering wheel with one hand, looked so beautiful and cool that countless people along the way stared at her in amazement. Song Yusin has long been immune to those astonished gazes. In comparison, she cares more about Chu Feng beside her. Chu Feng, you boys should all like cars, right? When you get your driver's license, you can drive any car in my garage. Song Yusin said it lightly. Chu Feng's blood boiled. He made up his mind that he would get a driver's license after the college entrance examination holiday. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz G arrived at the comic convention parking lot. Chu Feng was not unfamiliar with this place. It was here that he met Song Yusin 2 years ago. After getting off the car, the two walked into the comic exhibition hall with ease. Chu Feng saw Hatsune Miku at first sight. She is worthy of being the world's #1 princess. With her flying long hair and slender long legs, it is hard not to be attractive. Unfortunately, beautiful women will never lack followers. There were also a lot of people around Her Royal Highness the Princess taking pictures, so it would be difficult for Chu Feng to squeeze in. Before Chu Feng could feel sorry, a beautiful woman in a horse-faced skirt came towards him. The other person has long wavy hair and a graceful figure, especially her elegant temperament, which instantly makes people unable to take their eyes off her. Chu Feng looked up, but unfortunately, the other person was wearing a mask and he couldn't see her face. Just as Chu Feng was admiring the many beauties in the comic exhibition hall, he inadvertently discovered that more and more eyes were looking towards him throughout the hall. Of course, those burning gazes around were definitely not directed at him, but were all focused on Song Yusin beside him. Song Yusin, who has a charming face, is elegant and dignified, especially when paired with her sexy outfit, which combines charm and elegance together. Just one glance can make people fall in love with her. At this time, Chu Feng saw some people in the hall getting restless. As a professional bootlicker, it is natural to protect the safety of customers at this time. So he approached gently, with one hand already holding Song Yusin's arm. Beside her, Song Yusin's whole body trembled suddenly. When she turned around, she saw Chu Feng's concerned eyes. Song Yusin felt conflicted for a moment. She had never been so close to a boy since she was a child. What's more, this is in public, and I have to meet up with members of the anime club later tilde. Song Yusin originally wanted to keep some distance. But when he saw Chu Feng's concerned eyes, he felt relieved. Chu Feng loves himself so deeply. Just let him hold my hand. It should be an extremely happy thing for him. Just when Song Yusin was filled with relief, Chu Feng suddenly let go of her hand and took the initiative to distance himself from her. At the same time, Chu Feng stared straight at the center of the comic exhibition hall. There was a stunningly beautiful lady who was playing the role of Pirate Queen Hancock. Damn it! I met my former customer again tilde. Chapter 37 Charming and Frivolous. Wei Qingyu. Chu Feng's third customer. 3 years ago, Chu Feng was a freshman in high school and she was a junior. At that time, my grandmother was in the hospital and Chu Feng, who was in urgent need of money, was looking for customers everywhere. Coincidentally, Wei Qingyu, who was riding a heavy motorcycle, became his target. Chu Feng had been licking Wei Qingyu's boots for half a year. When he was in his second year of high school, Wei Qingyu had already been admitted to the University of Transportation. Later the two lost contact. In Chu Feng's impression, Wei Qingyu is a carefree young lady who dares to love and hate. During the 6 months that Chu Feng had been licking her boots, this young lady's greatest hobby was riding a heavy motorcycle and taking Chu Feng for a stroll through the streets. Sometimes when she's in a mood, she'll suddenly speed up. Chu Feng, who was just a freshman in high school at that time and not as shameless as he is now, was frightened to the point of turning pale. Every time this happened, Wei Qingyu would always laugh at himself for being unmanly and unworthy of being her boyfriend. That's right, Wei Qingyu's ideal boyfriend is the kind of guy who wears golden armor and rides on colorful clouds to marry her in a grand manner. Unfortunately, Chu Feng is not. Chu Feng, what's wrong? Song Yusin's curious voice came to my ears. Chu Feng immediately woke up from his memories. He calmly held Song Yusin's arm and said calmly, "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that we met here 2 years ago. At that time, you were cosplaying as Yukino Shito Yukino, and I fell in love with you the first time I saw you tilde." While speaking softly, Chu Feng casually pulled Song Yusin towards the corner of the comic exhibition hall. He didn't want former and current customers to meet in real life. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be as embarrassing as what happened to the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend. Just as Chu Feng was pulling Song Yusin's arm, a blush suddenly appeared on the face of the middle school girl. 2 years. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng still remembered the scene of their first meeting. At that time, Song Yusin had just joined the anime club not long ago, and during the club activities, Song Yusin posed as Yukino Shiter. It is an existence that cannot be touched or obtained, and one can only marvel at its beauty. It turns out that Chu Feng had fallen deeply in love with me since the first time he saw me. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Her heart was beating like a deer, and at this moment Song Yusin subconsciously moved closer to Chu Feng. She didn't care that her chest was pressed tightly against Chu Feng's arm. She just felt sweet in her heart and couldn't help asking. Chu Feng, why were you willing to go home with me at that time? Of course it's because of the salary of 10,000 yuan a day. Chu Feng almost blurted it out, but he suddenly remembered that he was still in a role-playing game. If he offended the other party at this time, Song Yusin would go crazy and beat him in public. Chu Feng felt it was fun just thinking about it. So he turned his cheek and replied with deep affection. Because that person is you. How about this, is this a great answer? Are you excited? Add money. Must add money. Just when Chu Feng was feeling complacent, Shen Chenxi raised the corner of his mouth slightly into a brilliant arc. She is a gorgeous girl. At this moment, the girl's slightly blushing face, coupled with her eyes full of spring water, is really a killer look. The sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell all around. However, Chu Feng's attention was attracted by the crowd in the center of the hall. Some people cheered and booed. Miss, can you say one of Empress Hancock's catchphrases? After a moment, a soft and charming voice came into my ears. Is this a proposal, Tilder? As the beautiful girl made a heart shape with her hands, the surrounding flashlights lit up instantly. At this moment, through the layers of people on the opposite side, Chu Feng could clearly see the stunning girl posing in the middle of the crowd. Wei Qingyu is very tall. With an absolute height of 1.77 meters and high heels, she is even on par with Chu Feng, who is 1.84 meters tall. In front of her, many boys have to look up at her. She has a pair of straight and long legs. If we only talk about body proportions, Wei Qingyu's golden legs are even more perfect than Song Yusin beside her. Her long black hair was combed into a princess-style hairstyle, her eyes were dark blue with beauty contact lenses, and the dragon hoof mark on her back clearly showed that the character she was coaxing was the pirate empress. Boya Hancock. Influenced by the chuunibyou Song Yusin, Chu Feng sometimes watched a lot of anime in order to cooperate with her in role-playing games. He knew very well that Hancock was the most attractive female character among pirates, and was even known as the most beautiful woman in the world. In the COS world, there are very few girls who have the courage to COS Hancock, and even fewer who can COS the essence of the Empress. Because Hancock is an absolutely perfect woman, she has absolutely righteous looks and an invincible figure. Only in this way can she COS the essence of the Empress. According to official website data, Hancock is 1.91 meters tall. The cup size is even the devilish J. Without mentioning anything else, these 2 points alone are enough to make most girls pale in comparison. As for Wei Qingyu, her COS of Hancock was able to attract half of the people in the comic exhibition hall because of her strong capital. Wei Qingyu, who is 1.77 meters tall, can look down on most girls when she puts on high heels. Although she doesn't have the magnificence of a J cup, her E cup magnificence is enough to attract everyone's attention. Wei Qingyu on the opposite side was lying on the golden dragon throne very domineeringly. She wore the Empress' favorite snake-shaped earrings, and her clothes were the sexiest style in the anime. Especially the wide neckline and perfect cleavage can make any man stop. Especially those long legs that conform to the golden ratio. She tiptoed slightly, with her legs straight and slender, she looked like the Empress in person. Chu Feng didn't dare to look any further, for he was afraid that Wei Qingyu opposite him would discover him. I'm even more afraid that Song Yusin, who suffers from severe chuunibyou, will notice something. If that happens, I'll be in big trouble. Chu Feng, our classmates in the animation club are all over there, can you wait for me here for a while? Song Yusin looked cautious. She is a junior this year, 3 years older than Chu Feng. If those people in the anime club knew that I was parading around with a high school senior, there would be countless rumors all over the entire University of Science and Technology tomorrow. Although Song Yusin doesn't care about these things, the anime club is her last safe haven after all. If not absolutely necessary, Song Yusin didn't want to lose this last peaceful place. That's why she wanted to leave Chu Feng here and meet up with the anime club members alone. Chu Feng wished to be far away from Song Yusin. He was happy inside, but didn't dare show it. As a professional bootlicker, he knew what kind of expression he should show at this time, so he reluctantly said, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you Tilda." After seeing Chu Feng's lingering and lonely eyes, Song Yusin's heart was hit again. Chu Feng loves me so deeply, but I leave him here alone. Is this really okay? After hesitating for a moment, Song Yusin suddenly grabbed Chu Feng's hand and put it on her face. She said tenderly, "Be good and wait for me here. I'll be there in a moment." After the words fell, Song Yusin turned around and left reluctantly with a blushing face in front of Chu Feng's surprised gaze. Chu Feng looked at the palm of his hand. The warmth of Song Yusin's face still remained on it. He shuddered violently and muttered softly, "Is Song Yusin's condition getting worse again?" At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt a dazzling gaze looking straight at him. He raised his head slightly. At a glance, he saw the Empress sitting on the dragon throne in the middle of the crowd opposite him, winking at him gently. Wei Qingyu. She is stunningly beautiful. She is charming and frivolous. Chapter 38 Still recognized. What kind of person is the real Wei Qingyu? During the 6 months that Chu Feng was licking his boots, she was arrogant, proud, brave, and gentle. Chu Feng remembered that it was a day when school had just started in the second half of the first year of high school. In addition to Shen Chenxi, Chu Feng also had a female neighbor customer. Shen Chenxi would provide himself with a salary of 10,000 yuan every month. The female neighbor had irregular eating habits due to her busy work, so Chu Feng's task was to prepare a sumptuous dinner for her every night. His job was more like an hourly worker, with a salary of 2,000 yuan a month. For a boy in the first year of high school, earning 12,000 yuan a month is really a lot. At least among the people of Chu Feng's age, no one can do it. But compared to the sky-high medical bills for my grandma lying in the hospital, that money is still a drop in the bucket. So he urgently needed to find new customers. Coincidentally, Wei Qingyu, riding a medium to heavy motorcycle, passed by him. Chu Feng didn't know Wei Qingyu's identity, but he knew that the motorcycle must be very expensive. So he gritted his teeth and forced himself to kneel down and lick her. Naturally, people will think you are crazy at first. After waiting in the carport for a week, Wei Qingyu became so impatient that she almost kicked out her leftover meal. At that time, Chu Feng was not as sinister as he is now. After being kicked away by a girl in public, he had decided to give up. Who knew there would be such a sudden turn of events the next day? On their way home, Wei Qing stopped him on a motorcycle. She handed herself a helmet. She spoke firmly, like a female knight lighting up her life in the darkness. Get in the car. To be honest, Wei Qingyu should be considered my lucky star. In the second half of my first year of high school, I served a total of 4 customers. My grandma was undergoing surgery at that time. If it weren't for that money. Chu Feng stood in the corner of the comic exhibition hall. He did not wander around, but just looked quietly at the center of the exhibition hall. There, Wei Qingyu was surrounded by countless otaku fans. Wei Qingyu's face is actually not very clear from this position. Fortunately, Wei Qingyu was sitting on a very high dragon throne, and with her height advantage, when the crowd occasionally surged, she could still enjoy some scenery through the gaps in the crowd. Wei Qingyu's e-cup is really eye-catching. Even if you look at the entire comic exhibition hall, she should be the most majestic one. So in order to see some more beautiful scenery, Chu Feng couldn't help but stand on tiptoe. Just at this moment, a pretentious sneer came to my ears. Are the beauties here very pretty? Have you never seen them before? Looking at your country bumpkin look, I am drooling. If this sentence came from Song Yusin's mouth, Chu Feng would take it for granted and even feel that it was in line with her status. But when such sarcasm came from the mouth of an irrelevant otaku with glasses, Chu Feng was speechless. He looked around and made sure that he and the man with glasses were the only ones around, and finally confirmed that the other person was talking to him. Chu Feng had always been nervous when going out with Song Yusin. When Chu Feng met his former customer at the comic convention, he felt that this might be fate. But he deliberately kept a low profile and didn't provoke anyone, but he still met such an idiot. Chu Feng was really a little overwhelmed. He immediately suspected that the otaku with glasses was a die-hard fan of Wei Qingyu. He would be unhappy as long as others looked at Wei Qingyu. But if you think about it carefully, it's not right. A large group of people gathered in front of Wei Qingyu, at least dozens or even hundreds of people. All of these people had shining eyes, and they took out their cameras to take pictures of Wei Qingyu from different angles. If the glasses geeks are dissatisfied, they should go find those people. The next moment, Chu Feng already had the answer in his heart. You are a member of the anime club, right? Song Yusin's number, 100th liquor. Sorry, there are too many liquors in Yusin's phone notes, from number 1 to 100, I don't know which liquor you are tilde. Chu Feng had served Song Yusin for 2 years and had accidentally seen her mobile phone. He also knew that in the notes on Song Yusin's mobile phone, the number of dog bootlickers ranged from 001 to 099. The glasses otaku was instantly furious. He didn't care about how he was Wei Qingyu's number 1 bootlicker, what he cared about was how Chu Feng addressed Wei Qingyu. You think you can call her Yushin? In our anime club, only the vice president like me can call her Yushin. Who do you think you are? Chu Feng nodded. Miss Sung doesn't let me call her Yushin, so I call her Xiao Yu now. Now the glasses otaku was really broken. He took off his glasses and planned to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Although Chu Feng is taller and stronger than him, he has more people on his side. If a fight really breaks out, the dozen or so people in the animation club will support him, and Song Yusin will definitely stand on his side. Just as the man with glasses stepped forward and grabbed Chu Feng's collar, Wei Qingyu, who was sitting on the dragon throne in the middle of the hall, suddenly stood up. As Wei Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned cold, hundreds of fans around her also followed her gaze. The man with glasses, who was originally planning to take action, suddenly noticed something strange. When he turned around, he found that he had become the focus of the entire hall. In the crowd opposite, someone took out a camera and started taking pictures. The glasses otaku immediately changed his attitude with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The hand that was originally holding Chu Feng's collar slowly loosened, and at the same time helped Chu Feng straighten his collar. The next moment, as if he realized something was wrong, the man with glasses immediately turned around and left in panic. The minor conflict here was nipped in the bud before it even happened. The audience immediately lost interest. They turned the camera and started filming the Empress frantically again. In just a moment, the rapid sound of high heels hitting the ground reached my eardrums. The next moment, Song Yusin, wearing a phoenix crown on her head, came to him in a hurry. How is it? Are you hurt anywhere? Song Yusin held Chu Feng's hand tightly. She moved closer to Chu Feng, anxiously checking if Chu Feng was injured. Damn Sun Hao, if I hadn't seen that he has a talent for painting, I wouldn't have made him the vice president. Don't worry, Chu Feng, the first thing I'll do when I go to school on Monday is to expel him from the club. Only after confirming that Chu Feng was safe and sound did Song Yusin breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't say anything, she immediately explained eagerly. Sun Hao is my 11th liquor. He relies on his position as vice president of the animation club and always harasses me under the pretext of work. I didn't care before, but I didn't expect him to be so bold as to attack you. I will delete him from my army of liquors now. While speaking, Song Yusin had already taken out her cell phone. In front of Chu Feng, she added the contact with the note dog liquor number 11 to the blacklist. Chu Feng actually doesn't care about being the vice president of an anime club. He glanced at Wei Qingyu, who was in the middle of the crowd. If it weren't for her, a conflict would have been unavoidable. Although Chu Feng didn't care about the guy with glasses, he was afraid of trouble. Chu Feng was certain that Wei Qingyu had recognized him. Now she was surrounded by many fans and it was difficult for her to escape. Once the comic exhibition was over, Chu Feng was not sure whether Wei Qingyu would come to him on her own initiative. So he began to think of retreating. Xiaoyu, do you want to go shopping? Song Yusin's heart was immediately touched. Shop? Commonly known as the street walk between lovers. Is Chu Feng already so impatient? There was a flash of confusion in Song Yusin's eyes. But, the animation club has a group activity today, and I'm going to play Wuziqian later. Chu Feng didn't want to cause any more trouble, he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. So he gently grabbed Song Yusin's slender hand. I know the anime club is your haven, and I also know that the club is your tool to escape reality. Song Yusin bit her red lips. That's why I can't give up. Chu Feng's eyes were gentle, and he whispered softly into Song Yusin's ear. That was all in the past. Now, I will stay with you. Song Yusin looked up suddenly. What she saw was Chu Feng's gentle yet determined eyes. Song Yusin, who had always protected herself with spikes and armed herself with sharp blades, put away her claws for the first time. She closed her eyes gently. In this world, besides the anime club, she finally found a new harbor tilder. Chapter 39 Scars on the Back. Chu Feng has never been in love. But he experienced the hardships of being a boyfriend the days in advance. Does this dress look good on you? The crystal chandelier above the head emits a bright but not dazzling light. Song Yusin in front of me was wearing an irregular fishtail long skirt. This dress is a strapless one-shoulder design, which fully shows Song Yusin's charming curves. The skirt is cross-slit, and the semi-transparent design gives it an elusive feeling. When Song Yusin gently steps forward with one leg, the exposure is just right, sexy and seductive. Song Yusin, who is 1.7 meters tall, is a clothes rack in herself, and the unique design of Chanel makes her even more radiant. Chu Feng observed and thought carefully, and then gave his own answer. Nice. Song Yusin turned around on the spot, her skirt fluttering, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard all around her. But she still seemed a little dissatisfied, so she went to the fitting room again. In the rest area, a middle-aged man who was shopping with his wife gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. Looking at his wife whose waist was as thick as a bucket, and then seeing the fairy-like Song Yusin, the middle-aged man almost had a nosebleed. Unfortunately, before he could take a closer look, the middle-aged man was dragged away by the ear in a bucket. What about this one? In just a few minutes, Song Yusin had changed into a butterfly tank top and paired it with jeans. This vest features a hollow backless butterfly print design that perfectly shows off the curve of the back, while the irregular hem design makes it more fashionable and cute. Song Yusin, wearing a pair of black leather shoes, looked pure and sexy. No wonder the middle-aged man was bewitched and infatuated. Chu Feng naturally praised him generously. Nice. Song Yusin turned around again. She also thinks she is beautiful. This one, and this one. Pack up everything except these three. This is my address. Just send it to me. The only advantage of shopping with Song Yusin is that I don't have to help her carry all the spoils. Because as long as she likes it, it will be delivered directly to her door. I'm a little hungry, let's go eat something. This was the most beautiful sound Chu Feng had heard throughout the entire day. Coming out of the comic exhibition hall in the morning, Chu Feng has been accompanying Song Yusin shopping. From Chanel to Hermes, from cosmetics to shoes, Chu Feng even felt that these legs were no longer his own. It was not until this moment that he truly realized that women who go shopping will never complain of being tired. In fact, Chu Feng really wanted to eat hot pot. The spicy soup base paired with mutton is absolutely a delicacy. It's a pity that this meal was not his treat. As their host, Song Yusin finally chose a Western restaurant. What Song Yusin cares about is not the steak or the salad, but the candlelight in the restaurant and the melodious violin in her ears. This is the most famous restaurant in our holy city. If you want to dine here, you have to make a reservation 1 week in advance. By the way, would you like some red wine? For the whole day, Song Yusin was in a happy and wonderful atmosphere. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had shopped so recklessly. Chu Feng cut the steak in front of him and shook his head. You drove the car, and I don't drink. Maybe next time. Song Yusin felt a little regretful. She had originally wanted to have a romantic candlelight dinner with Chu Feng. I am a little tipsy. He pretends to be drunk. Perhaps. What a pity. Chu Feng cut the steak into small pieces of suitable size, then exchanged his plate with Song Yusin. He said gently, I've cut the steak for you. Eat it while it's delicious. Song Yusin, who originally felt regretful, immediately smiled. She picked up a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The top-quality steak was soft and tasty. She felt that it was the most delicious steak she had ever eaten. Here. Just as Song Yusin was helping Chu Feng pick up some food with a smile on her face, a waiter came over in a hurry. Excuse me, miss. Your car parked outside the door was scratched by another guest's motorcycle. Would you like to go over and take care of it? Song Yusin's good mood was instantly ruined. Her anger rose to her throat. What's wrong with you? The car was parked there fine, how did it get scratched? Let your manager come over and deal with it. When the waiter looked embarrassed, Chu Feng remained calm. Was it hit by a heavy motorcycle? The waiter nodded immediately. Chu Feng persuaded Song Yusin with a gentle look on his face. The waiter is innocent too. Go over and take a look. I'll wait for you here. Under the waiter's grateful gaze, Song Yusin reluctantly got up and left. As soon as the melodious violin music in my ears ended, the restaurant immediately began to sound like flowing piano music. Chu Feng didn't know the name of this song, but that didn't stop him from enjoying it quietly. Just as Chu Feng was struggling with the steak in front of him, the sound of high heels hitting the ground came to my ears again. The footsteps were more urgent and powerful than Song Yusin's. When Chu Feng looked up when he saw a tall and graceful figure sitting opposite him, he couldn't help but smile. Long time no see, Wei Qingyu. You didn't call me like this before. Wei Qingyu, who is 1.77 meters tall, looks like a walking treasure. No matter where she goes, her tall figure, flawless face, dazzling e-cup, or cold temperament can attract everyone's attention. There was no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women in the Western restaurant, but from the moment Wei Qingyu appeared, most people's eyes followed her figure. Although Chu Feng had tried his best to avoid meeting this young lady. But sometimes, there is nothing you can do to escape fate. Qingyu. This was what Chu Feng called Wei Qingyu 2 years ago. When they met again after 2 years, Chu Feng even felt that things and people had changed. On the opposite side, Wei Qingyu waved gently, signaling the waiter to bring new tableware, then picked up the knife and fork and gently tasted the steak cut by Chu Feng. Your girlfriend is very beautiful. At this moment, Chu Feng turned his head slightly, and through the glass of the restaurant, he could vaguely see Song Yusin negotiating with a girl with long hair in the parking lot downstairs. There was a heavy motorcycle parked next to the girl, and the motorcycle happened to fall on the front of the Mercedes-Benz. She is not my girlfriend. Although Chu Feng felt that there was no need to explain, he still spoke subconsciously. How could it be? Wei Qingyu obviously didn't believe it. Compared to what she heard, she believed more in what she saw with her own eyes: a world for two, a romantic candlelight dinner, a lover's embrace. She is my customer. Chu Feng has served 13 customers in total. He tried his best to avoid these customers from meeting each other, and he had done a good job for 3 years. It still failed today. Is your grandma okay? Wei Qingyu had colored contact lenses on her eyes, and under the light, her pair of deep blue eyes emitted a charming glow. The knife and fork in Chu Feng's hand fell instantly. This was the first time he had lost his composure in front of a former customer. Chu Feng looked at the other person with a cold look in his eyes and said, "You investigated me." Compared to Chu Feng's nervousness, Wei Qingyu seemed much more confident and calm. She also put down her knife and fork, then waved to the waiter to bring a bottle of red wine. Wei Qingyu held up the goblet with emotion in her eyes. 2.5 years ago, I was in my 3rd year of high school, and it was a critical time for me to take the college entrance examination. Suddenly, a boy pestered me and waited for me in the carport every day after school. If it were an ordinary girl, I might not care, but my family has some assets, so my family was afraid of accidents, so they naturally had to investigate carefully. Then I found out that you were an orphan and had only a grandmother to depend on. I know your grandma's hospitalization requires a lot of money, and I also know that you approached me to save your grandma's life, so the next day I agreed to let you be a licker. By the way, I introduced your 4th, 5th and 6th customers to you. No wonder. No wonder Wei Qingyu let me ride on her motorcycle the next day after I was kicked. No wonder I was so lucky in the next 6 months and met the next 3 customers one after another. No wonder when Wei Qingyu was admitted to university, the 3 customers disappeared with her. So that's how it is. It turns out that Wei Qingyu really helped me a lot in secret. Chu Feng, who never drinks, poured himself a glass of red wine. He raised his glass and said sincerely, "I toast to you." Wei Qingyu didn't drink. She just said calmly, "You haven't told me yet, how is your grandma?" "Grandma is doing well. She was discharged from the hospital last week. She even made spicy soup for me," Chu Feng said with a happy smile on his face. Hearing this, Wei Qingyu raised her head and drank the red wine in the glass. "You were timid and thin-skinned at that time. I deliberately took you to experience the fast speed and scared you because I wanted you to grow up quickly and become a man who can stand on your own feet. Only in this way can you protect your family. Now it seems that you get along well with your customers, but I want to remind you that you are at work after all. Don't get caught up in it." Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a flash of warmth in his heart. In the past, he only knew how to please customers, and he would flatter them without any bottom line or self-respect. This was the first time he felt the feeling of being cared for by a customer. It was also at this moment that Chu Feng realized how much help Wei Qingyu had given him. He shook his head slightly and said with great confidence, "Don't worry, I know my identity. There is only money transaction between me and the customers, and my relationship with Song Yusin is not as close as it seems." "How could that be? I'm a woman. I understand women's minds better than you do. There's something wrong with the way that girl looked at you." Before Wei Qingyu finished speaking, Chu Feng gently lifted up his sleeves. On the arms, there were several scars of varying severity that were extremely eye-catching. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Song Yusin is a middle school girl with a second-year syndrome. She hired me to vent her hatred. She treats me as the person she hates the most and enjoys torturing me every weekend. If you don't believe me, look at my back." On the opposite side, Wei Qingyu suddenly stood up. She came to Chu Feng and lifted up his shirt. At a glance, she saw all kinds of scars on Chu Feng's back, both old and new. At this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed in Wei Qingyu's eyes, and her voice was as cold as Juyo. "These were all tortured by that woman. I'll help you get it back double. Love is always there, can you please vote for me?" Chapter 40: Chu Feng's History of Suffering. This Western restaurant is located in the city center and has a great location. The restaurant's tomahawk steak has a delicate taste and is loved by customers. So whenever it's meal time, the place is always packed with people. At this time, a classic French folk song Elaine was playing in the restaurant. This is Wei Qingyu's favorite song. The lobby manager of the Western restaurant was standing nearby, waiting to be assigned. The reason why Wei Qingyu was able to enjoy this treatment was because this restaurant belonged to her family. In fact, Wei Qingyu has been looking for Chu Feng since the comic convention ended. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had already run away with Song Yusin by then. Wei Qingyu rode a heavy motorcycle on the busy streets of the holy city for several hours, but she didn't see Chu Feng. Just when she was about to give up, she went to her own restaurant to eat because she was hungry, and accidentally saw Chu Feng sitting by the window. The rest is easy. In order to be alone with Chu Feng, she asked her best friend to cooperate with the hotel staff to stage a play. After sending Song Yusin away, Wei Qingyu sat in front of Chu Feng with a smile on her face. Wei Qingyu didn't expect that the little puppy from 2 years ago has grown into the sunny and handsome big boy he is now. When she saw him for the first time in the comic convention hall, Wei Qingyu thought she was seeing things. It was not until she confirmed again and again that she was sure that it was her former little puppy. "Chu Feng, has your grandma been discharged from the hospital?" The reason why Wei Qingyu went to great lengths to find Chu Feng was actually to ask this question. 2 years ago, the tiny Chu Feng appeared in front of him. At that time, Chu Feng was still very young and even not as tall as himself. When Wei Qingyu learned that Chu Feng was an orphan without a father or a mother, she didn't feel much. There are many orphans in this world, and she can't help everyone. Later investigation revealed that Chu Feng had a grandmother who depended on him for life. His grandmother is in the intensive care unit because she just had surgery and the daily expenses are astronomical for ordinary people. At that time, Wei Qingyu's grandmother had just passed away. When seeing Chu Feng, Wei Qingyu thought of herself, of her grandmother's doting and love for her since she was a child, and of the regret that she didn't get to see her grandmother in the end because she was angry with her family. Finally, she decided to help Chu Feng. To be honest, what she had her eyes on at that time was not Chu Feng. What she wanted more was to fulfill her final wish for her grandma through Chu Feng. Now, 2 years have passed quickly. The shy little boy at that time was already taller than me. In Wei Qingyu's eyes, Chu Feng is another self who helps her realize her wishes. Upon learning that Chu Feng's grandmother had been discharged from the hospital a week ago, Wei Qingyu's last knot in her heart was finally resolved. She was happy for Chu Feng from the bottom of her heart. However, when she saw the dense scars of varying ages on Chu Feng's back, the smile on Wei Qingyu's face completely disappeared. She had long expected that Chu Feng would suffer a lot. She also knew that Chu Feng, a teenage boy, had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of supporting his family and taking care of his seriously ill grandmother on his own, and he would definitely have to move forward with a heavy burden. That's why Wei Qingyu would deliberately give him advice and train him bit by bit during the 6 months they've been together. During the 2 years since he left, Wei Qingyu would occasionally think of the little boy who followed her like a follower, but she believed that Chu Feng would be able to get through it. By that time, Chu Feng will definitely become a real man. But no matter what, Wei Qingyu never expected that the price of Chu Feng's growth would be so great. She gently stroked the scars on Chu Feng's back with her trembling hands. Some of the scars on Chu Feng's back had long since healed, but more injuries were still engraved on it in all directions. Every scar here represents the pain and suffering Chu Feng suffered on his path to growth. In 2 years, the young boy has grown into the mature and reserved man he is today. How many hardships has he gone through? At this moment, Wei Qingyu suddenly felt a little regretful. She regretted why she let it go 2 years ago. Does it still hurt? Wei Qingyu's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid that if she spoke a little louder, it would hurt Chu Feng's wound. Compared to Wei Qingyu's heartache, Chu Feng was unusually nonchalant. I've become numb to it. Wei Qingyu's heart trembled violently. She suddenly clenched her teeth and spoke in an extremely cold voice. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt in vain. Song Yusen, right? I will make her pay back tenfold or 100-fold. Facing Wei Qingyu's concern, Chu Feng didn't feel too much. He just calmly put down his shirt, covered the wound on his back, and gently turned his head to look out the window. There, the cold and aloof Song Yusen was holding her hands over her chest, confronting the long-haired woman in front of the motorcycle. He didn't notice it just now, but after Wei Qingyu's reminder, Chu Feng remembered that the girl in front of the motorcycle was also his customer. Her name was Shen Chenxi. One day 2 years ago, this girl drove a Porsche and stopped in front of him. She claimed that she came to this city for tourism. Because she couldn't find the way, she wanted to ask Chu Feng to be her guide and accompany her for a day every Saturday. She would pay him 2,000 yuan a day. At that time, Chu Feng thought that his luck had turned and that the god Oyu was possessed. I only now realized that Shen Chenxi is Wei Qingyu's best friend. Song Yusen downstairs' eyes were full of impatience. She didn't want to waste time, so she decided to turn around and leave. However, how could Shen Chenxi, who was on a mission, let her get her wish? Shen Chenxi, with her long flowing hair, stood directly in front of Song Yusen, and the two beauties started confronting each other again. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze from the window. There was no resentment or hatred in his eyes. It's just a job. People paid me and I saved people. It's a transaction where both parties are willing to fight and be beaten. Actually, I'm very grateful to Song Yusen. In front of Wei Qingyu's wide eyes, Chu Feng described his life calmly. 2 years ago, because of meeting you, I met 3 customers in succession. You are all very generous. The hospital uses the best medicine, so grandma's condition has gradually stabilized. But suddenly one day, you and those 3 customers disappeared. Wei Qingyu clenched her fists. At that time, she had finished the college entrance examination and was admitted to Hsinchu Jietong University as she wished. Then she went on a trip abroad and completely forgot about Chu Feng. Her girlfriends had come to take care of Chu Feng's business originally because of Wei Qingyu. Now that Wei Qingyu was gone, there was naturally no need for them to continue. Wei Qingyu didn't think she had done anything wrong. But now when he looked back, he found that his unintentional actions made Chu Feng's situation even more difficult. Chu Feng picked up the goblet in front of him. He never drinks, but today he really wants to taste it. My income dropped sharply, and the money I saved was not enough to cover my expenses. My grandma's condition worsened, so I started looking for customers frantically. But I suddenly found that my good luck seemed to have run out all at once. During the entire summer vacation, I didn't find a single customer in 2 months. Later I was already in despair, and then I met Song Yusen in the comic exhibition hall. She gave me $10,000 a week, and the price was that I played the role of the person she hated the most, the person who had stolen her mother away and whom she called a gigolo. Because I looked a lot like that gigolo, she used all kinds of methods and means to torture and humiliate me. But I am still grateful to her in my heart, because without her, my grandma would never have survived until now. Chu Feng drank the red wine in the glass. He knew that the wine was expensive, but he didn't know how to taste it at all. He just felt that it was a little bitter and astringent, just like his own life. Wei Qingyu stood up. She took the initiative to pour wine for the boy in front of her. This was the first time in her life that she poured wine for a boy. Even her father didn't receive this treatment. You've done very well. This is Wei Qingyu's evaluation of Chu Feng. Chu Feng shook his head bitterly. Actually, I'm a very selfish person. The hospital has issued several critical illness notices for my grandma. The doctor advised me to give up, saying that my grandma is too old and not suitable for surgery. It's best for the old lady to spend her last days peacefully. But I don't want to let go, even if I see my grandma being tortured by illness, even if I see all kinds of test tubes inserted into her body, I still don't want to give up. My grandma is the last relative I have in this world. I don't want to lose the last bit of comfort, so I work hard to make money. Although Song Yusin liked to whip me with a whip, she would give me 40,000 yuan every month. Occasionally, when she beat me too hard and I foamed at the mouth, she would send me to the hospital and give me a lot of tips. She never hit me in the face so that my grandma wouldn't find out, so I was very grateful to her. My eighth customer was a female academic master. She had excellent grades, ranking among the top 3 in the city. She liked being a teacher and asked me to be her student. She would tutor me every weekend, but I was too stupid. I only had a vague understanding of the advanced geometry and Einstein's equations of relativity that she taught me. Then she hit my hands with a teaching stick, and both my hands were swollen and broken. Then I put on gloves. I was not afraid of the pain, nor was I afraid of being laughed at. I was just afraid that my grandma would feel uncomfortable if I saw it. In school, I would do everything I could to lick my first customer. She was my classmate, had good grades, and was famous. I made her loving breakfast every morning and asked her about her well-being. All the classmates in the school called me the #1 bootlicker in the universe. They laughed at me, scolded me, and sometimes I would be blocked at the school gate by other competitors and given a beating. But I don't care. As long as grandma is safe, I still have family in this world and I'm not alone. Wei Qingyu suddenly stood up. She hugged Chu Feng in her arms. She didn't care about the surprised looks of the diners around her. At this moment, she just wanted to hold Chu Feng tightly in her arms, just wanted him to have someone to rely on. Chu Feng, I will be your backer from now on, and I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Wei Qingyu's voice was firm. From the corner of her eye, she saw that her best friend was about to lose control of the situation. She took a deep breath, and finally gave Chu Feng a suffocating hug, then said seriously, "Remember, you can come to me if you encounter anything in the future. You have my contact information." Wei Qingyu, with red eyes, didn't dare to stay any longer. One reason is that Song Yusin is about to come back. Most importantly, she was afraid that Chu Feng would see her crying. Chu Feng, who had never been cared for by any customer, felt the warmth for the first time. He stood up gently. He took the initiative to walk Wei Qingyu out of the restaurant. Chu Feng stood at the door of the restaurant and watched Wei Qingyu come to Song Yusin. Wei Qingyu made the compensation without saying a word, and then rode on his heavy motorcycle. Under the deep night sky, the stars are like bright gems inlaid in the sky. The moonlight fell on Wei Qingyu's body, illuminating her long hair fluttering in the wind. With the accelerator pressed hard, the heavy motorcycle sped away like an arrow. The wheels left a clear mark on the ground, and the taillights flashed red, like a shooting star across the night sky. Chu Feng looked at the figure walking away, and suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, Wei Qingyu drove him through the streets and alleys in this way. At that time, Chu Feng thought that Wei Qingyu liked adventure and always accelerated suddenly. Only now did he realize that Wei Qingyu at that time was urging him to grow up quickly in his own way. Including Zhao Xuanshuang, Chu Feng has served a total of 13 customers. Wei Qingyu is the only customer who understands me and cares about me. In front of her, Chu Feng opened his heart for the first time. This feeling is like suddenly unloading the burden in my heart, and the whole person becomes much more relaxed. When Chu Feng looked up, he saw a star in the night sky that was unusually bright. I heard that every star in the sky represents the departure of a person on earth. Grandma must not be up there. Somehow, a bitterness suddenly arose in my heart. Chu Feng thought his heart had died long ago. No matter what happens, you can't defeat yourself. But at this moment, he suddenly felt his eyes a little wet. Par. Chu Feng slapped himself hard and whispered to himself. You are man, how can you shed tears? It's salty. Chapter 41. Now it's my turn to protect you. Song Yusin looked at the direction the motorcycle left and couldn't help but frown slightly. She was in a good mood, but now it was disturbed. Especially the look that the tall girl gave him at the end, stern, warning, and a little provocative. Song Yusin couldn't remember when she had provoked a girl like this, and could only shake her head and sigh. Baffling. However, since the other party has left, it means that the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. When she turned around, she saw Chu Feng standing at the door of the restaurant waiting for her. As soon as he saw Chu Feng, his originally bad mood was immediately relieved. Just as Song Yusin curled the corners of her mouth and strode forward, she suddenly discovered that there was a tear on Chu Feng's face. For a moment, Song Yusin could clearly hear the sound of her own heart breaking. She didn't know what was wrong. Just seeing Chu Feng cry was even more heartbreaking than the first time he saw his mother bring his pretty boy. Song Yusin quickened her pace and quickly came to Chu Feng's side. She hurriedly helped Chu Feng wipe his tears while asking tremblingly, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong to upset you?" In front of him, Chu Feng curled the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and took a deep breath. When he lowered his head again, his whole body was filled with a warm smell. "I'm just so happy." Song Yusin paused for a moment. She was originally panic-stricken, but gradually she became calm. Song Yusin knew that Chu Feng liked her. "I also know that as long as I treat Chu Feng a little bit better, he will be very happy and very touched." But Song Yusin never imagined that just by accompanying Chu Feng shopping and having a candlelight dinner with him, Chu Feng would be so happy that he cried. What kind of person is Chu Feng? No one understands better than Song Yusin. In the past, Song Yusin used all kinds of methods to torture Chu Feng for revenge, including stepping on Chu Feng and whipping him, but Chu Feng never showed any expression of pain or unwillingness. Some just smile. In Song Yusin's opinion, Chu Feng is a man who is more resolute than steel. But now, I just did a little bit better, and this steel-like man was moved to tears. It was not until this moment that Song Yusin realized that Chu Feng was so fragile. Beneath his strong and resolute appearance, he actually hides a fragile and broken heart. At this moment, Song Yusin held Chu Feng's hand and said with a bright smile, "Have you finished eating? Let's go home." Chu Feng nodded. When the two got in the car, Chu Feng noticed that Song Yusin's hands were shaking a little. He was a little surprised because the woman obviously didn't drink any alcohol. The Mercedes-Benz drove smoothly on the busy main road. Chu Feng opened the car window and looked out. "I was indeed a little emotional just now. It's obvious that I'm just a professional bootlicker. Licking others is my profession. And not using emotions is my principle." Chu Feng has served more than a dozen customers. He was once attracted to a certain customer, but in the end, he received nothing but ridicule and indifference. The bloody lesson taught Chu Feng that he must never show true feelings to customers, otherwise he would lose miserably. As for Wei Qingyu, maybe it was because he had just drunk some wine, or it might be because of the atmosphere, or maybe he was carrying too much on his own and wanted to find someone to talk to, so he lost his composure. Chu Feng had calmed down at this time. He blamed himself for showing his true feelings in front of a customer, even if he was a former customer. The light at the intersection ahead was red, so Song Yusin slowly stopped the car. She turned her head and looked at Chu Feng, her eyes full of worry and distress. Chu Feng picked up his phone and checked the time. 6:55. He arrived at Song Yusin's house at exactly 7 o'clock last night, which means that there are still 5 minutes left in 24 hours and today's service will be completely over. Of course, even if there is only 1 minute left, Chu Feng will serve the customers diligently and responsibly. Therefore, in the face of Song Yusin's concern, Chu Feng just thought that she was still immersed in role-playing, so he took the initiative to cooperate. "Xiaoyu, today's steak is delicious. It's the best Western food I've ever eaten." Song Yusin stared straight at Chu Feng's arm. In the past, Chu Feng always liked to wear long-sleeved clothes, not for anything else, just to cover up the scars on his body. Just now in the restaurant, Chu Feng's clothes were lifted up by Wei Qingyu. Although his shirt has been put down and the scars on his back are no longer visible, the sleeves on his arms were forgotten to be put down. So at this moment, Song Yusin clearly saw the whip marks left on Chu Feng's arm. At this moment, Song Yusin didn't move at all, and her whole body looked like a sculpture that had lost its soul. Chu Feng followed Song Yusin's gaze and realized that he had forgotten to put down the sleeve of his arm, so he smiled and comforted her. "I rolled it up while eating just now and forgot to put it down." He smiled and covered the scar on his arm, then said with concern, "By the way, you didn't eat much of the steak I cut for you in the restaurant just now. I'll make you a bowl of wonton when we get back. Although you are on a diet, you still have to eat dinner, otherwise it's not good for your health. Chu Feng was chattering on the side. As he spoke softly, Song Yusin felt her heart aching more and more. When she saw the scars on Chu Feng's arm just now, she couldn't help but think of her previous viciousness again. The better Chu Feng treated her, the more Song Yusin blamed herself. Especially when she thought of Chu Feng's tears at the restaurant entrance, she felt an even more hysterical pain in her heart. Actually, Chu Feng is in pain too. He just never shows it in front of me. Chu Feng loves me deeply in his heart. Even if I whip him with a whip, he is unwilling to show the slightest expression of pain, just to make me feel at ease and not blame myself. For me, Chu Feng would never show it no matter how painful or tired he was. At this moment, Song Yusin suddenly remembered the pain and loneliness that occasionally appeared in Chu Feng's eyes when she pinched his neck last week. Although Chu Feng quickly adjusted his mentality at that time. But at this moment, Song Yusin could feel his brokenness. In fact, Chu Feng is not as strong as I imagined. No matter how brave and resolute he appears, he is essentially just a big boy in the third year of high school. I shouldn't let him continue to protect me with his broken body. I want to stand in front of him and hold up the sky for him. Before she was 19, Song Yusin placed all her hopes on her mother. Whenever she encounters any difficulties, she will subconsciously hide in her mother's arms. After she turned 19, a pretty boy took away her beloved relatives, and Song Yusin became a coward. She hid herself in her hard tortoise shell, protecting herself with vicious words and a body full of thorns. The anime club was her way of escaping reality. She originally thought that even if she abandoned the anime club, Chu Feng's broad shoulders would provide her with protection. But now, when she realized that Chu Feng's heart had been broken in order to provide a roof over her head, she no longer wanted to hide behind others. At this moment, Song Yusin's heart was beating slowly and strongly. She made up her mind. From now on. From this moment on, I have to step out of my tortoise shell. She doesn't want to be as muddle-headed as before. I don't want to feel self-pity like before. She needs to be strong. Become strong enough. Then he would support Chu Feng. At this moment, Song Yusin clenched her fists. Until the nails dig into the flesh. Until the blood slowly flows from the fingertips. Chapter 42: What to do if Shen Chenxi confesses to you in public. Chu Feng is not worthy of being embraced by women. He broke 2 good cards into pieces. That's right. He originally gave up on Shen Chenxi and turned to pursue Zhao Xuanxuan. This was a brilliant move. The 2 school beauties broke their heads for him, but this guy abandoned Zhao Xuanxuan and turned around to lick Shen Chenxi. Now, not only is the watermelon gone, but the cantaloupe is also lost. Is Zhao Xuanxuan the size of a cantaloupe? I estimate it's at least a D cup, not small. On Saturday, Chu Feng accompanied Song Yusin to walk on the road for a whole day. Although his legs were almost losing consciousness, fortunately the torture he had imagined did not happen. On Sunday, Chu Feng went to Lu Siyue's house as usual, helped her cook and gave her a massage so that the beautiful president could have a good sleep. Siyuelu did not mention asking Chu Feng to persuade Shen Chenxi to be the company's spokesperson. It seemed that she had no hope for this, so Chu Feng was too lazy to say more. The whole weekend passed peacefully. On Monday morning, Chu Feng made breakfast for Lu Siyue as usual. In line with the principle of not wasting food, Chu Feng packed up the remaining breakfast and prepared to take it to Zhao Xuanxuan. Strictly speaking, Zhao Xuanxuan is still his customer. Chu Feng was quite neglectful to Zhao Xuanxuan last week, so naturally he had to double compensate her now. After all, as a professional bootlicker, you have to do your job well. When Chu Feng came to the classroom with a thermos cup in his hand, he was surrounded by discussions about himself. Apparently, the news that he gave up Zhao Xuanxuan and sent a loving breakfast to Shen Chenxi on Friday, but was rejected, had spread throughout the school. Chu Feng didn't care about this. After all, he has become numb to such things. Godfather, did you spend a romantic weekend with Shen Chenxi? Chu Feng had just sat down when Shen Xuanlong couldn't wait to turn around and ask. In the entire school, the only one who believed in Chu Feng was Shen Xuanlong, especially when he saw the thermos cup that Chu Feng was carrying, he became more convinced of his guess. It's true that we have a world for two, but it's hard to say whether it's romantic or not. I spent a whole day shopping with Song Yusin on Saturday. According to other people's standards, this should be considered a world for the two of us, but as for romance, Chu Feng didn't feel it anyway. Godfather, tell me in detail. What are you talking about? You're not with Shen Chenxi. So it's with Zhao Xuanxuan. Have you taken it a step further? Chu Feng sighed. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would rather go shopping with Zhao Xuanxuan than with chuunibyou. Of course, considering Song Yusin's daily salary of 10,000 yuan, he could only grit his teeth and deal with it. Remember, there's more to life than just dating. Finding ways to make money is the best way to go. Shen Shuanglong was thoughtful. After a moment, he nodded seriously, then took out his notebook and wrote on it. Godfather's sixth way to pick up girls: you need to be rich and powerful. Only in this way can you win the heart of the school beauty. Chu Feng yawned violently. He was busy on both days of the weekend, either accompanying Song Yusin shopping or giving Lu Siyue a massage. He basically didn't have much time to study during the day, so he had to work overtime at night. I read until 2 a.m. last night. I got up at 5 in the morning to prepare breakfast. I could only sleep for 3 hours on this weekend. If this continues, Chu Feng estimated that he might not be able to bear it. But fortunately, there are only 20 days left until the college entrance examination. Just hold on for another 20 days and everything will be over. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's mood became better. He turned his head and glanced behind him. Neither Zhao Xuanxuan nor Shen Chenxi came. In the past, Shen Chenxi was very punctual every day. She would arrive at the school gate at 6:40, spend 15 minutes in the car to finish the breakfast prepared by Chu Feng, and arrive in the classroom before 7 o'clock. Ever since Chu Feng stopped sending her loving breakfast, Shen Chenxi's time for coming to school started to become irregular. As for Zhao Xuanxuan, Chu Feng really didn't care too much about her before. 7 o'clock sharp. Accompanied by a burst of crisp and pleasant footsteps. The originally messy classroom suddenly became quiet. Chu Feng raised his head. What he saw was the morning sun shining through the window, gently shining on the ground, and the scene of Zhao Xuanxuan, wearing a simple white shirt, pushing the door and walking into the classroom. The girl's long hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slight natural curls add a touch of romance. The bangs in front of the forehead are neatly combed to one side, revealing a smooth forehead. Her skin is as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, with a healthy luster. As the second most beautiful girl in experimental high school, Zhao Xuanxuan's facial features seem to be a masterpiece carefully carved by God. A pair of big eyes are bright and clear, under the high nose bridge, the pink lips are slightly upturned, with a faint smile that makes people intoxicated. Many people in the classroom followed her gaze. This also includes Chu Feng. Just as Chu Feng picked up the thermos cup and was about to take action, Shen Shuanglong in the front row suddenly widened his eyes tilde. Godfather, isn't this the loving breakfast you prepared for Shen Chenxi? Chu Feng sighed. Have you forgotten what happened last week? I sent breakfast to Shen Chenxi, but she didn't want it at all. No, Shen Chenxi felt guilty. Who do you think understands love, you or me? Chu Feng interrupted Liu Mingfei. He gently patted the other's shoulder, then stood up and walked towards Zhao Xuanxuan opposite him. Learn from me. Liu Mingfei wanted to give him some more advice, but he suddenly remembered that Chu Feng was his adoptive father. Maybe he had some other intentions in doing this. He just didn't understand it. The next moment Liu Mingfei picked up his love notebook, ready to record this historic moment. Your loving breakfast. Chu Feng stood in front of Zhao Xuanxuan and handed the thermos cup in his hand to her desk. Just as Liu Mingfei's heart was beating faster and he was looking forward to the blossoming and bearing fruit. Zhao Xuanxuan raised her head and said with cold eyes. Roll. Liu Mingfei was stunned. His hand holding the pen suddenly stopped, and the pen in his hand flew directly into the collar of the person in front of him. But no one was paying attention to him at this moment. Because everyone in the class was focused on Chu Feng in the back row. Chu Feng was also stunned for a moment. If it were any other shy boy, he would definitely blush and tremble, then leave in shame if the goddess told him to get out. But Chu Feng won tea. A professional bootlicker naturally needs to have professional qualities. Facing the customer's difficulties, Chu Feng could always respond with a smile even if he was beaten in public. Zhao Xuanxuan was his customer now, so how could this level of setback make Chu Feng back down? The smile on his face remained unchanged, and his eyes were still gentle as he said. Today I prepared some energy potatoes for you, paired with ketchup. Isn't this your favorite? Just take a small bite, okay? Zhao Xuanxuan opened the book in front of her. She held her chin with one hand and casually flipped through the textbook with the other hand. She was too lazy to even look up. I can't afford your loving breakfast. It's for rich people. A poor person like me doesn't deserve it. Last Friday, Chu Feng also prepared a loving breakfast. Zhao Xuanxuan swore that Chu Feng prepared it for her and even promised to share it with her best friend. Unfortunately, in the end, in full view of everyone, Chu Feng gave the breakfast to Shen Chenxi. Zhao Xuanxuan will never forget the looks the people around her gave her at that time. They looked at me like a fool. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. He thought Zhao Xuanxuan was worried that she couldn't pay. Chu Feng had said before that a loving breakfast would cost 200 yuan. Zhao Xuanxuan had already been drained of money to pay herself, and now she has no money at all. So he said with a bright smile. It's free, and I've modified it to suit your taste. Try it and see if it suits your appetite. Beside Zhao Xuanxuan, Yi Zhizhi, her deskmate and part-time best friend, could not help swallowing. But unfortunately, Zhao Xuanxuan didn't say anything. She was a proud person and would rather spend 10,000 yuan to hire Chu Feng to be her liquor just to get back what she lost in front of Shen Chenxi. Everything had been fine during this period, and Zhao Xuanxuan had indeed suppressed Shen Chenxi. But just when she was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue, Chu Feng suddenly betrayed her, abandoned her, and licked Shen Chenxi again. Unfortunately, Shen Chenxi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhao Xuanxuan is such a person. At the beginning, she spent a lot of money to snatch Chu Feng away from Shen Chenxi. Seeing Shen Chenxi's envious and jealous eyes, she felt secretly happy. And now, Chu Feng turned around and knelt down to lick Shen Chenxi, but Shen Chenxi was too lazy to pay attention. This means that Chu Feng has been abandoned by Shen Chenxi. Since Shen Chenxi no longer cared, why would Zhao Xuanxuan care? Zhao Xuanxuan is not a trash can that collects unwanted junk. It was precisely because of this that, in the face of Chu Feng's courtesy, Zhao Xuanxuan no longer had the good expression she had before. She simply waved her hand and pushed over the thermos cup that Chu Feng had placed in front of her, sneering at the same time. Who do you think you are? How can I possibly want something that no one else wants? Who wants to eat the shitty breakfast you made? Even dogs won't eat it, so get out of here. Just as Zhao Xuanxuan exploded, the whole class immediately burst into laughter and discussion. Many people pointed fingers at Chu Feng. Just as they guessed, Chu Feng was always looking for higher ground. He licked this and that, and finally ended up with nothing. In the front row, squad leader Wannabes slammed the table excitedly, and his younger brothers clapped and cheered. At this time, even Shen Xuanlong was a little confused. Just when everyone was laughing, suddenly, the sound of crisp footsteps was heard in the classroom. Chu Feng was very familiar with this voice. He listened for 3 years. You can guess the owner of the footsteps in an instant. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Shen Chenxi's frosty figure walking towards him. With the appearance of the iceberg goddess Shen Chenxi, the originally messy classroom suddenly became quiet. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Shen Chenxi came in front of Chu Feng. She picked up the thermos cup that Zhao Xuanxuan had knocked over, and then looked straight at Chu Feng with her star-like eyes. There was concern and regret in those cold eyes, but more of it was heartache. At this moment, Shen Chenxi gently stroked Chu Feng's cheek with her hand. Her heavenly voice instantly shocked everyone in the classroom and made their scalps numb. Chu Feng, I like you, please date me tilde. Chapter 43 The Taste of Shura Field. 3 major illusions in life. The cell phone rang. Someone knocks on the door. She likes me. Anyone else could make such a mistake, but Chu Feng wouldn't. Because he is a professional. Therefore, facing Shen Chenxi's public confession, Chu Feng was not as shocked as other classmates. He just tilted his head slightly, pointed to the thermos cup held by Shen Chenxi, and said in a flat voice, "What you like is actually this thermos cup." Shen Chenxi raised her head and looked directly at Chu Feng with her cold eyes. "No, I like you." There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Squad leader Wannabes simply broke the pen in his hand. Shen Xuanlong's eyes sparkled, and his admiration for Chu Feng was as endless as the water of the Yellow River. Even Zhao Xuanxuan, the domineering flower who had just ignored Chu Feng, looked shocked at this moment. If Shen Chenxi abandoned Chu Feng, Zhao Xuanxuan would definitely kick Chu Feng away without hesitation. But if Shen Chenxi loves Chu Feng deeply, then Zhao Xuangshuang doesn't mind being the third party, and she will intervene between the two of them anyway. Amid the shocked gazes of the whole class, Chu Feng remained unusually calm. Because Chu Feng had encountered this situation before. 3 years ago, Chu Feng's second customer was the gentle and beautiful female neighbor next door. The other party was a white-collar worker in the workplace who had endless work to do every day, so Chu Feng became her domestic nanny, earning 2,000 yuan a month. At that time, Chu Feng only had 2 customers, Shen Chenxi and his female neighbor. He kneeled down to lick Shen Chenxi during the day, and after school, he spent almost all his energy on taking care of this beautiful neighbor. Chu Feng would cook delicious dinner for her, help her clean, wash her clothes, and even help her bathe after getting drunk. Under such meticulous care, the female neighbor became more and more dependent on Chu Feng, and finally even wanted to hand over her bank card to Chu Feng for management, allowing Chu Feng to use it freely. With Chu Feng's strong support, the female neighbor focused all her attention on her work. A year later, she was transferred to the branch company to be a leader. At that time, the female neighbor, who had become heavily dependent on Chu Feng, wanted Chu Feng to leave with her. How could Chu Feng agree to this? He refused decisively. Then the other party starts to find all kinds of reasons, and even says that he has fallen deeply in love with himself. Everything Chu Feng did was to cure his grandma's illness. How could he abandon his grandma in the hospital and leave alone? So he would not agree no matter what. When they finally parted, the female neighbor gave Chu Feng a kiss, and then she told him the truth. She said that her feelings for Chu Feng were not true love between a man and a woman, but Chu Feng's long-term care had made her a habit. To be honest, she just left suddenly because she couldn't bear to leave Chu Feng's care. The same is true for Shen Chenxi. Does she really like herself? In Chu Feng's opinion, it is totally impossible. Shen Chenxi is now a first-tier star, and in the future he will definitely become a super first-tier or even a top international star. She has an extremely broad and bright future. And myself? At best, he is just a sycophant who sells out his emotions. Even the fact that he was kneeling and licking Shen Chenxi was just because of the deal he made with Tianhua Entertainment behind her. The two of them are simply not from the same world. So, faced with Shen Chenxi's confession that she couldn't tell her own heart from her own, others could take it seriously, but Chu Feng couldn't. He took a deep breath, then said very seriously, "It's not me you like. What you like is my meticulous care for you over the years. Even if it wasn't me, if it was anyone else who licked your ass for 3 years like I have, you would also become dependent on that person. So, the love you say is not real love, it's just your dependence on my meticulous care tilde." Shen Chenxi was stunned for a moment. She really hadn't thought about this question carefully. She has been thinking about Chu Feng all this time. Whether I open my eyes or close them, all I can think about is how good Chu Feng is to me. Especially when she learned about Chu Feng's silent dedication to her, the guilt and heartache made this emotion even stronger. Saturday and Sunday. Shen Chenxi thought a lot. She felt that she must have really fallen in love with Chu Feng, otherwise why would her mind be filled with his image? She thought about it for 2 days. Finally, I mustered up the courage to confess to Chu Feng today. If Shen Chenxi confessed to anyone else, with her looks and qualifications, the person she confessed to would definitely agree with joy, and might even be so happy that she would be incoherent. But Chu Feng won tea. Because Chu Feng is a professional. 2 weeks ago, his cooperation with Tianhua Entertainment ended, which meant that from now on, he had to stay away from Shen Chenxi and absolutely could not have anything to do with her anymore. After the college entrance examination, the two of them may be 2 parallel lines, and never have any intersection again. Facing Shen Chenxi's confession, Chu Feng was not happy at all. Instead, he tried every means to draw a clear line between himself and the other party. So, while Shen Chenxi was still hesitating and thinking about whether she was really in love, Chu Feng had already launched an attack again. "Your feelings for me are not love. You are just not used to my sudden departure. Believe me, after the college entrance examination is over, after we separate during the summer vacation, and after you have seen a wider world, you will completely forget me." As their words fell, Chu Feng took light steps and passed by Shen Chenxi. At the moment when the two passed by each other, Chu Feng once again smelled the faint fragrance of Shen Chenxi. In the entire class, only Chu Feng knew that Shen Chenxi had a faint body fragrance. It's not the smell of perfume or shampoo, it's pure body fragrance. Only when you get very close to her body and sniff carefully can you smell this sweet scent. It is looming and seems like you are in a sea of flowers. Of course, Shen Chenxi had a cold personality, and most people didn't dare to approach her at all. Only Chu Feng, who had been licking her for 3 years, knew this secret. What a pity. I wonder which kid will discover this secret in the future. The two people passed each other. Just as Chu Feng walked to the podium in the classroom, Shen Chenxi behind him suddenly spoke loudly. Chu Feng, my feelings for you are definitely not as simple as habit and dependence. You said I would forget you soon, okay? Let's make a bet, 3 months. If after 3 months, when we both enter college, if I still haven't forgotten you by then, it means that my feelings for you are real. Then I will go find you. You are not allowed to reject me again. The sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell in the classroom. Chu Feng was extremely confident. You're doomed to fail, Tilda. Chu Feng nodded slightly. He was extremely confident in his judgment. Just when Chu Feng returned to his seat, he suddenly heard a quarrel again. Shen Chenxi, this is the loving breakfast Chu Feng made for me, you won't want to grab it too, Tilda. It's obviously something you don't want. I just don't want to waste Chu Feng's hard work. When Chu Feng suddenly raised his head, he saw two stunning school beauties, Zhao Xuangshuang and Shen Chenxi, fighting over their thermos cups. The two school beauties grabbed the handles of the thermos at the same time, not giving an inch. In the front row, Liu Mingfei smiled and nodded deeply. That's the smell of Shura Field. Chapter 44, Senior Schoolmate Joins the Battlefield. The loving breakfast was eventually snatched away by Zhao Xuangshuang. Because as long as it is something that Shen Chenxi likes, even if it is a pile of stinky dog shit, she will try her best to get it. Their whole class was in chaos, and all kinds of discussions and exclamations really reached the office. Their head teacher Wang Jian walked into the classroom with a gloomy face, and everyone realized that it was time for class. Wang Jian's disappointed gaze dampened everyone's enthusiasm. The morning classes were both tense and calm. The news that Shen Chenxi's confession was rejected spread throughout the school as if it had wings. During the lunch break, even fans from the neighboring school received the news and came over to see the god who rejected Shen Chenxi. Naturally, Chu Feng, as the culprit, certainly could not stay in the classroom. As soon as he stood up, Shen Shuanglong couldn't wait to take out the love notebook. Godfather, you promised to teach me about love. When will our class start? Chu Feng glanced at his phone. Zhao Xuangshuang had just sent him a message asking him to find her in the activity room. As a professional bootlicker, the customer's request is destiny and must be fulfilled no matter what. When opening a class, you definitely need to consider the right time, right place, and right people. The most important thing is that you have to pay the tuition. I will definitely teach you a few tricks after I'm done with this busy period. Now I have something else to do. After what happened this morning, Chu Feng had roughly guessed what Zhao Xuangshuang was thinking. She hired herself to go against Shen Chenxi, so as long as Shen Chenxi took a fancy to someone, whether it was a person or an object, she would fight for it with all her might. And now, Shen Chenxi confessed to herself. Then in Zhao Xuangshuang's heart, she had become a toy that she was determined to get. Other men might feel happy to be fought over by two school beauties. But Chu Feng, who just wanted to live a peaceful life, found it troublesome. Shen Shuanglong turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xuangshuang's position, and found that the overlord flower was no longer there. He immediately smiled and said, Godfather, you are not going on a date with Zhao Xuangshuang, are you? Chu Feng glanced at the unfinished test paper on the desk. In fact, if he had a choice, he would rather stay in the classroom and do his homework, rather than being fought over like a toy by two school beauties. I'll tell you a secret. Shen Chenxi will most likely go to a polytechnic university. I'll also go to a polytechnic university. As for Zhao Xuangshuang, according to the current situation, she may also go to a polytechnic university in order to compete with Shen Chenxi. If you want to eat melons, you have to work harder to get into the same school as me and us. I've learned something from my godfather. Shen Shuanglong opened his notebook and wrote on it. Godfather's 7th way to pick up girls: if you are close to the water, you will get the moon first. If you want to win the heart of the school beauty, apply to the same university as her. Chu Feng was afraid that Zhao Xuangshuang would get angry out of anxiety. He just waved and left. Chu Feng came to the activity room. At a glance, I saw Zhao Xuangshuang lying on the desk, picking her fingers out of boredom. When she heard the footsteps and looked up to see Chu Feng, she immediately looked at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face? Chu Feng sat next to Zhao Xuanxuan. He vaguely guessed that Zhao Xuanxuan came to him to ask about Shen Chenxi's confession in the morning. Just as I was thinking about how to explain, Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly attacked. Do you know Senior Wei? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, with a bad feeling in his mind. What is it, Senior Wei? Wei Qingyu. Zhao Xuanxuan's voice was a little cold. Seeing Chu Feng pretending to be stupid, she couldn't help but sneer. During the break, Wei Qingyu sent me a message, asking if I knew a boy named Chu Feng. I said we were in the same class, and then she immediately asked me all sorts of questions. How did you? How do I know Senior Wei? Zhao Xuanxuan changed her posture. She held her chin with one hand and looked out the window, as if she was lost in memories. When I was in the first year of high school, I joined the track and field club. At that time, senior sister Wei was in her third year of high school. She was the main player of the track and field club and was very good. She even had the hope of becoming a professional athlete. However, her family was very disgusted with her involvement in sports and asked her to apply for the finance major. Because of this, senior sister Wei and her family were in a cold war for a long time. Senior sister Wei took good care of me in the club. During the time when she and her family were at their worst, I even let her stay overnight at my house. It turns out there is such a thing. Although Chu Feng had been flattering Wei Qingyu for half a year, there was never any deep communication between the two. As for Wei Qingyu, Chu Feng only knew that she liked motorcycles, liked excitement, and was very rich. I don't know anything else. You haven't told me yet how you and Senior Wei met. Zhao Xuanxuan's tone became even colder. Chu Feng's brain was working rapidly. Originally, according to Chu Feng's rules, customer information should be kept confidential and must not be disclosed to outsiders. However, Zhao Xuanxuan and Wei Qingyu already knew each other. And Chu Feng couldn't find any reasonable excuse, so he could only admit. Wei Qingyu was my third customer. I worked as her assistant for half a year during the second semester of my first year of high school. Zhao Xuanxuan seemed to have expected this and was not surprised by the result. No wonder. No wonder Senior Wei asked about Shen Chenxi. It turns out that you licked both Shen Chenxi and Wei Qingyu at the same time. This is nothing. At the peak of Chu Feng's career, he had licked 6 customers at the same time, including Wei Qingyu and the 3 customers she introduced, as well as Shen Chenxi and the beautiful neighbor. Am I proud? What did you talk about? Chu Feng felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have confided in Wei Qingyu in the Western restaurant on Saturday night. Although it was a relief to speak out what was in my heart, it also brought me into a big trouble. Who is Wei Qingyu? A young lady who is more troublesome than Shen Chenxi. Originally, she was his former customer. Even if they met, they could just nod and say hello to each other. Why should he provoke her? Zhao Xuanxuan was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of her mouth. It's nothing. I just told senior sister Wei how you knelt and licked Shen Chenxi in school, how Shen Chenxi was aloof, how she rejected you, and how she ravaged you. After listening to it, senior sister Wei was silent for a long time, and then told me that before the college entrance examination, let me protect you well. Zhao Xuanxuan and Shen Chenxi were sworn enemies. Chu Feng could imagine how Zhao Xuanxuan would exaggerate things when she got the chance. Of course, the main culprit of this incident was his own damn desire to talk. Chu Feng made up his mind that he would never open his heart to a customer again. Chu Feng, I noticed that Senior Wei cares about you a lot. Are you too? No, there is absolutely nothing between us. Chu Feng denied hurriedly. But Zhao Xuanxuan showed a meaningful smile. Oh. I know how aloof senior sister Wei is. She won't even look at ordinary classmates. She is even more arrogant than Shen Chenxi. But when facing you, senior sister Wei behaves very differently. Zhao Xuanxuan is known as the Queen of Flowers. She joined the track and field club just to challenge herself. To be honest, Zhao Xuanxuan likes challenging things the most. Originally, one Shen Chenxi was enough for Zhao Xuanxuan to show 100% of her strength. And now, there is Wei Qingyu, who is even higher in rank than Shen Chenxi. Zhao Xuanxuan's fighting spirit was completely ignited. She looked straight at Chu Feng with her bright eyes, and suddenly she felt that the originally ordinary Chu Feng had become tall and handsome at this moment. Zhao Xuanxuan made up her mind. This time, he must trample both Shen Chenxi and Wei Qingyu under his feet. Chapter 45. It turns out I lost him. The lunch break is very short. When Chu Feng returned to the classroom 20 minutes early, he found the class unusually quiet. I thought it was the old class teacher in charge, but when I got to my seat, I found out that it was Shen Chenxi who fell asleep. That's right. The reason why the whole class became so quiet was simply because Shen Chenxi fell asleep in his seat near the window. It's your own position. Many students in the front row turned their heads to look at him, and the class monitor Wang Guanju even gave him a look of deprecation. If he woke up Shen Chenxi at this time, Chu Feng estimated that he would become the enemy of the whole class. He didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only sit carefully in Shen Chenxi's seat. The afternoon sun shines lazily into the classroom through the mottled leaves. As if afraid of disturbing Shen Chenxi's sweet dream, even the birds in the trees stopped singing. In experimental high school, Shen Chenxi was known as the iceberg school beauty. In the entertainment industry, she is also called the elf girl by countless fans. No matter from which angle, Shen Chenxi's appearance is absolutely beautiful. Chu Feng picked up Shen Chenxi's textbook, and when he opened it, he saw the notes he had taken for her. I turned my head subconsciously and saw the girl's face, which was as exquisite as porcelain, white and delicate. Chu Feng subconsciously reached out and put the girl's hair that fell on her cheek behind her ears. From this angle, you can clearly see that her long eyelashes cast a small, light shadow under her eyes, like a delicate little fan. It was not until a slight swallowing sound came from all around that Chu Feng realized that he was no longer Shen Chenxi's licking dog. So he slowly withdrew his arm. I don't know if my actions disturbed the other person. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly in her sleep, and the next moment, her slightly confused eyes stared at Chu Feng gently. Chu Feng, I'm thirsty. It seemed that he had not yet fully awakened from his sleep, and Shen Chenxi's memory at this moment was still stuck in 2 weeks ago. At that time, Chu Feng was still Shen Chenxi's licker. If she was thirsty, Chu Feng would immediately prepare water for her. If she was tired, he would immediately help her massage her shoulders and back. And now, there was no water in Chu Feng's cup. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Chenxi finally woke up completely. He sat up straight, and the confusion in his eyes returned to that cold look. Sorry, I just fell asleep in your place. Chu Feng smiled, and his voice no longer had the usual servility, instead it sounded very relaxed and lazy. It doesn't matter. There are still 10 minutes until the lunch break ends. The teacher hasn't arrived yet and the class is very quiet. Occasionally, a breeze mixed with the scent of summer blew on her face, and Shen Chenxi's black hair, which had just been brushed by Chu Feng's ears, fluttered in the wind. For Chu Feng, the opportunities to appreciate such a beautiful picture are becoming fewer and fewer. When the college entrance examination is over, this picture may become an eternal memory in my mind. Chu Feng, I will hold a fan meeting at Wuyue Plaza this weekend. Will you come? Shen Chenxi turned her head, her flawless face full of anticipation. At this moment, she is no longer the unattainable iceberg school beauty, but more like a little girl who hopes to be praised by adults. Shen Chenxi had a bad time last weekend. Chu Feng's figure always flashes in my mind, and when I go to sleep at night, I think about how good Chu Feng was to me. She suffered from insomnia for 2 days. During the break, he lay on Chu Feng's seat and smelled the lingering scent on Chu Feng's body, then he fell asleep peacefully, facing Shen Chenxi's eager eyes. Chu Feng did not agree. Because I have to accompany Song Yusen, who has a second-year syndrome, on Saturday, and I have to go to Lu Siyue's house on Sunday to give her a massage. Just when Chu Feng was about to shake his head to refuse, Shen Chenxi suddenly spoke. This fan appreciation party is very important to me. I just won the Voice of China Championship, and now is the time to gather popularity. You are my #1 fan, and only you can call on those fans to show up. Shen Chenxi was telling the truth. Ever since Shen Chenxi was selected as a trainee by Tianhua Entertainment, she had to undergo devilish training every day after school. It was from that time that Chu Feng became her #1 fan in order to better lick Shen Chenxi. To this day, Chu Feng still has dozens of Shen Chenxi's support groups saved in his phone. Chu Feng is both the group leader and the person in charge behind the scenes. It is no exaggeration to say that Shen Chenxi's success today is related to her hard work and talent, and the strong capital of Tianhua Entertainment, but Chu Feng's silent and selfless dedication behind the scenes also played an important role. In the past, when Shen Chenxi participated in any activities, all the cheering fans were uniformly summoned and managed by Chu Feng. But now, his work is done. Seeing Chu Feng's calm eyes, Shen Chenxi knew the answer. Her originally expectant look suddenly became dejected, and even her arrogant and awe-inspiring temperament dissipated a lot. Really? There's no way to go back to the way it was before. At this moment, Shen Chenxi suddenly felt sad. In the past, no matter what kind of event was held, Chu Feng would do all the preparations behind the scenes without saying a word. All I have to do is concentrate on performing on stage. In the audience, you can always see Chu Feng holding his own cheering banner and cheering desperately. Now, even if I beg him, he will never help me again. When did it become like this? Shen Chenxi thought carefully. That day, it was their Voice of China finals, and I was about to be late, so Chu Feng carried me on his back and sprinted madly for the last stretch of the road. Chu Feng got himself on stage on time. He was so exhausted that he even sprained his ankle and walked with a limp. But at that time, all I had in my eyes was the game. I didn't even say thank you to him. The Voice of China ended, and she won the championship as she wished. The company arranged for her to meet a big customer, but Shen Chenxi flatly refused and had a bad relationship with the company. On the same day, I was in a bad mood and Chu Feng brought me sour plum soup. He personally made sour plum soup with a unique recipe, and he begged me to just have a small sip. However, because I was in a bad mood, I not only refused his sour plum soup, but also said hurtful words to him not to be so attentive in the future. So, is it true that Chu Feng has abandoned me without any mercy? Isn't it, because of my own willfulness and rudeness that I gradually wore out Chu Feng's enthusiasm and patience and drove him away from me little by little? At this moment, Shen Chenxi seemed to suddenly understand something. It wasn't Chu Feng who abandoned me. It turned out that I was the one who lost Chu Feng. Since Chu Feng could pursue me for 3 years, I would be willing to lick him every day. Then why can't I take the initiative to get him back? Obviously, I can't live without him. Obviously, my heart is already completely filled with him. Do I have to wait until I lose it completely, then hide in a dark corner and shed tears of regret? Is that really the future you want? At this moment, Shen Chenxi looked directly at Chu Feng. She didn't care about Chu Feng's refusal, but said very seriously, Chu Feng, I've decided. I'm going to pursue you for 3 years. Just like you pursued me, Tilder.